S.I. Klegg, Book 3. By John McElroy. Contents. S.I. Klegg Preface Chapter 1. Out on Picket Chapter 2. Rosenbaum, The Spy Chapter 3. The Deacon Goes Home Chapter 4. A Spy's Experiences Chapter 5. The Boys Go Spying Chapter 6. Letter from Home Chapter 7. Corn Pone and Buttermilk Chapter 8. A Period of Self-Disgust Chapter 9. Shorty Gets a Letter Chapter 10. Trading with the Rebs Chapter 11. Shorty's Correspondent Chapter 12. The Ban on Wet Goods Chapter 13. The Jew Spy Writes Chapter 14. Shorty Has an Adventure with S.I. Chapter 15. Shorty Nearly Got Married Chapter 16. An Unexpected Marriage Chapter 17. Gathering Information Chapter 18. The Jew Spy Again. S.I. Klegg. Preface. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Illustrations. S.I. and Shorty as Mounted Infantry. S.I. and Shorty as Mounted Infantry. Mr. Klegg enjoys solid comfort. 16. Mr. Klegg enjoys solid comfort. 16. Surrender there, you dumb rebel. 21. Surrender there, you dumb rebel. 21. Trying to save his neck. 30. Trying to save his neck. 30. I know you, and what you're here for. 32. I know you, and what you're here for. 32. The Negroes merrymaking. 39. The Negroes merrymaking. 39. Klegg starts home. 45. Klegg starts home. 45. Shorty settles with the banker. 51. Shorty settles with the banker. 51. Close call for Rosenbaum. 54. Close call for Rosenbaum. 54. The Spy in Custody. 58. The Spy in Custody. 58. Rosenbaum runs into Siegel's pickets. 66. Rosenbaum runs into Siegel's pickets. 66. Watching the house. 75. Watching the house. 75. The Surprise 79. The Surprise 79. Undesirable Acquaintances. 100. Undesirable Acquaintances. 100. The Spoils of War 105. The Spoils of War 105. An Uncomfortable Situation 107. An Uncomfortable Situation 107. Shorty and S.I. are at outs. 110. Shorty and S.I. are at outs. 110. S.I. and Shorty as Mounted Infantry 117. S.I. and Shorty as Mounted Infantry 117. Bushrod prays for his life 119. Bushrod prays for his life 119. The Duel. 139. The Duel. 139. The Overture for Trade. 144. The Overture for Trade. 144. S.I. wants a fight 147. S.I. wants a fight 147. Shorty wants to fight Groundhog 157. Shorty wants to fight Groundhog 157. Shorty reading the letter 160. Shorty reading the letter 160. She whipped out a long knife. 189. She whipped out a long knife. 189. Take your arm from around that Yank's neck 203. Take your arm from around that Yank's neck 203. Jeff sat up and rubbed himself 208. Jeff sat up and rubbed himself 208. Old Bragg used to walk up and down, growling and cussing. 259. Old Bragg used to walk up and down, growling and cussing. 259. S.I. Klegg. S.I. and Shorty meet Mr. Rosenbaum, the spy, who relates his adventures. by John McElroy. Preface. S.I. Klegg, of the 200th IND, and Shorty, his partner, were born years ago in the brain of John McElroy, editor of the National Tribune. These sketches are the original ones published in the National Tribune, revised and enlarged somewhat by the author. How true they are to nature every veteran can abundantly testify from his own service. Really, only the name of the regiment was invented. There is no doubt that there were several men of the name of Josiah Klegg in the Union Army, and who did valiant service for the government. They had experiences akin to, if not identical with, those narrated here, and substantially every man who faithfully and bravely carried a musket in defense of the best government on earth had sometimes, if not often, experiences of which those of S.I. Klegg are a strong reminder. The Publishers. This book is respectfully dedicated to the rank and file of the grandest army ever mustered for war. Chapter 1. Out on Picket. The boys showed the deacon a new wrinkle in the culinary art. Some days later, S.I. had charge of a picket post on the Readyville Pike, near Crippled Deer Creek. The deacon went with them, at their request, which accorded with his own inclinations. The weather was getting warmer every day, which made him fidgety to get back to his own fields, though S.I. insisted that they were still under a foot of snow in Indiana. But he had heard so much about picket duty that, next to battle, it was the thing he most wanted to see. Abraham Lincoln was left behind to care for the house. He had been a disappointment so far, having developed no strong qualities, except for eating and sleeping, of which he could do unlimited quantities. "No use talking him out on picket," observed Shorty, "unless we can get a wagon to go along and haul rations for him. I understand now why these rebels are so poor. The niggers eat up everything they can raise. I'm afraid, Deacon, he'll make the Wabash Valley look sick when you turn him loose in it." "I guess my farm can stand him," said the deacon proudly. "It stood S.I. when he was a growin' boy, though he used to strain it sometimes." They found a comfortable fence corner facing south for their tent, which they constructed by making a roof of cedar boughs resting on a rail running from one angle to another. They laid more boughs down in the corner, and on this placed their blankets, making a bed which the deacon pronounced very inviting and comfortable. They built a fire in front, for warmth and for cooking, and so set up housekeeping in a very neat and soldier-like way. The afternoon passed without special incident. Shorty came in with a couple of chickens, but the deacon had learned enough to repress any questions as to where and how he got them. He soon became more interested in his preparations for cooking them. He had built a big fire in a hole in the ground, and piled a quantity of dry cedar on this. Then he cut off the heads and legs of the chickens, and getting some mud from the side of the road, proceeded to cover each, feathers and all, with a coating nearly an inch thick. "What in the world do you mean by that, Shorty?" asked the deacon in surprise. "He's all right, Pap," assured S.I. "He'll show you a new wrinkle in chicken fixin' that you can teach Mother when you go home. She knows more about cookin' than any other woman in the world, but I'll bet she's not up to this dodge." The fire had by this time burned down to a heap of glowing embers. The boys scraped a hole in these, laid on it their 2 balls of mud, then carefully covered them with live coals and piled on a little more wood. "I'll say right now," said the deacon, "that I don't think much o' that way. Why didn't you take their feathers off and clean out their innards? Seems to me that's a nasty way." "Wait and see," said Shorty sententiously. S.I. had mixed some meal into a dough in the half canteens he and Shorty carried in their haversacks. He spread this out on a piece of sheet iron, and propped it up before the fire. In a little while it was nicely browned over, when S.I. removed it from the sheet iron, turned it over, and browned the other side. He repeated this until he had a sufficiency of hoe cakes for their supper. A kettle of good, strong coffee had been boiling on the other side of the fire while this was going on. Then they carefully raked the embers off, and rolled out 2 balls of hard-baked clay. Waiting for these to cool a little, they broke them. The skin and feathers came off with the pieces and revealed deliciously savory, sweet meat, roasted just to a turn. The intestines had shriveled up with the heat into little, hard balls, which were thrown away. "Yum, yum, yum," said Shorty, tearing one of the chickens in two, and handing a piece to the deacon, while S.I. gave him a sweet, crisp hoe cake and a cup of strong coffee. "Now, this's what you might call livin'. Never beat that cookin' in any house that had a roof. Only do that when you've stars in the roof of your kitchen." "It certainly is splendid," admitted the deacon. "I don't think Maria could have done better." It was yet light when they finished their supper, filled their pipes, and adjusted themselves for a comfortable smoke. One of the men came back and said, "Corporal, there's a rebel on horseback down the road a little ways who seems to be spying on us. We've noticed him for some little time. He don't come up in good range, and we haven't fired at him, hopin' he'd come closer. Better come and take a look at him. Don't do anything to scare him off," said S.I. "Keep quiet. Me and Shorty'll sneak down through the field, out of sight, and get him." They picked up their guns and slipped out under the cover of the undergrowth to where they could walk along the fence, screened by the heavy thicket of sumac. Catching the excitement of the occasion, the deacon followed them at a little distance. Without discovery, S.I. and Shorty made their way to a covert within an easy 50 yards of where the horseman sat rather uneasily on a fine, mettled animal. They got a good look at him. He was a young, slender man, below medium height, with curly, coal-black hair, short whiskers, a hooked nose, and large, full eyes. He wore a gray suit of rather better make and material than was customary in the rebel army. He had a revolver in his belt and a carbine slung to his saddle, but showed no immediate intention of using either. His right hand rested on his thigh, and his eyes were intently fixed on the distant picket post. "A rebel scout," whispered S.I. "Shall we knock him over, and then order him to surrender, or halt him first, and then shoot?" "He can't get away," said Shorty. "I have him kivered." "You kiver his hoss's head. Then call him down." S.I. drew his sights fine on the horse's head and yelled, "Surrender there, you dummed rebel!" The man gave a quick start, a swift glance at the blue uniforms, and instantly both hands went up. "That is all right, boys. Don't shoot. I'm a friend," he called in a strong German accent. "Climb down off o' that boss, and come here, and do it mighty sudden," called out S.I., with his finger still on the trigger. The horse became restive at the sound of strange voices, but the man succeeded in dismounting, and taking his reins in his hand, led the horse up to the fence. "Very glad to see you, boys," said he, surveying their blue garments with undisguised satisfaction, and putting out his other hand to shake. "Take off that revolver, and hand it here," ordered the wary Shorty, following the man with the muzzle of his gun. The man slipped his arm through the reins, unbuckled his revolver, and handed it to Shorty. S.I. jumped over the fence and seized the carbine. "Who are you, and where did you come from?" asked S.I., starting the man up the road toward the post. "What regiment do you belong to?" asked the stranger, warily. "We belong to Company Q, 200th Ingenie, the best regiment in Gen. Rosecrans's army," answered S.I. proudly, that the captive might understand where the honor of his taking belonged. "That is all right," said the stranger, with an air of satisfaction. "The 200th Indiana is a very good regiment. I saw them whip John Morgan's cavalry at Green River. Clumsy farmer boys, but shoot like born devils." "But who are you, and where did you come from?" repeated S.I. impatiently. "I'm all right. I'm Levi Rosenbaum of Gen. Rosecrans's Secret Service. I got some news for him." "You have?" said S.I. suspiciously. "Why didn't you ride right in and tell it to him? What ve you been hangin' around here all afternoon, watchin' our posts for?" "I wasn't sure you was there. I was told that the Yankee pickets was going to be pushed out to Cripple Deer Creek today, but I didn't know it for sure. I was afraid that the rebels was there yet. Jim Jones of the Secret Service had agreed to come out this afternoon and wave a flag if it was all right. I was waiting for his sign. But he is probably drunk. He always gets so when he reaches camp." The deacon joined them in the road, and gave a searching glance at the prisoner. "Ain't you a Jew?" he inquired presently. "Ain't your name Rosenbaum? Didn't you go through Posey County, IND, a year or two ago, with a wagon, sellin' packs o' cloth to the farmers?" "I'm an American citizen," said the man proudly. The same as the rest of you. My religion is Hebrew. I don't know and don't care what your religion is. Every man has the religion that suits him. My name is Rosenbaum. I did sell cloth in Posey County, and all over Indiana. It was good cloth, too, and I sold it at a bargain. It certainly was good cloth and cheap, admitted the deacon. What in the world are you doing down here in them clothes? I'm doing just what these men are doing here in their clothes, answered Rosenbaum. I'm trying to serve the country. I'm doing it different from them, because I'm built different from them. I hope I'm doing it well. But I'm awfully hungry. Got anything to eat? Just a cup of coffee and a cracker? Don't care for any pork. Yes, we'll give you something to eat, said Shorty. I think there's some of our chicken left. You'll find that good. How did you cook that? Said Rosenbaum, looking at the tempting morsel suspiciously. Shorty explained. Thanks, I can't eat it, said Rosenbaum with a sigh. It ain't kosher. What the devil's that? Asked Shorty. It's my religion. I can't explain. Send for the officer of the guard to take me to headquarters, answered Rosenbaum, sipping his coffee. Chapter 2. Rosenbaum, the Spy. The Jew tells the thrilling story of his adventure. The officer of the guard was a long time in coming, and Mr. Rosenbaum grew quite chatty and communicative, as they sat around the bright fire of cedar logs and smoked. Yes, he said, I have been in the Secret Service ever since the beginning of the war. In fact, before the war, for I began getting news for Frank Blair in the winter before the war. They say Jews have no patriotism. That's a lie. Why should they have no patriotism for countries where they were treated like dogs? In Germany, where I was born, they treated us worse than dogs. They made us live in a little, nasty, pig pen of an alley. We had to go in at sundown, and stay there. We had to wear a different clothes from other folks, and we didn't dare to say our souls were our own to any dirty loafer that insulted us. Here we are treated like men, and why shouldn't we help to keep the country from breaking up? Jews ought to do more than anybody else, and I made up my mind from the very first that I was going to do all that I could. The generals have told me that I could do much better for the country in the Secret Service than as a soldier. They could get plenty of soldiers and but few spies. Now you're shouting, said Shorty. They can get me to soldier as long as the war lasts for the skin, but I wouldn't be a spy 10 minutes for a corn basket full o' greenbacks. I have too much regard for my neck. I need it in my business. You a spy? Said S.I. derisively. You couldn't spy for sour apples. Them big feet o' your'n give you dead away to anybody that'd ever seen you before. Spyin' isn't the business that any straightforward man. The deacon began to say in tones of cold disapproval, and then he bethought him of courtesy to the stranger, and changed hastily. That I'd like to do. It's entirely too risky. Oh, it's just as honorable as anything else. Pap, said S.I., divining his father's thought. All's fair in love and war. We couldn't get along without spies. They're as necessary as muskets and cannon. Indeed they are, said Mr. Rosenbaum earnestly. You wouldn't know what to do with your muskets and cannon if the spies didn't tell you where the rebels were, and how many there was of them. I go out and get information that it would cost hundreds of lives to get, and may save thousands of lives, and all that it costs is one poor little Jew's neck, when they drop onto him some day, and leave him swinging from a tree. But when that time comes, I shall make no more complaint than these other poor boys do, who get their heads knocked off in battle. I'm no better than they are. My life belongs to the country the same as theirs, and this free government is worth all our lives, and more, too. His simple, sincere patriotism touched the deacon deeply. I'd know day that there was so much o' the man in a Jew, he said to himself. Then he asked the stranger, How did you come to go into the spy business, Mr. Rosenbaum? Well, I was in St. Louis in the clothing business, and you know it was pretty hot there. All the Germans were for the Union, and most of the Americans and Irish seemed to be secessionists. I sided with the Germans, but as nobody seemed to think that a Jew had any principles or cared for anything but the almighty dollar, everybody talked right out before me, and by keeping my ears wide open I got hold of lots of news, which I took straight to General Lyon. I got well acquainted with him, and he used to send me here and there to find out things for him. I'd sell gray uniforms and other things to the secessionists. They'd talk to one another right before me as to what was being done, and I'd keep my ears wide open all the time, though seemed to be only thinking about the fit and the buttons and the gold lace. Then General Lyon wanted to find out just exactly how many men there was in Camp Jackson. No guesswork, no suppose. I took 2,000 of my business cards, printed on white, and 1,000 printed on gray paper. I went through the whole camp. To every man in uniform I give a white card. To every man without a uniform, who seemed to be there for earnest, I give a gray card. When I got back I counted my cards in General Lyon's office, and found I'd give out 500 white cards and 200 gray ones. Then General Lyon took out about 3,000 men, and brought the whole crowd back with him. Then General Lyon, continued Rosenbaum, sent me out from Springfield, Missouri, to see how many men old Pap Price and Ben McCullough had gathered up against him from Missouri, Arkansas, Texas and the plains. Holy Moses, I was scared when I saw the pile of them. The whole world seemed to be out there, yipping and yelling for Jeff Davis, drinking raw sod corn whiskey, making secession speeches, and shooting at marks. I rode right into them, and pretended that I was looking for Mexican silver dollars to take to Mexico to buy powder and lead for the rebel army. I had a lot of new Confederate notes that I'd got from my cousin, who was in the tobacco business in Memphis. They was great curiosities, and every man who had a Mexican dollar wanted to trade it for a Confederate dollar. There was no use trying to count the men, might as well have tried to count the leaves on the trees, so I begun to count the regiments. I stuck a pin in my right lapel for every Missouri regiment, one in my left lapel for every Arkansas regiment, one in my vest for every one from Texas. I had black pins for the cannons. I was getting along very well, when I run across Bob Smiles, a dirty loafer, who had been a customer in St. Louis. He wouldn't pay me, and I had to get out a writ on levy on his clothes just as he was dressing to go to a quadroon ball. I left him with only a necktie, which was worth nothing to me, as it had been worn and soiled. He was very sore against me, and I was not surprised. It made me sick at my stomach when I saw him come up. "Hello, you damn Dutch Jew," he said, "what are you doing here?" I tried to be very pleasant, and I put out my hand and said, with my best smile, "Good gracious, Bob, how glad I am to see you. When did you get here? Are you well? How are the other boys? Who's here? Where are you stopping?" But I might as well have tried to make friends with a bulldog in front of a farmhouse where all the people had gone away. "Go to blazes," he said, "none of your business how I am, how I got here, or how the other boys are. Better not let them find out you're here. They'll take it out of your Jew hide for the way you used to skin them in St. Louis. I want to know what the devil you are doing here." "Now, Mr. Smiles," I said, pleasant as a May morning, "that's not the way to talk to me. You know I got up the stylishest clothes and the best fits in St. Louis. We had a little trouble, it is true. It was nothing, though. Just a little business dispute. You know I always thought you one of the very nicest men in St. Louis, and I said so, even to the squire and to the constable. 'Go to the devil, you Savior-killing Jew,' said he, 'shut up your mouth, or I'll stuff a piece of pork in it. I want to know at once what you are doing here. Where did you come from?' 'I come from Memphis,' said I. 'I'm in the service of the Southern Confederacy. General Pillow sent me to gather up all the Mexican dollars I could find, to send to Mexico to buy ammunition.' 'It's a lie, of course,' said he. 'A Jew'd rather lie than eat, any day. Then you're one of them St. Louis Dutch, them imported Hessians. They're all dead against us. They all ought to be killed. I ought to kill you myself for being so cussed mean to me.' He put his hand on his revolver in a way that made my breakfast sour in my stomach, but then I knew that Bob Smiles was a great blowhard, and his bark was much worse than his bite. In St. Louis he was always going to fight somebody and kill somebody, but he never done neither. Quite a crowd gathered around, and Bob blew off to them, and they yelled, 'Hang the Jew's spy! Kill the damn rascal!' and other things that made me unhappy. But what made my flesh crawl was to see a man who wasn't saying much go to a wagon, pull out a rope, and begin making a noose on the end. Bob Smiles caught hold of my collar and started to drag me toward a tree. Just as I was giving up everything for lost, up comes Jim Jones, the same man I'm going to meet here. He come running up. He was dressed in full uniform as a rebel officer, gray coat and pants, silver stars on his collar, high boots, gray slouched hat with gold cord, and so on. Here, what is the matter? What's all this fuss in camp? He said. We've catched one of them Dutch Jews from St. Louis spying our camp, Major, said Bob Smiles, letting loose of my collar to salute the Major's silver stars, and we are going to hang him. A spy? How do you know he's a spy? Asked Jim Jones. Well, he's Dutch, he's a Jew, and he's from St. Louis. What more do you want? Asked Bob Smiles. The crowd yelled, and the man with the rope went to the tree and flung one end over a limb. His being a St. Louis Dutchman is against him, said Jim Jones, but his being a Jew is in his favor. A Jew don't care a blame for politics. He hain't got no principles. He'd rather make a picayune off you in a trade than have a wagon load of principles. But you fellers have got nothing to do with spies anyway. That's headquarters business. I'm an officer at General Price's headquarters. I'll take him up there and examine him. Bring him along. Go along, Jew, said 2 of 3 of them, giving me kicks, as Bob Smiles started with me. The man with the rope stood by the tree looking very disappointed. When we got near General Price's tent, Jim Jones says to the rest, You stop there. Come along with me, Jew. He took me by the collar, and we walked toward General Price's tent. He whispered to me as we went along, You're all right, Rosenbaum. I know you, and I know what you're here for. Just keep a stiff upper lip, tell your story straight, and I'll see you through. That scared me worse than ever, but all that I could do was to keep up my nerve, and play my cards coolly. We went into the general's tent, but he was busy, and motioned us with his hand to the adjutant general. What's the matter? Asked the adjutant general, motioning me to sit down, while he went on making tally marks on a sheet of paper, as a man called off the regiments that had reported. Then he footed them all up, and, turning to another officer, read from it so many Arkansas regiments, so many Louisiana, so many Missouri, so many Texas, so many batteries of artillery, and he said to another officer as he laid the paper face down among the other papers on his table, Just as I told you, Colonel. We have fully 22,000 men ready for battle. Then to us, Well, what can I do for you? The boys had picked up this Jew for a spy, Colonel, said Jim Jones, pointing to me, and they were about to hang him, just to pass away the afternoon more than for anything else. I took him away from them, telling them that it was your privilege to hang spies, and you could do it according to the science of war. I brung him up here to get him away from them. After they're gone away or got interested in something else, I'll take him and put him outside of camp. All right, said the adjutant general, without taking much interest in the matter. Do with him as you please. A Jew more or less isn't of any consequence. Probably he deserves hanging though, but it isn't well to encourage the boys to hang men on sight. They're quite too ready to do that, anyway. He talked to the other man a little, and then when he went away he turned to me, and said sort of lazy-like, as if he didn't care anything about it. Where are you from? From Memphis, said I. Great place, Memphis, said he, one of the thriving suburbs of Satan's kingdom. Had lots of fun there. I know every faro bank in it, which speaks well for my memory, if not for my morals. What business was you in? Clothing, said I. What a fool question to ask a Jew, said he, yawning. Of course, you was in the clothing trade. You was born in it. All Jews have been since they gambled for the Savior's garments. They wasn't Jews what gambled for Christ's clothes, said I, picking up a little courage. They vast Romans, Italians, Dagos. Was they, said he, well, meb they was. I haven't read my Bible for so long that I've clean forgot. Say, what are you doing with all them pins? The question come so unexpected that it come nearly knocking me off my base. I had calculated on almost every other possible thing, and was ready for it, except that fool question. I thought for a minute that disappointed man by the tree with the rope was going to get his job, after all. But I gathered myself together with a jerk, calmly said with a smile. Oh, that's some of my foolishness. I can't get over being a tailor, and sticking all the pins what I find in my lapel. I must pick up every one I see. Queer where you found them all, said he. Must have brung them from Memphis with you. I can't find one in the whole camp. Our men use nails on thorns instead of pins. I've been wanting a lot of pins for my papers. Let me have all you got. I wish you had a paper of them. I did have 2 or 3 papers in my pockets, and first had a fool idea of offering them to him. Then I remembered that disappointed man with the rope by the tree, and pulled the pins out of my lapels one by one and give them to him, trying to keep count in my head as I did so. What are you doing here, anyway? He asked as he gathered up the pins and put them in a pasteboard box. I come here at General Pillow's orders, to pick up some Mexican silver dollars, to buy ammunition in Mexico. Another of old Blowhard Pillow's fool schemes, said he. I know old Pillow. I served with him in Mexico, when he dug his ditch on the wrong side of his fortification. He's probably going to do something else with the dollars than buy ammunition. Old Gid Pillow's a mighty slick one, I tell you, when it comes to filling his own pockets. He's no fool there, whatever he may be in other ways. He's working some scheme to skin our men, and making you his partner, then he'll turn around and skin you. I'll stop it going any further by turning you out of camp, and I ought to take away from you all the money you've gathered up, but I won't do it on one condition. What is your condition? Said I, trying not to speak too quick. You say you are in the clothing business. I want awfully a nice uniform, just like the major's there. What's such a uniform worth? About $75, said I. I paid $65 for this in St. Louis, said Jim Jones. Well, $10 is not much of a skin for a Memphis Jew, laughed the adjutant general. I tell you what I'll do, if you'll swear by the book of Deuteronomy, and Moses, Abraham and Isaac, to have me inside of 2 weeks just such a uniform as the major's there, I'll let you off with all the money you have made already, and when you come back with it I'll give you written permission to trade for every silver dollar in camp. It is a bargain, said I. And it'll be a perfect fit, said he. Just like the paper on the wall, said I. Let me take your measure. I had my eye all the time on the paper he had laid carelessly down and forgotten. I pulled my tape measure out. The oldie day of the tailor come up. I forgot about the disappointed man with the rope by the tree, and was my old self taking the measure of a customer. I put all the figures down on his piece of paper, without his noticing what I was using. I asked him about the lining, the trimming, and the pockets, and wrote them down. Then I folded up the paper and stuck it in my breast pocket, and my heart gave a big thump, though I kept my face straight, and went on talking about buttons and silk braid and gold lace for the sleeves. I promised him he should have the uniform in the army in 2 weeks' time. Just then some officers come in, and Jim Jones hurried me out. I could not understand Jim Jones. He hurried me across to a place behind the woods, where we found some horses. Untie that one and get on quick, he said. My God, you've got the thing dead to rights. You've got everything on that piece of paper. My God, what luck! Smartest thing I ever saw done. Get that paper in General Lyon's hands before midnight if you kill yourself and horse in doing it. I'll take you out past part of the guards, and show you how to avoid the rest. Then ride as if the devil was after you, until you reach General Lyon's tent. I was dumbfounded. I looked at Jim Jones. His eyes was like fire. Then it suddenly occurred to me that Jim Jones was a spy, too. As I mounted, I looked back across the camp. I saw the rope still hanging from a limb of the tree, and the disappointed man sitting down beside it patiently waiting. That night the paper was in General Lyon's hands, and the next night the army moved out to fight the Battle of Wilson's Creek. The adjutant general is still waiting for that uniform. Halt, who comes there? Called out Shorty, whose quick ears caught the sound of approaching footsteps. The officer of the guard responded from the bank of darkness in the rear. Advance, officer of the guard, and give the countersign, commanded Shorty, lowering his musket to a charged bayonets. The officer advanced, leaned over the bayonet's point, and whispered the countersign. Countersign's correct, announced Shorty, bringing his gun to a present. Good evening, Lieutenant. We have got a man here who claims to belong to the Secret Service. Yes, answered the officer. We've been expecting him all afternoon, but thought he was coming in on the other road. I'd have been around here long ago only for that. This is he, is it? Well, let's hurry in. They want you at headquarters as soon as possible. Good night, boys, called out Mr. Rosenbaum as he disappeared. See you again soon. Chapter 3. The Deacon Goes Home. Shorty falls a victim to his gambling propensities. The boys did not finish their tour of picket duty till the forenoon of the next day, and it was getting toward evening when they reached their own camp. What in the world's going on at the house? S.I. asked anxiously, as they were standing on the regimental parade ground waiting to be dismissed. Strange sounds came floating from that direction. The scraping of a fiddle was mingled with yells, the rush of feet, and laughter. I'll go over there and see, said the deacon, who had sat down behind the line on a pile of the things they had brought back with them. He picked up the coffee pot, the frying pan, and one of the haversacks, and walked in the direction of the house. As he turned into the company street and came in sight of the cabin, he looked for an instant, and then broke out. I'm blamed if they don't seem to be having a nigger political rally there, with the house as campaign headquarters. Where in time could they have all come from? Looks like a crow roost, with some o' the crows drunk. Apparently, all the Negro cooks, teamsters, officers' servants, and roustabouts from the adjoining camps had been gathered there, with groundhog, pilgarlic, and similar specimens of the white teamsters among them and leading them. Seated on a log were 3 Negroes, one sawing on an old fiddle, one picking a banjo, and one playing the bones. 2 Negroes were in the center of a ring, dancing, while the others patted Juba. All were more or less intoxicated. Groundhog and Pilgarlic were endeavoring to get up a fight between Abraham Lincoln and another stalwart, stupid Negro, and were plying them with whiskey from a canteen and egging them on with words. The deacon strode up to Groundhog and, catching him by the arm, demanded sternly, "What are you doing, you miserable scoundrel? Stop it at once." Groundhog, who had drunk considerable himself, and was pot valiant, shook him off roughly, saying, "Gee way from here, you dumb citizen. This hain't none o' your business. Go back to your haymow and leave soldiers alone." The deacon began divesting himself of his burden to prepare for action, but before he could do so, Shorty rushed in, gave Groundhog a vigorous kick, and he and S.I. dispersed the rest of the crowd in a hurry with sharp cuffs for all they could reach. The meeting broke up without a motion to adjourn. The deacon caught Abraham Lincoln by the collar and shook him vigorously. "You black rascal," he said. "What ve you been up to? Didn't 'spect you back so soon." "Boss," gasped the Negro. "Said you wouldn't be back till tomorrow." "No matter when you expected us back," said the deacon, shaking him still harder, while S.I. winked meaningly at Shorty. "What do ye mean by sich capers as this? You've been a-drinkin' liquor, you brute." "Celebratin' my freedom," gasped the Negro. "Groundhog done told me to." "I'd like to celebrate his razzled head off'n him," exploded the deacon. "I'll welt him into dog's meat hash if I can lay my hands on him. He's too mean and wuthless to even associate with mules. If I'd a dog on my place as ornery as he is, I'd give him a button before night. He's not content with being a skunk himself. He wants to drag everybody else down to his level. Learning you to drink whiskey and fight as soon as you're out o' bondage. Next thing he'll be learning you to steal sheep and vote for Vallandigham. I'd like to put a stone around his neck and feed him to the catfish." There was something so strange and earnest about the deacon's wrath that it impressed the Negro more than any of the most terrible exhibitions of wrath that he had seen his master make. He cowered down, and began crying in a maudlin way and begging. "Pray God, boss, don't be so hard on a poor nigger." S.I., who had learned something more of the slave nature than his father, ended the unpleasant scene by giving Abraham Lincoln a sharp slap across the hips with a piece of clapboard and ordering, "Pick up that camp kettle, go to the spring and fill it, and get back here in short meter." The blow came to the Negro as a welcome relief. It was something that he could understand. He sprang to his feet, grinned, snatched up the camp kettle, and ran to the spring. "I must get that man away from here without delay," said the deacon. The influences here are awful. They'll ruin him. He'll lose his soul if he stays here. I'll start home with him tomorrow. He'll do worse and lose his soul, grumbled Shorty, who had been looking over the provisions. He'll lose the top of his woolly head if he brings another gang o' coons around here to eat us out o' house and home. I'll be gosh derned if I don't believe they've eat up even all the salt and soap. There ain't a crumb left of anything. Talk about losin' his soul. I'd give 6 bits for something to make him lose his appetite. I'll take him home tomorrow, reiterated the deacon. I raised over 1,100 bushels o' corn last year, 'bout 500 o' wheat, and just an even ton o' pork. I can feed him a while anyway, but I don't know as I'd chance 2 of him. What'll you do if you have him and the grasshoppers the same year, Pap? Inquired S.I. That night the deacon began his preparations for returning home. He had gathered up many relics from the battlefield to distribute among his friends at home and decorate the family mantelpiece. There were fragments of exploded shells, some canister, a broken bayonet, a smashed musket, a solid 12-pound shot, and a quart or more of battered bullets picked up in his walks over the scenes of the heavy fighting. Looks as if you were going into the junk business, Pap, commented S.I., as the store was gathered on the floor. The faithful old striped carpet sack was brought out, and its handles repaired with stout straps. The thrifty deacon insisted on taking home some of C's and Shorty's clothes to be mended. The boys protested. We don't mend clothes in the army, Pap, said S.I. They ain't with it. We just wear 'em out, throw 'em away, and draw on new ones. The deacon held out that his mother and sisters would take great pleasure in working on such things, from the feeling that they were helping the war along. Finally, the matter was compromised by putting in some socks to be darned and shirts to be mended. Then the bullets, canister, round shot, fragments of shell, etc., were filled in. I declare, said the deacon dubiously, as he hefted the carpet sack, it's going to be a job to lug that thing back home. Better hire a mule team. But I'll try it. Meb it'll help work some o' the stupidity out o' Abraham Lincoln. The whole of Company Q and most of the regiment had grown very fond of the deacon, and when it was noised around that he was going, they crowded in to say goodbye, and give him letters and money to take home. The remaining space in the carpet sack and all that in the deacon's many pockets were filled with these. The next morning the company turned out to a man and escorted him to the train, with S.I. and his father marching arm in arm at the head, the company fifers playing. And Abraham Lincoln, laden with the striped carpet sack, the smashed musket and other relics, bringing up the rear, under the supervision of Shorty. Tears stood in the old man's eyes as he stood on the platform of the car, and grasped C's and Shorty's hands in adieu. His brief farewell was characteristic of the strong, self-contained Western man. Goodbye, boys. God bless you. Take care of yourselves. Be good boys. Come home safe after the war. The boys stood and watched the train with sorrowful eyes until it had passed out of sight in the woods beyond Overall's Creek, and then turned to go to their camp with a great load of homesickness weighing down their hearts. Just think of it, he's going straight back to God's country, said someone near. A sympathetic sigh went up from all. Shut up, said Shorty savagely. I don't want to hear a word o' that kind. He pulled his hat down over his eyes, rammed his hands deep in his pockets, and strode off, trying to whistle. But the attempt was a dismal failure. S.I. separated from the crowd and joined him. They took an unfrequented and roundabout way back to camp. I feel all broke up. S.I., said Shorty, I wish that we were going into a fight, or something to stir us up. S.I. understood his partner's mood, and that it was likely to result in an outbreak of some kind. He tried to get him over to the house, so that he could get him interested in work there. They came to a little hidden ravine, and found it filled with men playing that most fascinating of all gambling games to the average soldier, chuck-a-luck. There were a score of groups, each gathered around as many sweatboards. Some of the men, running the games, were citizens, and some were in uniform. Each had before him a small board on which was sometimes painted, sometimes rudely marked with charcoal, numbers from 1 to 6. On some of the boards the numbers were indicated by playing cards, from ace to 6 spot, tacked down. The man who ran The game had a dice box, with 3 dice. He would shake the box, turn it upside down on the board, and call upon the group in front of him to make their bets. The players would deposit their money on the numbers that they fancied, and then, after the inquiry, "All down," the banker would raise the box and reveal the dice. Those who had put their money on any of the 3 numbers which had turned up would be paid, while those who bet on the other 3 would lose. Chuck-a-Luck was strictly prohibited in camp, but it was next to impossible to keep the men from playing it. Citizen gamblers would gain admittance to camp under various pretexts and immediately set up boards in secluded places, and play till they were discovered and run out, by which time they would have made enough to make it an inducement to try again whenever they could find an opportunity. They followed the army incessantly for this purpose, and in the aggregate carried off immense sums of the soldiers' pay. Chuck-a-Luck is one of the fairest of gambling games, when fairly played, which it rarely or never is by a professional gambler. A tolerably quick, expert man finds little difficulty in palming the dice before a crowd of careless soldiers so as to transfer the majority of their bets to his pocket. The regular citizen gamblers were reinforced by numbers of insatiable chuck-a-luckers in the ranks, who would set up a board, at the least chance, even under the enemy's fire, while waiting the order to move. Chuck-a-Luck was Shorty's greatest weakness. He found it as difficult to pass a chuck-a-luck board as an incurable drunkard does to pass a dram shop. S.I. knew this, and shuddered a little as he saw the layouts, and tried to get his partner past them. But it was of no use. Shorty was in an intractable mood. He must have a strong distraction. If he could not fight, he would gamble. "I'm going to bust this feller's bank before I go another step," said he, stopping before one. "I know him. He's the same feller that, you remember, I busted down before Nashville. I can do it agin. He's a bum citizen gambler. He thinks he's the smartest chuck-a-lucker in the Army o' the Cumberland, but I'll learn him different. Don't risk more'n $1, begged S.I. as a final appeal. "All down," called the banker. "Allow doublin'?" inquired Shorty. "Double as much as you blame please, so long's you put your money down," answered the banker, defiantly. "Well, then, here goes $1 on that 5 spot," said Shorty, skinning a bill from a considerable roll. "Don't allow more'n 25 cents bet on single cards, first bet," said the banker, dismayed by the size of the roll. "Thought you had some sand," remarked Shorty contemptuously. "Well, then, here's 25 cents on the 5 spot, and 25 cents on the deuce." And he placed shinplasters on the numbers. "Now, throw them dice straight, and no fingerin'. I'm watching you." "Watch and be derned," said the banker, surlily. "Watch your own business, and I'll watch mine. I'm as honest as you are any day." The banker lifted the box, and showed 2 6s and a tray up. He raked in the bets on the ace, deuce, 4 and 5 spots, and paid the others. 50 cents on the deuce, 50 cents on the 5, said Shorty, laying down the fractional currency. Again they lost. $1 on the deuce, $1 on the 5, said Shorty. The same ill luck. $2 on the deuce, $2 on the 5, said Shorty, though S.I. in vain plucked his sleeve to get him away. The spots remained obstinately down. $4 on the deuce, $4 on the 5, said Shorty. No better luck. $8 on the deuce, $8 on the 5, said Shorty. Phew, there goes more'n a month's pay, said the other players, stopping to watch the dice as they rolled out, with the deuce and 5 spot down somewhere else than on top. And his rolls beginning to look as if an elephant had stepped on it. Now we'll see his sand. Come, Shorty, you've lost enough. You've lost too much already. Luck's agin you, urged S.I. Come away. I ain't goin', said Shorty obstinately. Now's my chance to bust him. Every time them spots don't come up increases the chances that they'll come up next time. They've got to. They're not loaded, I can tell that by the way they roll. He ain't fingerin' 'em. I stopped that when I made him give 'em a rollin' throw, instead o' keepin' 'em kivered with the box. $16 on the deuce, $16 on the 5 spot, And I ain't taking no chances. Oh, you're jumping the game on me, Mr. Banker. I want you to plank down $32 alongside o' mine. Shorty laid down his money and put his fists on it. Now put yours right there. Oh, I've got money enough to pay you. Don't be skeered, sneered the banker, and you'll get it if you win it. You bet I will, answered Shorty. And I'm going to make sure by having it right on the board alongside o' mine. Come down, now. The proposition met the favor of the other players, and the banker was constrained to comply. No, said Shorty, as the money was counted down. I've just $20 more that says that I'll win. Put her up alongside. The banker was game. He pulled out a roll and said as he thumbed it over, I'll see you $20, and go you $50 better that I win. Shorty's heart beat a little faster. All his money was up, but there was the $50 which the deacon had entrusted to him for charitable purposes. He slipped his hand into his bosom, felt it, and looked at S.I. S.I. was not looking at him, but had his eyes fixed on a part of the board where the dice had been swept after the last throw. Shorty resisted the temptation for a moment, and withdrew his hand. Come down now, taunted the banker. You've blowed so much about sand. Don't weaken over a little thing like $50. I'm a thoroughbred myself, I am. The man don't live that can bluff me. The taunt was too much for Shorty. He ran his hand into his bosom in desperation, pulled out the roll of the deacon's money, and laid it on the board. S.I. had not lifted his eyes. He was wondering why the flies showed such a liking for the part of the board where the dice were lying. Numbers of them had gathered there, apparently eagerly feeding. He was trying to understand it. He had been thinking of trying a little shy at the 4-spot himself, as he had noticed that it had never won, and 2 or 3 times he had looked for it before the dice were put in the box, and had seen the banker turn it down on the board before picking the dice up. A thought flashed into his mind. The banker picked up the dice with seeming carelessness, dropped them into the box, gave them a little shake, and rolled them out. 2 3s and a 6 came up. The banker's face lighted up with triumph, and Shorty's deadened into acute despair. I guess that little change is mine, said the banker, reaching for the pile. Hold on a minute, mister, said S.I., covering the pile with his massive hands. Shorty, look at them dice. He's got molasses on one side. You can see there where the flies are eatin' it. Shorty snatched up the dice, felt them and touched his tongue to one side. That's so, sure's you're a foot high, said he sententiously. Just then someone yelled, Scatter! Here come the guards! All looked up. A company coming at the double-quick was almost upon them. The banker made a final desperate claw for the money, but was met by the heavy fist of Shorty and knocked on his back. Shorty grabbed what money there was on the board, and he and S.I. made a burst of speed which took them out of reach of the provosts in a few seconds. Looking back from a safe distance, they could see the bankers, and a lot of the more luckless ones being gathered together to march to the guardhouse. Another detachment of horny-handed laborers for the fortifications, said Shorty grimly, as he recovered his breath, watched them, and sent up a yell of triumph and derision. Another contribution to the charity fund, he continued, looking down at the bunch of bills and fractional currency in his hands. Shorty, said S.I. earnestly, promise me solemnly that you'll never bet at Chuckaluck again as long as you live. S.I., don't ask me impossibilities. But I want you to take every cent of this money and keep it. Don't you ever give me more'n $5 at a time, under any consideration. Don't you do it if I get down on my knees and ask for it. Lord, how nigh I come to losing that $50 o' your father's. Chapter 4. A Spy's Experiences. Mr. Rosenbaum tells the boys more of his adventures. Mr. Rosenbaum became a frequent visitor to the Hoosiers' Rest, and generally greatly interested S.I. and Shorty with his stories of adventure. How did you happen to come into the Army of the Cumberland? Asked S.I. I'd thought you'd stayed where you knowed the country and the people. That was just the trouble, replied Rosenbaum. I got to know them very well, but they got to know me a confounded sight better. When I was in the clothing business in St. Louis, I tried to have everybody know me. I advertised. I wanted to be a great big sunflower that everybody noticed. But when I got to be a spy, I wanted to be a modest little violet that hid under the leaves, and nobody saw. Then every man what knew me become a danger, and it got so that I shuddered every time that I see a limb running out from a tree, for I didn't know how soon I might be hung from it. I had some awful narrow escapes, I tell you. But what decided me to leave the country and skip over the Mississippi River was something that happened down in the Boston Mountains just before the Battle of Pea Ridge. I was down there watching Van Dorn and Ben McCullough for General Curtis, and was getting along all right. I was still playing the old racket about buying up Mexican silver dollars to buy ammunition. One night I was sitting at a campfire with 2 or 3 others, when a crowd of Texans come up. They was just drunk enough to be devilish, and had a rope with a noose on the end, which I noticed first thing. I had begun to keep a sharp lookout for such things. My flesh creeped when I saw them. I tried to think what had stirred them up all at once, but couldn't for my life recollect, for everything had been going on all right for several days. The man with the rope, a big, ugly brute, with red hair and one eye, says, "You're a Jew, ain't you?" "Yes," says I was born that way." "Well," says he, "we're going to hang you right off," and he put the noose around my neck and began trying to throw the other end over a limb. "What for?" I yelled, trying to pull the rope off my neck. "I ain't done nothing." "Hain't I?" said the man with one eye. "You hook-nosed Jews crucified our Savior." "Why, you red-headed fool," said I, catching hold of the rope with both hands, "that happened more as 1,800 years ago. Let me go." "I don't care if it did," said the one-eyed man, getting the end of the rope over the limb. "We didn't hear about it till the chaplain told us this morning, and then the boys said we'd kill every Jew we come across. Catch hold of the end here, Bowers." The other fellers around me laughed at the Texans so that they finally agreed to let me go if I'd promise not to do it again, holler for Jeff Davis, and treat all around. It was a fool thing, but it scared me worse than anything else, and I resolved to get out of there and go where the people read their Bibles and the newspapers. "How did you manage to keep Jen Curtis posted as to the number of rebels in front of him?" asked S.I. "You couldn't always be running back and forth from one army to the other." "Oh, that was easy enough. You see, General Curtis was advancing, and the rebels falling back most of the time. There was cabins every little ways along the road. All these have great big fireplaces, built of smooth rocks, which they pick up out of the creek and wherever they can find them. I'd go into these houses and talk with the people and play with the children. I'd sit by the fire and pick up a dead coal and mark on these smooth rocks. Sometimes I'd draw horses and wagons and men to amuse the children. Sometimes I'd talk to the old folks about how long they'd been in the country, how many bears and deers the man had killed, how far it was to the next place, how the roads run, and so on, and I'd make marks on the jamb of the fireplace to help me understand. The next day our scouts would come in and see the marks and understand them just as well as if I'd wrote them a letter. I fixed it all up with them before I left camp. I can draw very well with a piece of charcoal. I'd make pictures of men what would make the children and old folks open their eyes. Our scouts would understand which one meant Ben McCullough, which one Van Dorn, which one Pap Price, and so on. Other marks would show which way each one was going and how many men he had with him. The rebels never dropped onto it, but they came so close to it once or twice that my hair stood on end. "That curly mop of yours have a time standing on end," ventured Shorty. "I should think it'd twist your neck off trying to." Well, something gave me a queer feeling about the throat one day when I saw a rebel colonel stop and look very hard at a long letter which I'd wrote this way on a rock. "Who done that?" he asked. "This man here," says the old woman. "He done it while he was gassing with the old man and fooling with the children. Lot o' pesky nonsense, marking up the walls that-a-way." "Looks like very systematic nonsense," said the colonel, very stern and sour. "There may be something in it." "Did you do this?" said he, turning to me. "Yes, sir," said I. "I have a bad habit of marking when I'm talking. I always done it, even when I was a child. My mother used to often slap me for spoiling the walls, but she could never break me of it." "Humph," said he, not at all satisfied with my story, and looking at the scratches harder than ever. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" I told him my story about buying Mexican silver dollars, and showed him a lot of the dollars I'd bought. "Your story ain't reasonable," said he. "You haven't done business enough to pay you for all the time you've spent around the army. I'll put you under guard till I can look into your case." He called to the sergeant of the guard, and ordered him to take charge of me. The sergeant was that same dirty loafer, Bob Smiles, that I had the trouble with by Wilson's Creek. He kicked me and pounded me, and put me on my horse, with my hands tied behind me, and my feet tied under the horse's belly. I was almost dead by night, when we reached headquarters. They gave me something to eat, and I laid down on the floor of the cabin, wishing I was Pontius Pilate, so that I could crucify every man in the Southern Confederacy, especially Bob Smiles. An hour or two later I heard Bob Smiles swearing again. "Make out the names of all the prisoners I have," he was saying, "with where they belong and the charges against them." "I can't. Do they take me for a counter-jumping clerk? I didn't come into the army to be a white-faced bookkeeper. I sprained my thumb the other day, and I can't write even a hittle bit. What am I to do?" That was all moonshine about his spraining his thumb. He vast ignorant as a jackass. If he had 40 thumbs he couldn't write even his own name so's anybody could read it. "I don't believe there's a man in a mile of here that can make out such a list," he went on. "They're all a set of hominy-eating blockheads. Perhaps that hook-nosed Jew might. He's the man. I'll make him do it, or break his swindling head." He come in, kicked me, and made me get up, and then took me out and set me down at a table, where he had paper, pen and ink, and ordered me to take down the names of the prisoners as he brought them up. He'd look over my shoulder as I wrote, as if he was reading what I set down, but I knowed that he couldn't make out a letter. I was tempted to write all sorts of things about him, but I didn't, for I was in enough trouble already. When I come to my own name, he said, "Make the charge a spy, a thief, and a Dutch traitor to the Southern Confederacy." I just wrote, "Levi Rosenbaum, Memphis, Tennessee. Merchant. No charge." He scowled very wisely at it, and pretended to read it, and said, "It's lucky for you that you wrote it just as I told you. I'd 'a' broke every bone in your body if you hadn't. I just got done when an officer come down from headquarters for it." He looked it over and said, "Who made this out?" "Why, I made it out," said Bob Smiles, bold as brass. "But who wrote it?" said the officer. "Oh, I sprained my thumb, so I couldn't write very well, and I made a Jew prisoner copy it," said Bob Smiles. "It's the best writing I have seen," said the officer. "I want the man what wrote it to go with me to headquarters at once. I have some copying there to be done at once, and not one of them corn crackers that I have up there can write anything fit to read. Bring that man out here and I will take him with me." Bob Smiles hated to let me go, but he couldn't help himself, and I went with the officer. I was so tired I could hardly move a step, and I felt I could not write a word. But I seemed to see a chance at headquarters, and I determined to make every effort to do something. They gave me a stiff horn of whiskey and set me to work. They wanted me to make out and copy a consolidated report of the army. I almost forgot I was tired when I found out what they wanted, for I saw a chance to get something of great value. They'd been trying to make up a report from all sorts of scraps and sheets of paper sent in from the different headquarters, and they had spoiled a half-dozen big sheets of paper after they'd got them partly done. If I do say it myself, I can write better and faster and figure quicker than most any man you ever saw. Those rebels thought they had got hold of a wonder, a lightning calculator and lightning penman together. As fast as I could copy one paper, and it would prove to be all right, I would fold it up and stick it into a big yellow envelope. I also folded up the spoiled reports, and stuck them in the envelope, saying that I wanted to get rid of them, put them where seeing them wouldn't bother me. I carefully slipped the envelope under the edge of a pile of papers near the edge of the table. I had another big yellow envelope that looked just like it lying in the middle of the table, into which I stuck papers that didn't amount to nothing. I was very slick about it, and didn't let them see that I had two envelopes. It was past midnight when I got the consolidated report made out, and the rebels was tickled to death with it. They'd never seen anything so well done before. They wanted a copy made to keep, and I said I'd make one, though I was nearly dead for sleep. I really wasn't, for the excitement made me forget all about being tired. I was determined, before I slept, to have that yellow envelope, with all those papers, in General Curtis's hands, though he was 40 miles away. How in the world I was going to do it I could not think, but I was going to do it, if I died at trying. The first thing was to get that envelope off the table into my clothes. The next, to get out of that cabin, away from Bob Smiles and his guards, through the rebel lines, and over the mountains to General Curtis's camp. It was a dark, windy night, and things were in confusion about the camp, just the kind of a time when anybody might kill a Jew peddler, and no questions would be asked. I had got the last copy finished, and the officers was going over it. They had their heads together, not 18 inches from me, across the table. I had my fingers on the envelope, but I didn't dare slip it out, though my fingers itched. I was in hopes that they'd turn around, or do something that'd give me a chance. Suddenly Bob Smiles opened the door wide, and walked in, with a dispatch in his hand. The wind swept in, blew the candles out, and sent the papers flying about the room. Some went into the fire. The officers yelled and swore at him, and he shut the door, but I had the envelope in my breast pocket. Then to get away. How in the name of Moses and the 10 Commandments was I to do that? One of the officers said to Bob Smiles, "Take this man away and take good care of him until tomorrow. We'll want him again. Give him a good bed, and plenty to eat, and treat him well. We'll need him tomorrow." "Come on, you pork-hating Jew," said Bob Smiles crabbedly. "I'll give you a mess of spare ribs and corndodgers for supper." "You'll do nothing of the kind," said the officer. "I told you to treat him well, and if you don't treat him well, I'll see about it. Give him a bed in that house where the orderlies stay." Bob Smiles grumbled and swore at me, and we went out, but there was nothing to do but to obey orders. He gave me a good place, and some coffee and bread, and I lay down pretending to go to sleep. I snored away like a good feller, and presently I heard someone come in. I looked a little out the corner of my eye, and see by the light of the fire that Bob Smiles was sneaking back. He watched me for a minute, and then put his hand on me. I was scared as I never was, for I thought he was after my precious yaller envelope. But I thought of my bowie knife, which I always carried out of sight in my bosom, and resolved that I would stick it in his heart, if he tried to take away my papers. But I never moved. He felt over me until he come to the pocket where I had the silver dollars, and then slipped his fingers in, and pulled them out one by one, just as gently as if he was smoothing the hair of a cat. I let him take them all, without moving a muscle. I was glad to have him take them. I knowed that he was playing poker somewhere, and had run out of cash, and would take my money and go back to his game. As soon as I heard his footsteps disappear in the distance, I got up and sneaked down to where the headquarters horses were tied. I must get a fresh one, because my own was played nearly out. He would never do to carry me over the rough roads I must ride before morning. But when I got there I saw a guard pacing up and down in front of them. I had not counted on this, and for a minute my heart stood still. There were no other horses anywheres around. I hesitated, looked up at headquarters, and saw the lights still burning, and made up my mind at once to risk everything on one desperate chance. I remembered that I had put in my envelope some blank sheets of paper, with headquarters, Army of the Frontier, and a rebel flag on them. There was a big fire burning over to the right, MIT no one near. I went up in the shadow of a tree, where I could see by the firelight, took out one of the sheets of paper and wrote on it an order to have a horse saddled for me at once. Then I slipped back so that it would look as if I was coming straight from headquarters, and walked up to the guard and handed him the order. He couldn't read a word, but he recognized the heading on the paper, and I told him the rest. He thought there was nothing for him to do but obey. While he was getting the horse I rode out, by the fire, a pass for myself through the guards. I was in a hurry, you bet, and it was all done mighty quick, and I was on the horse's back and started. I had lost all direction, but I knowed that I had to go generally to the northeast to get to General Curtis. But I got confused again, and found I was riding around and around the camp without getting out at all. I even come up again near the big fire, just where I rode out the pass. Just then what should I hear but Bob Smiles's voice. He had lost all his money, all my money, at poker, and was damning the fellers he had been playing with as cheats. He was not in a temper to meet, and I knowed he would see me if I went by the big fire. But I was desperate, and I stuck the spurs into my horse and he shot ahead. I heard Bob Smiles yell, "There is that Jew. Where is he going? Halt there. Stop him." I knowed that if I stopped now I would be hung sure. The only safety was to go as fast as I could. I dashed away, where I didn't know. Directly a guard halted me, but I showed him my pass, and he let me go on. While he was looking at it I strained my ears, and could hear horses galloping my way. I knowed it was Bob Smiles after me. My horse was a good one, and I determined to get on the main road and go as fast as I could. I could see by the campfires that I was now getting away from the army, and I began to hope that I was going north. I kept my horse running. Pretty soon the pickets halted me, but I didn't stop to answer them. I just bolted ahead. The chances of their shooting me wasn't as dreadful as of Bob Smiles catching me. They fired at me, but I galloped right through them, and through a rain of bullets that they sent after me. I felt better then, for I was confident I was out in the open country, but I kept my horse on the run. It seemed to me that I went 100 miles. Just as the day was breaking in the east, I heard a voice, with a strong German accent, call out the brush, "Halt! Who comes there?" I was so glad that I almost fainted, for I knowed that I'd reached General Siegel's pickets. I couldn't get my lips to answer. There came a lot of shots, and one of them struck my horse in the head, and he fell in the road, throwing me over his head. The pickets run out and picked me up. The German language sounded the sweetest I ever heard it. As soon as I could make myself talk, I answered them in German, and told them who I was. Then they couldn't do enough for me. They helped me back to where they could get an ambulance, in which they sent me to headquarters, for I was top weak to ride or walk a step. I handed my yellow envelope to General Curtis, got a dram of whiskey to keep me up while I answered his questions, and then went to sleep, and slept through the whole Battle of Pea Ridge. After the battle, General Curtis wanted to know how much he ought to pay me, but I told him that all I wanted was to serve the country, and I was already paid many times over, by helping him win a victory. But I concluded that there was too much Bob Smiles in that country for me, and I had better leave for some parts where I was not likely to meet him. So I crossed the Mississippi River, and joined General Rosecrans's headquarters. Chapter 5. The Boys Go Spying. On an expedition with Rosenbaum they make a capture. Mr. Rosenbaum's stories of adventure were not such as to captivate the boys with the career of a spy. But the long stay in camp was getting very tedious, and they longed for something to break the monotony of camp guard and work on the interminable fortifications. Therefore, when Mr. Rosenbaum came over one morning with a proposition to take them out on an expedition, he found them ready to go. He went to regimental headquarters, secured a detail for them, and returning to the Hoosiers' Rest, found the boys lugubriously pulling over a pile of homespun garments they had picked up among the teamsters and camp followers. "I suppose we've got to wear 'em, Shorty," said S.I., looking very disdainfully at a butternut-colored coat and vest. "But I'd heap rather wear a mustard plaster. I'd be a heap comfortabler." "I ain't myself finicky about clothes," answered Shorty. "I ain't no swell, never was. But somehow I've got a prejudice in favor of blue as a color, and egg and gray and brown. I only like gray and brown on a corpse. They make pretty grave clothes. I always like to bury a man what has butternut clothes on." "What are you doing with them dirty rags, boys?" asked Rosenbaum, in astonishment, as he surveyed the scene. "Why, we've got to wear 'em, haven't we, if we go out with you?" asked S.I. "You wear them when you go out with me, you disguise yourselves," said Rosenbaum, with fine scorn. "You play the devil in disguise. You can't disguise your tongues. That's the worst. Anybody'd catch on to that Indiany lingo first thing. You've got to speak like an educated man, speak like I do, to keep people from finding out where you're from. I speak correct English always. Nobody can tell where I'm from." The boys had hard work controlling their risibles over Mr. Rosenbaum's self-complacency. "What clothes are we to wear, then?" asked S.I., much puzzled. "Wear what you please, wear the clothes you have on, or anything else. This is not to be a full-dress affair. Gentlemen can attend in their working clothes if they want to. I don't understand, mumbled S.I. Of course you don't, said Rosenbaum gaily. If you did, you would know as much as I do, and I wouldn't have no advantage. All right, said Shorty. We've decided to go it blind. Go ahead. Fix it up to suit yourself. We are your huckleberries for anything that you can turn up. It all goes in our $13 a month. Okay, answered Rosenbaum. That's the right way. Trust me, and I will bring you out all straight. Now let me tell you something. When you captured me, after a hard struggle, as you remember, and he gave as much of a wink as his prominent Jewish nose would admit, I was an officer on General Roddy's staff. It was, and still is, my business to keep up express lines by which the rebels are supplied with quinine, medicines, gun caps, letters, giving information, and other things. And I do it. The boys opened their eyes wide, and could not restrain an exclamation of surprise. Now hold your horses, don't get excited, said Rosenbaum calmly. You don't know as much about war as I do, not by 100%. These things are always done in every war, and General Rosecrans understands the tricks of war better as any man in the army. He beats them all when it comes to getting information about the enemy. He knows that a dog that fetches must carry, and that the best way is to let a spy take a little to the enemy, and bring a good deal back. The trouble at the Battle of Stone River was that the spies took more to General Bragg than they brought to General Rosecrans. But General Rosecrans was new to the work then. It won't be so in future. He knows a great deal more about the rebels now than they know about him, thanks to such men as me. I don't know as we ought to have anything to do with this, Shorty, said S.I. dubiously. At least, we ought to inquire of the colonel first. That's all right, said Rosenbaum quickly. I've got the order from the colonel which will satisfy you. Read it yourself. He handed the order to S.I., who looked carefully at the printed heading. Headquarters, 200th IND, near Murfreesboro, 10. And then read the order aloud to Shorty. Corporal Josiah Klegg and one private, whom he may select, will report to Mr. Levi Rosenbaum for special duty, and will obey such orders and instructions as he may give, and on return report to these headquarters. By order of the Colonel. Philip Blake, Adjutant. That seems all straight. Shorty, said S.I., folding up the order and putting it in his pocket. Straight as a string, assented Shorty. I'm ready anyway. Go ahead, Mr. Cheap Clothing. I don't care much what it is, so long's it ain't shovelin' and diggin' on the fortifications. I'll go down to Tullahoma and pull old Bragg out of his tent rather than handle a pick and shovel any longer. Well, as I was going to tell you, I have been back to Tullahoma several times since you captured me, and I have got the express lines between here and there running pretty well. I have to tell them all sorts of stories how I got away from the Yankees. Luckily, I have a pretty good imagination, and can furnish them with first-class narratives. But there is one feller on the staff that I'm afraid of. His name is Polk Bolivar, and he is a terrible feller, I tell you. Always full of fight, and desperate when he gets into a fight. I've seen him bluff all those other fellers. He is a red-hot secessionist, and wants to kill every Yankee in the country. Of late he has seemed very suspicious of me, and has said lots of things that scared me. I want to settle him, either kill him or take him prisoner, and keep him away, so's I can feel greater ease when I'm in General Bragg's camp. I can't do that so long as I know he's around, for I feel that his eyes are on me, and that he's hunting some way to trip me up. I'm going out now to meet him, at a house about 5 miles from the lines. I have my pockets and the pockets on my saddles full of letters and things. Just outside the lines I will get some more. He will meet me and we will go back to Tullahoma together, that is, if he don't kill me before we get there. I have brought a couple of revolvers, in addition to your guns, for Polk Bolivar's a terrible feller to fight, and I want you to make sure of him. I'd take more'n 2 men out, but I'm afraid he'd get on to so many. I guess we 2 can handle him, said Shorty, slipping his belt into the holster of the revolver and buckling it on. Give us a fair show at him, and we don't want no help. I wouldn't mind having it out with Mr. Bolivar all by myself. Well, my plan is for you to go out by yourselves to that place where you were on picket. Then take the right-hand road through the creek bottom, as if you were going foraging. About 2 miles from the creek you will see a big hewed log house standing on the left of the road. You will know it by its having brick outside chimneys, and the doors painted blue and yaller. There's no other house in that country like it. You're to keep out of sight as much as you can. Directly you will see me come riding out, followed by a nigger riding another horse. I will go up to the house, jump off, tie my horse, go inside, and presently come out and tie a white cloth to a post on the porch. That will be a signal to Poke Bolivar, who will be watching from the hill a mile ahead. You will see him come in, get off his horse, and go into the house. By this time it will be dark, or nearly so. You slip up as quietly as you can, right by the house, hiding yourselves behind the lilacs. If the dogs run at you, bayonet them. You can look through the windows, and see me and Bolivar sitting by the fire talking, and getting ready to start for Tullahoma as soon as the nigger who is cooking our supper in the kitchen outside gets it ready and we eat it. You can wait till you see us sit down to eat supper, and then jump us. Better wait until we are pretty near through supper, for I'll be very hungry, and want all I can get to keep me up for my long ride. You run in and order us to surrender. I'll jump up and blaze away with my revolver, but you needn't pay much attention to me, only be careful not to shoot me. While you are tending to Bolivar, I'll get on my horse and skip out. You can kill Bolivar, or take him back to camp with you, or do anything that you please, so long's you keep him away from Tullahoma. You understand now? Perfectly, said Shorty. I think we can manage it, and it looks like a pretty good arrangement. You are to get away, and we're to get Mr. Bolivar. Those two things are settled. Any change in the evening's program will depend on Mr. Bolivar. If he wants a fight, he can get whole gobs of it. Going over the plan again, to make sure that the boys understood it, and cautioning them once more as to the sanguinary character of Poke Bolivar, Mr. Rosenbaum started for his horse. He had gone but a little ways when he came back with his face full of concern. I like you boys better than I can tell you, he said, taking their hands affectionately, and I never would forgive myself if you got hurt. Do you think that two of you'll be able to manage Poke Bolivar? If you're not sure, I'll get another man to help you. I think that I had better anyway. Oh, go along with you, said Shorty scornfully. Don't worry about us and Mr. Bolivar. I'd stack S.I. Klegg up against any man that ever wore gray, in any sort of a scrimmage he could put up, and I'm a better man than S.I. You just favor us with a meeting with Mr. Bolivar, and then get out o' the way. If it wasn't for dividing up fair with my partner here, I'd go out by myself and tackle Mr. Bolivar. You carry out your share of the plan, and don't worry about us. Rosenbaum's countenance brightened, and he hastened to mount and away. The boys shouldered their guns and started out for the long walk. They followed Rosenbaum's directions carefully, and arrived in sight of the house, which they recognized at once, and got into a position from which they could watch its front. Presently they saw Rosenbaum come riding along the road and stop in front of the house. He tied his horse to a scraggy locust tree, went in, and then reappeared and fastened the signal to a post supporting the roof of the porch. They had not long to wait for the answer. Soon a horseman was seen descending from the distant hill. As he came near, he was anxiously scanned, and appeared a cavalier so redoubtable as to fully justify Rosenbaum's apprehensions. He was a tall, strongly built young man, who sat on his spirited horse with easy and complete mastery of him. Even at that distance it could be seen that he was heavily armed. Looks like a genuine fighter, and no mistake, said S.I., examining the caps on his revolver. He'll be a stiff one to tackle. We must be very careful not to let him get the drop on us, said Shorty. He looks quicker and lightnin', and I've no doubt that he can shoot like Daniel Boone. We might drop him from here with our guns, he added suggestively. No, said S.I. That wouldn't be fair. And it wouldn't be the way Rosenbaum wants it done. He's got his reasons for the other way. Besides, I'd be a great deal better satisfied in my mind if I could have it out with him, hand to hand. It'd sound so much better in the regiment. Guess that's so, assented Shorty. Well, let's sneak up to the house. When they got close to the house, they saw that it had been deserted. There were no dogs or other domestic animals about, and this allowed them to get under the shade of the lilacs without discovery. The only inmates were Rosenbaum and Bolivar, who were seated before a fire, which Rosenbaum had built in the big fireplace in the main room. The Negro was busy cooking supper in the outbuilding which served as a kitchen. The glass was broken out the window, and they could hear the conversation between Rosenbaum and Bolivar. It appeared that Rosenbaum had been making a report of his recent doings, to which Bolivar listened with a touch of disdain mingled with suspicion. The Negro brought in the supper, and the men ate it sitting by the fire. "I declare," said Bolivar, stopping with a piece of bread and meat in one hand and a tin cup of coffee in the other, "that for a man who is devoted to the South you can mix up with these Yankees with less danger to yourself and to them than any man I ever knew. You never get hurt, and you never hurt any of them. That's a queer thing for a soldier. War means hurting people, and getting hurt yourself. It means taking every chance to hurt some of the enemy. I never miss any opportunity of killing a Yankee, no matter what I may be doing, or what the risk is to me. I can't help myself. Whenever I see a Yankee in range, I let him have it. I never go near their lines without killing at least one." Shorty's thumb played a little with his gunlock, but S.I. restrained him with a look. "Well," said Rosenbaum, "I hates the enemy as badly as anyone can, but I always have business more important at the time than killing men. I want to get through with what I have to do, and let other men do the killing. There's enough gentlemen like you for that work." "No, there's not enough," said Bolivar savagely. "It's treasonable for you to say so. Our enemies outnumber us everywhere. It is the duty of every true Southern man to kill them off at every chance, like he would rattlesnakes and wolves. You are either not true to the South, or you hain't the right kind of grit. Why, you have told me yourself that you let 2 Yankees capture you, without firing a shot. Think of it, a Confederate officer captured by 2 Yankee privates, without firing a shot." "They had the dead drop on me," murmured Rosenbaum. "If I had moved, they'd killed me sure." "Dead drop on you," repeated Bolivar scornfully. "2 men with muskets have the dead drop on you. And you had a carbine and a revolver. Why, I have ridden into a nest of 10 or 15 Yankees, who had me covered with their guns. I killed 3 of them, wounded 3 others, and run the rest away with my empty revolver. If I'd had another revolver, not one would have got away alive. I always carry 2 revolvers now. I think our guns'll be in the way in that room," said Shorty, sodding his down. His face bore a look of stern determination. "They're too long. I'm itching to have it out with that feller hand to hand. We'll rush in. You pretend to be going for Rosenbaum and leave me to have it out with Mr. Bolivar. Don't you mix in at all. If I don't settle him, he ought to be allowed to go." "No," said S.I. decisively. "I'm your superior officer, and it's my privilege to have the first shy at him. I'll tend to him. I want a chance single-handed at a man that talks that way. You take care of Rosenbaum. We mustn't dispute," said Shorty, stooping down and picking up a couple of straws. "Here, pull. The feller that gets the longest tends to Bolivar, the other to Rosenbaum." S.I. drew and left the longer straw in Shorty's hand. They drew their revolvers and rushed for the room, Shorty leading. Rosenbaum and Bolivar sprang up in alarm at the sound of their feet on the steps, and drew their revolvers. "Surrender, you infernal rebels!" shouted the boys, as they bolted through the door. With the quickness of a cat, Rosenbaum had sidled near the door through which they had come. Suddenly he fired 2 shots into the ceiling, and sprang through the door so quickly that S.I. had merely the chance to fire a carefully aimed shot through the top of his hat. S.I. jumped toward the door again, and fired a shot in the air, for still further make-believe. He would waste no more, but reserve the other 4 for Bolivar, if he should need them. Shorty confronted Bolivar with fierce eyes and leveled revolver, eagerly watching every movement and expression. The rebel was holding his pistol pointed upward, and his eyes looked savage. As his eyes met Shorty's, the latter was amazed to see him close the left with a most emphatic wink. Seeing this was recognized, the rebel fired 2 shots into the ceiling, and motioned with his left hand to S.I. to continue firing. without quite understanding. SI fired again. The rebel gave a terrific yell and fired a couple of shots out the window. Do the same, he said to Shorty, who complied, as SI had done, in half comprehension. The rebel handed his revolver to Shorty, stepped to the window, and listened. There came the sounds of 2 horses galloping away on the hard, rocky road. He's gone, and taken the nigger with him, he said contentedly, turning from the window, and giving another fierce yell. Better fire the other 2 shots out of that pistol, to hurry him along. Shorty fired the remaining shots out of the rebel's revolver. What regiment do you belong to, boys? Asked Bolivar calmly. The 200th IND, answered SI, without being able to control his surprise. A very good regiment, said the rebel. What's your company? Company Q, answered SI. Who's your colonel? Colonel Duckworth. Who's your captain? Captain McGillicuddy. All right, said the rebel, with an air of satisfaction. I asked those questions to make sure you were genuine Yankees. One can't be too careful in my business. I'm in the United States Secret Service, and have to be constantly on the watch to keep it from being played on me by men pretending to be Yankees when they are rebels, and rebels when they are Yankees. I always make it the first point to ask them the names of their officers. I know almost all the officers in command on both sides. You in the Secret Service? Exploded the boys. They were on the point of adding, too, but something whispered to them not to betray Rosenbaum. Yes, answered Bolivar. I've just come from Tullahoma, where I've been around Bragg's headquarters. I wanted to get inside our lines, but I was puzzled how to do it. That Jew you've just run off bothered me. I wish to the Lord you'd killed him. I'm more afraid of him than any other man in Bragg's army. He's smart as a briar, always nosing around where you don't want him, and anxious to do something to commend him to headquarters, Jew-like. I've thought he suspected me, for he'd been paying special attention to me for some weeks. 2 or 3 times I'd been on the point of tailing him into the woods somewhere and killing him, and so get rid of him. It's all right now. He'll go back to Tullahoma with a fearful story of the fight I made against you, and that I am probably killed. I'll turn up there in a week or 2 with my own story, and I'll give him fits for having skipped out and left me to fight you 2 alone. Say, it's a good ways to camp. Let's start at once, for I want to get to headquarters as soon as possible. You've got another revolver there, said SI, who had prudently reloaded his own weapon. That's so, said Bolivar, pulling it out. You can take and carry it, or I'll take the cylinder out, if you are not convinced about me. You'd better let me carry it, said Shorty, shoving the revolver in his own belt. These are queer times, and one can't be too careful with rebels who claim to be Yankees, and Yankees who claim to be rebels. They trudged back to camp, taking turns riding the horse. When the rebel rode, however, one of the boys walked alongside with the bridle in his hand. All doubts as to Bolivar's story were dispelled by his instant recognition by the provost marshal, who happened to be at the picket post when they reached camp. The longer I live, remarked Shorty, as they made their way along to the Hoosiers' Rest, and I seem to live a little longer every day, the less I seem to understand about this war. Shorty spoke as if he had had an extensive acquaintance with wars. The only thing that I've come to be certain about, assented SI, is that you sometimes most always can't generally tell. And they proceeded to get themselves some supper, accompanying the work of denunciations of the commissary for the kind of rations he was drawing for the regiment, and of the orderly sergeant for his letting the other orderlies euchre him out of the company's fair share. Chapter 6. Letter from Home. The deacon's troubles in getting home with Abraham Lincoln. One morning the orderly sergeant handed SI the following letter. Dear son, I got home safely a week ago, thanks to all protecting Providence, likewise to about 175 pound of tough and healthy Josiah Klegg. Providence helped right along, but it took 50-year-old Injini Hickory and Whitleather to pull through some of the tight places. Abraham Lincoln is as strong as an ox, but I never thought that anything that didn't wear horns or chew the cud could be so measly dumb. He can eat as much as buck or off steer, and I declare I don't believe he knows any more. We had only been on the train long enough for Abe to finish up the whole of the 3 days' rations you provided us with to last us home, when I noticed that blowhard Billings was on board. He was still dressed in full uniform, and playin' off officer yit, but I happened to recollect that he was no officer no more, and it was lucky that I done so. He was lookin' at me and Abe hard with them mean, fatfish eyes ov his'n. Just as a matter ov precaution, I make Abe change seats with me and take the inside. Billings came up. You know what I thought ov him old, and there's never been any love lost betwixt us since I stopped him cheatin' poor Eli Mitchell out in his plow team. I told him then that the coppers on a dead nigger's eyes wasn't safe when he was around, and I wouldn't trust him easy I could sling a bull by the tail. He got mad at this and never got over it. I never encouraged him to. I wouldn't feel satisfied with myself if he wasn't mad at me. I couldn't change my opinion, even when he tried to steal into respectability by going into the army. I knowed he'd do anything but fight, and wouldn't be been surprised any day by hearing that him and the other mules in camp had disappeared together. Presently Billings he come up very cordial like and says, "Howdy, Deacon. I hope you air very well." I told him I was tolerable pert, and he says, "I see a man in the 3rd car forward that was inquiring for you, and wanted to see you powerful bad." "That's so?" says I, unconcerned like. "Yes," says he. "He was awful anxious to see you, and I said I'd send you to him if I come across you." Somehow, I dropped onto it in a minute that he was schemin' to get me away from Abraham Lincoln. "Well," says I, "it's about easy for me forward to him as it is for him back here to me. I don't know as I want to see him at all. If he wants to see me so bad, let him come back here. I think I'd go forward and see him," said Billings, sort of impatient like. "You'll have no trouble finding him. He's in the 3rd car from here, up at the front end, right-hand side, next to the water cooler. He inquired most particularly for you. Probably he wants 2 Bory money," says I, without stirrin'. "Men that want particularly to see me always do. Well, I hain't got none to lend, hain't got no more, and LL talk me home. You'd better go forward and see him," he said very bossy-like, as if he was orderin' me. "I'd better stay right here, and I'm goin' to stay," says I, so decided that Billings see that it was no use. His patience gave clean away. "Look here, Klegg," said he, mad as a hornet. "I'm after that nigger you're trying to steal away into Indiany, and by the holy poker I'm goin' to have him. Come along here, you black ape." And he laid his hand on Abe Lincoln's collar. Abe showed the white of his eyes as big as Buckeyes, put his arm around the piece betwixt the winders, and held on for dear life. I see by the grip he took that the only way to get him was to tear out the side of the car, and I thought I'd let them tussle it out for a minute or two. The others in the car, who thought it great fun to see a lieutenant colonel wrastlin' with a nigger, laughed and yelled, "Go it, nigger! Go it, colonel! Grab a root! I'll bet on the nigger if the car is stout onif!" and sich. Just then Groundhog come runnin' up to help Billings, and reached over and catched Abe, but I hit him a good biff with the musket that changed his mind. Billings turned on me, and called out to the others, "Men, I order you to arrest this man and tie him up." Some of them seemed amine to obey, but I sung out, "Feller citizens, he ain't no officer, no more'n I am. He ain't got no right to wear shoulder straps, and he knows it as well as I do." At this they all turned agin him and began yellin' at him to put his head in a bag. He turned to me savage as a meat axe, but I catched him by the throat and bent him back over the seat. The provost guard come up, and I explained it to them, and showed my passes for me and Abe. So they made us all sit down and keep quiet. Bimeby we got to Nashville. Abe Lincoln was hungry, and I stopped to get him something to eat. My gracious, the lot of ham and eggs at 50 cents a plate, and sandwiches at 25 cents a piece that contraband can eat. He never seemed to get full. He looked longingly at the pies, but I let him look. I wasn't runnin' no Astor House in connection with the Freedmen's Bureau. We walked through the city, crossed on the ferry, and was just gettin' in the cars which was about ready to start, when up comes Billings agin, with 2 or 3 other men in citizens' clothes. One of these claps his hand on my shoulder and says, I'm a constable, and I arrest you in the name of the state of Tennessee for abducting a slave. Make no trouble, but come along with me. I just shook him off, and clumb onto the platform, pulling Abe after me. The constable and his men followed us, but I got Abe Lincoln inside the door, shut it, and made him put his shoulders in it. The constable and his 2 assistants was butting away at it, and me grinning at them when the train pulled off, and they had to jump off. I begin to think there was something good in Abe Lincoln, after all, and when we stopped at an eatin' place, about halfway to Louisville, and Abe looked at the grub as if he hadn't had a mouthful since the war begun, I busted a $2 bill all 2 pieces getting him a little supper. If I was going into the business of freeing slaves, I'd want to have a mule train haulin' grub following me at every step. Abe was awful hungry again when we reached Louisville, but I found a place where $1 would buy him enough pork and beans to probably last him over the river. But I'd begun to be afraid that some nosin' pryin' Mike Medler might make trouble in getting Abe safely across the Ohio. I took him to a house, and laid it down strong to him that he must stay inside all day, and to make sure I bargained with the woman to keep him eating as much as she could. I ruined a $5 bill, and even then Abe looked as if he could hold some more. I've always made it a pint to lend to the Lord for the benefit of the heathen as much as my means would allow, but I begun to think that my missionary contributions this year would beat what I was laying out on my family. After it got dark, me and Abe meandered down through the streets to the ferry. There wasn't many people out, except soldiers, and I've got to feel pretty much at home with them. They seem more likely to think more nearly my way than folks in everyday clothes. There was quite a passel of soldiers on the wharf boat waitin' for the ferry when we got there. They saw at once that I had probably been down to the front to see my son, and some of them asked me to what regiment he belonged. When I told them the 200th Indiana Volunteer Infantry, they all made friends with me at once, for they said they knowed it was a good regiment. By a big, important-looking man, with a club with a silver head for a cane, come elbowing through the crowd and scowling at everybody as if he owned the wharf boat and all on it. He stopped in front of Abraham Lincoln and says very sharp and cross, "Boy, where did you come from?" Abe didn't say nothin'. His eyes got all white, he grinned sort of scared like, showed his white teeth, and looked sickly over at me. I spoke up and says, "I brung him along with me from Murfreesboro. So I s'posed," said he. "He's a slave you're trying to steal from his master. You can't do it. I'll just take charge of him myself. That's my duty here." And he catched hold of Abraham Lincoln's collar. Abe, in his scare, put out his arms to catch hold of something, and throwed them around the big important man, and lifted him clean off'n his feet. I never before realized how strong Abe was. The soldiers gathered around, pretty mad, and then laughin' and yellin' when they see the man in Abe's arms. Suddenly someone hollered, "Throw him overboard! Throw him in the river!" Abe was wuss scared than ever when he found he had the man in his arms. He was afeard to hold on, and still more afeard to let go. He heard them hollerin', and thought he had to do just as they said, and begun edgin' toward the river. The man got more scared than Abe. He began kickin' and wrigglin' and hollerin', "Don't let him do it! Help me! I can't swim a lick!" At this the men hollered worse'n ever. "Throw him in the river! Duck him! Baptize him! Drown him!" I'm a Baptist, but I don't believe in immersion unless the convert has been prepared for it, and is willin', which either this man was. I stepped forward to make Abe let him down, but before T could do anything Abe had got to the edge of the wharf boat and let go, and plunk went the man into about 10 foot of water. Abe, scared now nearly to death, stood there with his eyes bigger'n sassers and whiter'n goose eggs. In a minute the man come up, sputterin' and hollerin'. A big sergeant, with his left arm in a sling, reached over and catch at him by the collar and held his head above water. "If I pull you out, will you promise to go out of the nigger-cotchin' business forever?" asked the sergeant. "Pull me out and then I'll talk to you," says the man grabbin' for the slippery sides of the wharf boat. "No, I won't," said the sergeant, sosin' him under water agin. Yes, yes, I'll promise, says the man, when he come up agin. Will you swear it? Asked the sergeant. Yes, I'll swear it before a justice of the peace. Will you swear to support the Constitution of the United States agin all enemies and opposers whatsoever, and vote for Abraham Lincoln every time? Asked the sergeant. I'll take the oath of allegiance, says the man, sputtering the water out of his mouth. But I'll never vote for that abolition ape as long as I live. Then down you go, says the sergeant, sousing him again. Yes, yes, I'll vote for Abe Lincoln, and anybody else, if you'll only pull me out, said the man, in a tired tone of voice, when he come up agin. I begin to see that immersion had a great deal of good in it, even if a man isn't prepared and willin'. Will you swear to always love a nigger as a man and a brother, until death do you part, and aid and comfort all them who are tryin' to get away from slavery? Asked the sergeant. Damned if I will, says the man. No nigger can ever be a brother to me. I'll die first. Then you'll die right now, says the sergeant, sending him down as far as his long arm would reach and holding him there until I was scared for fear he was really going to drown the man. When he brung him up, the man whimpered, Yes, only pull me out, save my life, and I'll do anything you want. By this time the ferry boat had come up. We got aboard and crossed over to Ingeni, and I felt so glad at being on my native soil once more that I took Abe up to the eatin' stand, and blowed in $1 filling up the vacant places in his hide. When we tried to get on the train there come another trouble. The conductor wouldn't let him ride in the car with white folks, not even in the smoking car. He made him go into the baggage car. Abe was so scared about leaving me for a minute in that strange country that I tried to go into the baggage car with him, but the conductor wouldn't let me. He said it was agin the rules for passengers to ride in the baggage cars, but Abe could go in there, same as dogs, prize poultry, and household pets. I tried to joke with him, telling him that in some places I was considered a household pet, but he said I'd have to get another mug on me before he could believe it. One of Zeke Biltner's hogs ditched the train just before we got home, and turned the baggage car over. Some crates of eggs was smashed over Abraham Lincoln, and he was a sight to behold. He was awfully scared, though, and begged me to let him go the rest of the way on foot. He said he was 1,000 years older than when he left his old massa, and I could understand what he meant. I found your mother and the girls bright and chipper and just tickled to death to see me safe back. They asked me so many questions about you and Shorty that my head buzzed like a beehive. It is hard to get away from them to tend to my spring work, but I've made an arrangement to give them an hour mornin' and evenin' to answerin' questions. I think this will keep me pretty busy till the snow flies agin. Wheat is lookin' surprisingly well, though I found some bare places in the north field. I think we'll have a fair crop of apples and peaches. Your colt is growin' up the prettiest thing that ever went on 4 legs, and jumped an 8-rail fence. My hogs wintered in good shape, and pork is risin'. They have the measles over on the crick, and school's broke up. Bill scripts out agin for sheriff, and I s'pose I'll have to turn to agin and beat him. Singular that he'll never know when he's got enough. If anything, Abraham Lincoln's appetite has been improved by Wabash air. I wasn't going to have the Vim men folks wear theirselves out cookin' for him. So I fixed up a place for him in the old log house, and took him over some sides of meat, a few bushel of potatoes, a jug of sorghum molasses, and every time Mother bakes she sends over some leaves of bread. I just turned him loose there. He seems to be very happy, and we hear him singin' and yellin' most all the time when he's by hisself. He's a good worker when I stand right over him, and he'll lift and dig as patient as an ox. But he hain't no more sense about goin' ahead by hisself than a steer has, and the moment my back's turned he stops work. I am afeard I've got a job on my hands makin' a first-class farmer out of him. But if that's my share of the work that Providence has chalked out for me, there's nothin' left for me but to go ahead and do it in fear and tremblin'. No more from your affectionate father. P.S. Give my best respects to Shorty. Chapter 7. Corn pone and buttermilk. S.I. and Shorty go foraging and are captured and robbed. S.I. and Shorty got the common feeling of men of some months' service, that they had fully mastered the art of war, and that there was little, if anything, left for them to learn. It did not take some men even so long as months to acquire this pleasant idea of themselves. Some entered the army feeling quite capable of giving advice to the oldest general in it, and they were not slow about offering their opinions. Si and Shorty had had successes enough since their enlistment to develop a self-confidence which might be pardoned if it expanded into self-sufficiency and vanity. The 200th IND had been sent out on a reconnaissance toward Shelbyville. No sign of rebels in force developed in any direction, and Si and Shorty got permission to go off on a little scout of their own. "No use huntin' rebels with a brass band," said Si, who, since his association with Mr. Rosenbaum, had gotten some idea that stealth and cunning were efficient war powers. "We can just slip around out here somewhere, and if there is any rebels, find 'em, and get more information than the whole regiment kin. I'm not so thirsty for information and rebels as I am for some fresh buttermilk," said Shorty. "Somehow, I've been hankering for buttermilk and cornpone for days. I hain't had any for a coon's age, and it'd go mighty good as a change from camp rations. Buttermilk and rebels sometimes grow near together. You look for one, I'll look for the other. Meb we can get both. I wouldn't mind having some buttermilk and cornpone myself," said Si. "But I'd like much better to drop on some rebels somewhere, and bring 'em into camp, and show that we can get more information than the whole regiment kin." "All right," assented Shorty. "Ask the captain to let us go. I'll be bound we'll find something worth going for, if it's no more'n a chicken for the captain's supper. I'd like to take in one for him. He's been mighty good to me and you in several ways, and I'd like to show him that we appreciate it." As the regiment had gone as far as ordered without discovering anything that in the least threatened the peace in that portion of Tennessee, it would start on its return, after the men had rested and had dinner. Si and Shorty, consequently, had no difficulty in securing the desired permission. They cut off through a side road, which gave promise of leading into a better settled part of the country than that they had been traversing. A mile or so of walking brought them in sight of the substantial chimneys of a farmhouse showing above the trees. A glimpse of a well-fenced field roused warm hopes in Shorty's heart. "Now I think we're comin' to a better thing than we've ever struck before," said he, as they stopped and surveyed the prospect. "We've got out o' the barren plateaus and into the rich farming country. That's likely a farm just like they have up in Injiny, and it's way off where they hain't knowed nothin' o' the war. No soldiers ever anigh 'em, and they've just got lots and plenty o' everything. They've got a great big barnyard full o' chickens and turkeys, pigs and geese and guineas. There, you kin hear the guineas hollerin' now. There's cows layin' in the shade chawin' the cud, while their calves are cavortin' around in the sun, hogs rootin' in the woods pasture, horses and sheep in the medder, and everything like it is at home. And down a little ways from the house there's a cool spring house, with clear, cold water wellin' up and ripplin' out over the clean, white sand, with crocks o' fresh milk setting in it with cream half an inch thick, and big jars o' buttermilk from the last churnin', and piggins o' fresh butter, and meb a big crock full o' smearcase. Si, do you like smearcase?" "'Deed I do," answered Si, his mouth watering at the thought. "My goodness, you just orter eat some o' Mother's smearcase. She just lays over all the women in the country for smearcase. Many's the time I've come in hot and sweatin' from the field, and got a thick slice o' bread clear across the loaf from one o' the girls, and went down to our spring house and spread it with fresh butter, and then put a thick layer o' smearcase on top o' that, and then got about a quart o' cool milk, that was half cream, from one o' the crocks, and then—" "Shut up, Si!" shouted Shorty, desperately. "Do you want me to bang you over the head with my musket? Do you s'pose I can stand everything? But I believe there's just such a spring house down there, and we'll find it plumb full o' all them sort o' things. Le's mosey on. Do you think there's any rebels around here?" said Si, the caution which experience had taught him making a temporary reassertion of itself. "Nah," said Shorty, contemptuously. "There ain't no rebel this side o' the Duck River, unless some straggler, who'd run if he saw us. If we catch sight o' one we'll take him into camp, just to gratify you. But I ain't lookin' for none. Buttermilk and cornpone's what I want." The scene was certainly peaceful enough to justify Shorty's confidence. A calmer, quieter landscape could not have been found in the whole country. A Negro was plowing in a distant field, with occasional sonorous yells to his team. He did not seem to notice the soldiers, nor did a gray-haired white man who was sitting on the fence superintending him. A couple of negresses were washing the family linen by a fire under a large kettle on the creek bank, at some distance from the house, and spreading the cleansed garments out on the grass to dry and bleach. Cattle and horses were feeding on the fresh spring grass and sheep browsing on the bushes on the hillside. Hens cackled and roosters crowed. The guineas, ever on the lookout, announced their approach with shrill, crackling notes. 2 or 3 dogs waked up and barked lazily at them as they walked up the path to where an elderly, spectacled woman sat on the porch knitting. She raised her eyes and threw her spectacles on top of her head, and looked curiously at them. Whatever faint misgivings S.I. might have had vanished at the utter peacefulness of the scene. It was so like the old home that he had left that he could not imagine that war existed anywhere near. It seemed as if the camp at Murfreesboro and the bloody field of Stone River must be 1,000 miles away. The beds of roses and pinks which bordered the walk were the same as decorated the front yard at home. There were the same clumps of snowballs and lilacs at the corners of the house. "Howdy, gentlemen," said the woman, as they came up. It seemed almost a wrong and insult to be carrying deadly arms in the presence of such a woman, and S.I. and Shorty let their guns slip down, as if they were rather ashamed of them. "Good day, ma'am," said Shorty, taking off his hat politely and wiping his face. "We're looking around to get some corn pone and buttermilk, and didn't know but what you might let us have some. We're willin' to pay for it. If you want suthin' to eat," said the woman promptly, "I can gin it to ye. I never turn no hungry man away from my door. Wait a minute and I'll bring ye some." She disappeared inside the house, and S.I. remarked to Shorty, "Your head's level this time, as it generally is. We'll get something that's worthwhile comin' after." The woman reappeared with a couple of good-sized corn dodgers in her hand. "This appears to be all the bread that's left over from dinner," she said, "and the meat's all gone. But the wenches'll be through their washin' putty soon, and then I'll have them cook ye some more, if ye'll wait." "Thank ye, ma'am," said Shorty. "We can't wait. This'll be a plenty, if we can only get some buttermilk to go with it. We don't want no meat. We get plenty o' that in camp." "You can have all the buttermilk you want to drink," she answered, "if you'll go down to the spring house thar and get it. It's fresh, and you'll find a gourd right beside o' the jar. I'd go with you, but it allers gives me rheumatiz to go nigh the spring house." "Don't bother, ma'am, to go with us," said Shorty politely. "We are very much obliged to you, indeed, and we can make out by ourselves. How much do we owe you?" And he pulled a greenback $1 from his pocket. Nothin' at all," said the woman hastily. "I don't sell vittles. Never thought o' sich a thing. You're welcome to all ye can eat any time." "Well, take the money, and let us catch a couple of them chickens there," said Shorty, laying down the bill on the banister rail. After a little demur the woman finally agreed to this, and picked up the money. The boys selected 2 fat chickens, ran them down, wrung their necks, and after repeating their thanks, took their bread and started for the spring house. They found it the coolest and most inviting place in the world on a hot, tiresome day, just such a spot as Shorty had described. It was built of rough stones, and covered with a moss-grown roof. A copious spring poured out a flood of clear, cool water, which flowed over white pebbles and clean-looking sand until it formed a crest-bordered rivulet just beyond the house. In the water sat crocks of fresh milk, a large jar of buttermilk, and buckets of butter. The looks, the cool, pure freshness of the place, were delightful contrasts from the tiresome smells and appearances of the camp kitchens. The boys reveled in the change. They forgot all about war's alarms, stood their rifles up against the side of the spring house, washed their dust-grimed faces and hands in the pure water, dried them with their handkerchiefs, and prepared to enjoy their meal. How good the buttermilk tasted along with the cornpone! The fresh milk was also sampled, and some of the butter spread upon their bread. S.I. even went to the point of declaring that it was almost as good as the things he used to eat at home, which was the highest praise he could possibly give to any food. Si never found anywhere victuals or cooking to equal that of his mother. He was pointing out to Shorty, as they munched, the likenesses and unlikenesses of this spring house to that on the Wabash, when they were startled by the stern command. "Surrender there, you infernal Yankees!" They looked up with startled eyes to stare into a dozen muskets leveled straight at their heads from the willow thickets. Corn dodgers and milk gourds dropped into the water as they impulsively jumped to their feet. "If UNS move, we UNSLL blow the lights out in UNS!" shouted the leader of the rebels. "Hold up your hands!" It was a moment of the most intense anguish that either of them had ever known. Their thoughts were lightning-like in rapidity. The rebel muzzles were not a rod away, their aim was true, and it would be madness to risk their fire, for it meant certain death. The slightest move toward resistance was suicide. Si gave a deep groan, and up went his hands at the same moment with Shorty's. The rebels rushed out of the clump of willows behind which they had crept up on the boys, and surrounded them. Two snatched up their guns, and the others began pulling off their haversacks and other personal property as their own shares of the booty. In the midst of this, Si looked around, and saw the woman standing near calmly knitting. "You ain't so afeard o' rheumatism all at once," he said bitterly. "My rheumatiz has spells, young man, same easy other people's," she answered, pulling one of the needles out, and counting the stitches with it. "Sometimes it is better, and sometimes it is wuss. Jest now it is a great deal better, thankee. I only wished I could toll the whole Yankee army to destruction easy you was. My, but you walked right in, like the fly to the spider. I never had nothin' do my rheumatiz so much good." And she cackled with delight. "When you get through," she continued, addressing the leader of the rebels, "come up to the house, and I'll have some dinner cooked for ye. I know ye're powerful tired and hungry. I s'pose nothin' need be cooked for them." And she pointed her knitting needle contemptuously at Si and Shorty. "Old Satan will be pervidin' fur them. I'll take these along to cook for ye." She gathered up the dead chickens and stalked back to the house. "Yef, we're gwine to shoot the UNS Lees take the UNS over thar on the knoll, where the UNS won't spile nothin'," said one evil-looking man, who had just ransacked these pockets and appropriated everything in them. "Hit'd be too bad to kill the UNS here right in sight o' the house. Lemme see them letters, Bushrod," said the leader, snatching a package of letters and Annabel's picture out of the other's hand. "Meb thar's some news in them that the captain like to have." Si gnashed his teeth as he saw the cherished missives rudely torn open and scanned, and especially when the amber-type case was opened and Annabel's features made the subject of coarse comment. The imminent prospect of being murdered had a much lighter pang. While the letters and amber type were being looked over, the process of robbery was going on. One had snatched C's cap, another had pulled off his blouse, and there was a struggle as to who should have possession of his new government shoes, which were regarded as a great prize. Si had resisted this spoliation, but was caught from behind and held, despite his kicks and struggles, while the shoes were pulled off. Shorty was treated in the same way. In a few minutes both, exhausted by their vigorous resistance, were seated on the ground, with nothing left on them but their pantaloons, while their captors were quarreling over the division of their personal effects, and as to what disposition was to be made of them. In the course of the discussion the boys learned that they had been captured by a squad of young men from the immediate neighborhood, who had been allowed to go home on furlough, had been gathered together when the regiment appeared, and had been watching every movement from safe coverts. They had seen Si and Shorty leave, and had carefully dogged their steps until such moment as they could pounce on them. "Smart as we thought we was," said Si bitterly. "We played right into their hands. They tracked us down jest as if we'd been a couple o' rabbits, and ketched us jest when they wanted us." He gave a groan which Shorty echoed. Bushrod and two others were for killing the two boys then and there and ending the matter. "They orter be killed right here," said Bushrod to the leader. "They deserve it, and we UNS hain't got no time to fool. We UNS can't take the UNS back with we UNS, if we wanted to, and I for one don't want to. I'd easy soon have a rattlesnake around me." But Ike, the leader, was farther seeing. He represented to the others the vengeance the Yankees would take on the people of the neighborhood if they murdered the soldiers. This developed another party, who favored taking the prisoners to some distance and killing them there, so as to avoid the contingency that Ike had set forth. Then there were propositions to deliver them over to the guerrilla leaders, to be disposed of as they pleased. Finally, it occurred to Ike that they were talking entirely too freely before the prisoners, unless they intended to kill them outright, for they were giving information in regard to the position and operations of rebel bands that might prove dangerous. He drew his squad off a little distance to continue the discussion. At first they kept their eyes on the prisoners and their guns ready to fire, but as they talked they lost their watchful attitude in the eagerness of making their points. Si looked at Shorty, and caught an answering gleam. Like a flash both were on their feet and started on a mad rush for the fence. Bushrod saw them start, and fired. His bullet cut off a lock of C's auburn hair. Others fired as fast as they could bring their guns up, and the bullets sang viciously around, but none touched the fugitives. Their bare feet were torn by the briars as they ran, but they thought not of these. They plunged into the blackberry briars along the fence, climbed it, and gained the road some distance ahead of their pursuers, who were not impelled by the fear of immediate death to spur them on. Up the road went Si and Shorty with all the speed that willpower could infuse into their legs. Some of the rebels stopped to reload, the others ran after. A score of noisy dogs suddenly waked up and joined in the pursuit. The old white man mounted his horse and came galloping toward the house. On the boys ran, gaining, if anything, upon the foremost of the rebels. The dogs came nearer, but before they could do any harm the boys halted for an instant, and poured such a volley of stones into them that they ran back lamed and yelping. The fleetest-footed of the rebels, who was the sanguinary Bushrod, also came within a stone's throw, and received a well-aimed boulder from C's muscular hand full in his face. This cheered the boys so that they ran ahead with increased speed, and finally gained the top of the hill from which they had first seen the farmhouse. They looked back and saw their enemies still after them. Ike had taken the old man's horse and was coming on a gallop. They knew he had a revolver, and shivered at the thought. But both stooped and selected the best stones to throw, to attack him with as soon as he came within range. They halted a minute to get their breath and nerve for the good effort. Ike had reached a steep, difficult part of the road, where his horse had to come down to a walk and pick his way. "Now, Si," said Shorty, "throw for your life, if you never did before. I'm going to get him. You take his horse's head. Aim for that white blaze in his forehead." Si concentrated his energy into one supreme effort. He could always beat the rest of the boys in throwing stones, and now his practice was to save him. He flung the smooth, round pebble with terrific force, and it went true to its mark. The horse reared with his rider just at the instant that a boulder from Shorty's hand landed on Ike's breast. The rebel fell to the ground, and the boys ran on. At the top of the next hill they saw the regiment marching leisurely along at the foot of the hill. It was so unexpected a deliverance that it startled them. It seemed so long since they had left the regiment that it might have been clear back to Nashville. They yelled with all their remaining strength, and tore down the hill. Company Q saw them at once, and at the command of the captain came forward at the double quick. The rebels had in the meanwhile gained the top of the hill. A few shots were fired at them as they turned from the chase. The colonel rode back and questioned the boys. Then he turned to the captain of Company Q and said, "Captain, take your company over to that house. If you find anything that you think we need in camp, bring it back with you. Put these boys in the ambulance." The exhausted Si and Shorty were helped into the ambulance. The surgeon gave them a reviving drink of whiskey and quinine, and as they stretched themselves out on the cushioned seats, Si remarked, "Shorty, we ain't easy putty easy we used to be, but we know a dern sight more." "I doubt it," said Shorty surlily. "I think me and you'll be fools as long as we live. We won't be fools the same way again, you can bet your life, but we'll find some other way." Chapter 8. A period of self-disgust. Si and Shorty have an attack of it, followed by recovery. It took many days for the boys' lacerated feet to recover sufficiently to permit their going about and returning to duty. They spent the period of enforced idleness in chewing the cud of bitter reflection. The thorns had cut far more painfully into their pride than into their feet. The time was mostly passed in moody silence, very foreign to the customary liveliness of the Hoosiers' Rest. They only spoke to one another on the most necessary subjects, and then briefly. In their sour shame at the whole thing, they even became wroth with each other. Shorty sneered at the way S.I. cleaned up the house, and S.I. condemned Shorty's cooking. Thenceforth Shorty slept on the floor, while S.I. occupied the bed, and they cooked their meals separately. The newness of the clothes they drew from the quartermaster angered them, and they tried to make them look as dirty and shabby as the old. Once they were on the point of actually coming to blows. S.I. had thoughtlessly flung some dishwater into the company street. It was a misdemeanor that in ordinary times would have been impossible to him. Now almost anything was. Shorty instantly growled. "You slouch, you ought to go to the guardhouse for that," S.I. retorted hotly. "Slouch yourself! Look where you throwed them coffee grounds this morning." And he pointed to the telltale evidence beside the house. "Well, that ain't near so bad," said Shorty crustily. "That at least intended to be tidy." "Humph," said S.I., with supreme disdainfulness. "It's the difference betwixt sneakin' and straight out. I throwed mine right out in the street. You tried to hide yours, and made it all the nastier. But whatever you do's all right. Whatever I do's all wrong. You're a pill." "Look here, Mr. Klegg," said Shorty, stepping forward with doubled fist. "I'll have you understand that I've took all the slack and impudence from you that I may go into." "Shorty, if you double your fist up at me," roared the irate S.I., "I'll knock your head off in a holy minute." The boys of Company Q were thunderstruck. It seemed as if their world was toppling when two such partners should disagree. They gathered around in voiceless sorrow and wonderment and watched developments. Shorty seemed in the act of springing forward, when the sharp roll of the drum at headquarters beating the assembly arrested all attention. Everyone looked eagerly toward the colonel's tent, and saw him come out buckling on his sword, while his orderly sped away for his horse. Apparently, all the officers had been in consultation with him, for they were hurrying away to their several companies. "Fall in, Company Q!" shouted the orderly sergeant. "Fall in promptly!" Everybody made a rush for his gun and equipments. "Hurry up!" "Orderly!" said Captain McGillicuddy, coming up with his sword and belt in hand. "Let the boys take what rations they can lay their hands on, but not stop to cook any. We've got to go on the jump." All was rush and hurry. S.I. and Shorty bolted for their house, forgetful of their mangled feet. S.I. got in first, took his gun and cartridge box down, and buckled on his belt. He looked around for his rations while Shorty was putting on his things. His bread and meat and Shorty's were separate, and there was no trouble about them. But the coffee and sugar had not been divided, and were in common receptacles. He opened the coffee can and looked in. There did not seem to be more than one ration there. He hesitated a brief instant what to do. It would serve Shorty just right to take all the coffee. He liked his coffee even better than Shorty did, and was very strenuous about having it. If he did not take it, Shorty might think that he was either anxious to make up or afraid, and he wanted to demonstrate that he was either. Then there was a twinge that it would be mean to take the coffee, and leave his partner, senseless and provoking as he seemed, without any. He set the can down, and turning as if to look for something to empty it in, pretended to hear something outside the house to make him forget it, and hurried out. Presently Shorty came out, and ostentatiously fell into line at a distance from S.I. It was the first time they had not stood shoulder to shoulder. The orderly sergeant looked down the line, and called out, "Here, Corporal Klegg, you're not fit to go. Neither are you, Shorty. Step out, both of you." "Yes, I'm all right," said Shorty. "Feet's got well. I cannot walk a wee Injun." "Must have been using some lightning elixir liniment," said the orderly sergeant incredulously. "I saw you both limping around like string-halted horses not 15 minutes ago. Step out, I tell you." "Captain, let me go along," pleaded S.I. "You never knowed me to fall out, did you?" "Captain, I never felt activer in my life," asserted Shorty. "And you know I always kept up. I never played sorefoot any day." "I don't believe either of you're fit to go," said Captain McGillicuddy. "But I won't deny you. You may start anyway. By the time we get to the pickets, you can fall out if you find you can't keep up. The rebel cavalry's jumped a herd of beef cattle out at pasture, run off the guard, and are trying to get away with them," the orderly sergeant hurriedly explained as he lined up Company Q. "We're to make a short cut across the country and try to cut them off. Sir, the company's formed." "Attention, Company Q!" shouted Captain McGillicuddy. "Right face, forward, file left, march!" The company went off at a terrific pace to get its place with the regiment, which had already started without it. Though every step was a pang. Si and Shorty kept up unflinchingly. Each was anxious to outdo the other, and to bear off bravery before the company. The captain and orderly sergeant took an occasional look at them until they passed the picket line, when other more pressing matters engaged the officers' attention. The stampeded guards, mounted on mules or condemned horses, or running on foot, came tearing back, each with a prodigious tale of the numbers and ferocity of the rebels. The regiment was pushed forward with all the speed there was in it, going downhill and over the level stretch at a double quick. Si felt his feet bleeding, and it seemed at times that he could not go another step, but then he would look back down the line and catch a glimpse of Shorty keeping abreast of his set of fours, and he would spur himself to renewed effort. Shorty would long to throw himself in a fence corner and rest for a week, until, as they went over some rise, he would catch sight of C's sandy hair, well in the lead, when he would drink in fresh determination to keep up, if he died in the attempt. Presently they arrived at the top of the hill from which they could see the rebel cavalry rounding up and driving off the cattle, while a portion of the enemy's horsemen were engaged in a fight with a small squad of infantry ensconced behind a high rail fence. Si and Shorty absolutely forgot their lameness as Company Q separated from the column and rushed to the assistance of the squad, while the rest of the regiment turned off to the right to cut off the herd. But they were lame all the same, and tripped and fell over a low fence which the rest of the company easily leaped. They gathered themselves up, sat on the ground for an instant, and glared at one another. "Blamed old Tanglefoot," said Shorty derisively. "You've got hoofs like a foundered hoss," retorted Si. After this interchange of compliments they staggered painfully to their feet and picked up their guns, which were thrown some distance from their hands as they fell. By this time Company Q was a quarter of a mile away, and already beginning to fire on the rebels, who showed signs of relinquishing the attack. "Gol darn the luck," said Si with Wabash emphasis, beginning to limp forward. "Wish the whole outfit was a mile deep in burnin' brimstone," wrathfully observed Shorty. A couple of lucky shots had emptied 2 of the rebels' saddles. The frightened horses turned away from the fighting line, and galloped down the road to the right of the boys. The leading one suddenly halted in a fence corner about 30 yards away from Si, threw up his head and began surveying the scene, as if undecided what to do next. The other, seeing his mate stop, began circling around. Hope leaped up in C's breast. He began creeping toward the first horse, under the covert of the sumac. Shorty saw his design and the advantage it would give Si, and standing still, began swearing worse than ever. Si crept up as cautiously as he had used to in the old days when he was rabbit hunting. The horse thrust his head over the fence, and began nibbling at a clump of tall rye growing there. Si thrust his hand out and caught his bridle. The horse made one frightened plunge, but the hand on his bridle held with the grip of iron, and he settled down to mute obedience. Si set his gun down in the fence corner and climbed into the saddle. Shorty made the spring air yellow with profanity until he saw Si ride away from his gun toward the other horse. When the latter saw his mate, with a rider, coming toward him, he gave a whinny and dashed forward. In an instant Si had hold of his bridle and was turning back. His face was bright with triumph. Shorty stopped in the middle of a soul-curdling oath and yelled delightedly, "Bully for old Wabash! You're my partner after all, Si." He hastened forward to the fence, grabbed up C's gun and handed it to him, and then climbed into the other saddle. The rebels were now falling back rapidly before Company Q's fire. A small part detached itself and started down a side road. Si and Shorty gave a yell and galloped toward them, in full sight of Company Q, who raised a cheer. The rebels spurred their horses, but Si and Shorty gained on them. "Come on, Shorty!" Si yelled. I don't believe they've got a shot left. They hain't fired once since they started. He was right. Their cartridge boxes had been emptied. At the bottom of the hill, a creek crossing the road made a deep, wide quagmire. The rebels were in too much hurry to pick out whatever road there might have been through it. Their leaders plunged in, their horses sank nearly to the knees, and the whole party bunched up. "Surrender, you rebel galoots!" yelled S.I., reining up at a little distance, and bringing his gun to bear. "Surrender, you offscourings of secession!" added Shorty. The rebels looked back, held up their hands, and said imploringly, "Don't shoot, mister. We uns give up. We uns air tailored. Come back up here, one by one," commanded S.I., "and go to our rear. Hold on to your guns. Don't throw 'em away. We ain't afraid of 'em." One by one the rebels extricated their horses from the mire with more or less difficulty and filed back. S.I. kept his gun on those in the quagmire, while Shorty attended to the others as they came back. Company Q was coming to his assistance as fast as the boys could march. What was the delight of the boys to recognize in their captives the squad which had captured them. The sanguinary Bushrod was the first to come back, and S.I. had to restrain a violent impulse to knock him off his horse with his gun barrel. But he decided to settle with him when through with the present business. By the time the rebels were all up, Company Q had arrived on the scene. As the prisoners were being disarmed and put under guard, S.I. called out to Captain McGillicuddy, "Captain, one o' these men is my partic'lar meat. I want to tend to him." "All right, Corporal," responded the captain. "Attend to him, but don't be too rough on him. Remember that he is an unarmed prisoner." S.I. and Shorty got down off their horses, and approached Bushrod, who turned white as death, trembled violently, and began to beg. "Gentlemen, don't kill me," he whined. "I'm a poor man, and have a family to support. I didn't mean nothin' by what I said. I swr Lord A'mighty I didn't. Just wanted to hear yourself talk, just practicin' your voice," said Shorty sarcastically, as he took the man by the shoulder and pulled him off into the bush by the roadside. "Just wanted to skeer us, and see how fast we could run. Pleasant little pastime, eh? And them things you said about a young lady up in Injini," said S.I., clutching him by the throat. "I want to wring your neck just like a chicken's. What did you do with her picture and letters?" S.I. thrust his hand unceremoniously into Bushrod's pocket and found the ambrotype of Annabel. A brief glance showed him that it was all right, and he gave a sigh of satisfaction, which showed some amelioration of temper toward the captive. "What did you do with them letters?" S.I. demanded fiercely. "I cas 'em," said Bushrod. "You've got my shoes on, you brindlewhelp," said Shorty, giving him a cuff in bitter remembrance of his own smarting feet. "If we're going to shoot him, let's do it right off," said S.I., looking at the cap on his gun. "The company's gettin' ready to start back." "All right," said Shorty, with cheerful alacrity. "Johnny, your ticket for a brimstone supper's made out. How'd you rather be shot, standin' or kneelin'?" "Oh, gentlemen, don't kill me. Ye hadn't orter. Why do ye pick me out to kill? I wasn't no wuss than the others. I wasn't really half easy bad. I didn't really mean to harm ye. I only talked. I had to talk that away, for I allus was a Union man, and had to make a show for the others. I don't want to be shot at all." "You ain't answerin' my question," said Shorty coolly and inexorably. "I asked you how you preferred to be shot. These other things you mention hain't nothin' to do with my question." He leveled his gun at the unhappy man and took a deliberate sight. "Oh, for the Lord A'mighty's sake, don't shoot me down like a dog," screamed Bushrod. "Let me have a chance to pray, and make my peace with my Maker." "All right," conceded Shorty. "Go and kneel down there by that cottonwood, and do the fastest prayin' asterisk you ever did in all your born days, for you have need of it. We'll shoot when I count 3. You'd better make a clean breast of all your sins and transgressions before you go. You'll get a cooler place in the camp down below." Unseen, the rest of Company Q were peeping through the bushes and enjoying the scene. Bushrod knelt down with his face toward the cottonwood, and began an agonized prayer, mingled with confessions of crimes and malefactions, some flagrant, some which brought a grin of amusement to the faces of Company Q. "One!" called out Shorty in stentorian tones. "Oh, for the love o' God, mister, don't shoot me!" yelled Bushrod, whirling around, with uplifted arms. "I'm too wicked to die, and I've got a family dependin' on me. Turn around there, and finish your prayin'," sternly commanded Shorty, with his and C's faces down to the stocks of their muskets, in the act of taking deliberate aim. Bushrod flopped around, threw increased vehemence into his prayer, and resumed his recital of his misdeeds. "Two!" counted Shorty. Again Bushrod whirled around with uplifted hands and begged for mercy. "Nary mercy," said Shorty. "You wouldn't give it to us, and you hain't given it to many others, according to your own account. Your light's flickerin', and we'll blow it out at the next count. Turn around there." Bushrod made the woods ring this time with his fervent, tearful appeals to the throne of grace. He was so wrought up by his impending death that he did not hear Company Q quietly move away, at a sign from the captain, with S.I. and Shorty mounting their horses and riding off noiselessly over the sod. For long minutes Bushrod continued his impassioned appeals at the top of his voice, expecting every instant to have the Yankee bullets crash through his brain. At length he had to stop from lack of breath. Everything was very quiet, deathly so, it seemed to him. He stole a furtive glance around. No Yankees could be seen out of the tail of his eye on either side. Then he looked squarely around. None was visible anywhere. He jumped up, began cursing savagely, ran into the road, and started for home. He had gone but a few steps when he came squarely in front of the musket of the orderly sergeant of Company Q, who had placed himself in concealment to see the end of the play and bring him along. "Halt there!" commanded the orderly sergeant. "Face the other way and trot. We must catch up with the company." S.I. and Shorty felt that they had redeemed themselves, and returned to camp in such good humor with each other, and everybody else, that they forgot that their feet were almost as bad as ever. They went into the house and began cooking their supper together again. Shorty picked up the coffee can and said, "S.I. Klegg, you're a gentleman all through, if you was born on the Wabash. A genuine gentleman is knowed by his never bein' no hog under no circumstances. I watched you when you looked into this coffee can, and mad as I was at you, I said you was a thoroughbred when you left it all to me." Chapter 9. Shorty gets a letter. Becomes entangled in a highly important correspondence. A light spring wagon inscribed, "United States Sanitary Commission," drove through the camp of the 200th IND, under the charge of a dignified man with a clerical cast of countenance, who walked alongside, looking at the soldiers and into the tents, and stopping from time to hand a can of condensed milk to this one, a jar of jam to another, and bunches of tracts to whomsoever would take them. Shorty was sitting in front of the house bathing his aching feet. The man stopped before him, and looked compassionately at his swollen pedals. "Your feet are in a very bad way, my man," he said sadly. "Yes, durn 'em," said Shorty impatiently. "I don't seem to get 'em well nohow. Must have got 'em pisoned when I was runnin' through the briars. Probably some ivy or poison oak, or nightshade among the briars. Poison oak is very bad, and nightshade is deadly. I knew a man once that had to have his hand amputated on account of getting poisoned by something that scratched him, nightshade, ivy, or poison oak. I'm afraid your feet are beginning to mortify." "Well, you are a job's comforter," thought Shorty. "You'd be nice to send for when a man's sick. You'd scare him to death, even if there was no danger o' his dyin' dot." "My friend," said the man, turning to his wagon, "I've here a nice pair of homemade socks, which I will give you, and which will come in nicely if you save your legs. If you don't, give them to some needy man. Here are also some valuable tracts, full of religious consolation and advice, which it will do your soul good to peruse and study." Shorty took the gift thankfully, and turned over the tracts with curiosity. "On the Sin of Idolatry," he read the title of the first. "Now, why'd he give that? What graven image have I been worshippin'? What gods of wood and stone have I been bowing down before in my blindness? There've been times when I thought a good deal more of a commissary tent than I did of a church, but I got cured of that as soon as I got a square meal. I don't see where I have been guilty of idolatry. On the folly of self-pride. He read from the next one. Humph, there may be something in that I oughta read. I am very liable to get stuck on myself, and think how pretty I am, and how graceful, and how sweetly I talk, and what fine clothes I wear. Especially the clothes. I'll put that tract in my pocket and read it after a while. On the evils of gluttony. He next read. Well, that's a timely tract, for a fact. I'm in the habit o' goin' around stuffin' myself, as this says, with delicate viands, and drinkin' fine wines, makin' my belly a god. The man what wrote this must have been intimately acquainted with the sumptuous meals which Uncle Sam sets before his nephews. He must have knowed all about the delicate, appetizen flavor of a slab o' fat pork 4 inches thick, taken off the side of the hog that's uppermost when he's laying on his back. And how I gourmandize on hardtack baked in the first place for the revolutioners, and kept over ever since. That feller knows just what he's writin' about. I'd like to exchange photographs with him. Thou shalt not swear. Shorty read a few words, got red in the face, whistled softly, crumpled the tract up, and threw it away. On the sin of dancing. Shorty yelled with laughter. Me dance with these hoofs. And he thinks likely mortification'll set in, and I'll lose them altogether. Well, he oughter be harnessed up with Thompson's colt. Which come out ahead in the race for the full medal? But these seem to be nice socks. Fine yarn, well knit, and by stretching a little I think I can get 'em on. I declare, they're beauties. I'll just make S.I. sick with envy when I show 'em to him. I do believe they lay over anything his mother ever sent him. Hello, what's this? He extracted from one of them a note in a small, white envelope, on one end of which was a blue Zo, with red face, hands, cap and gaiters, brandishing a red sword in defense of a star-spangled banner which he held in his left hand. Must belong to the Army o' the Potomac, mused Shorty, studying the picture. They wear all sorts o' outlandish uniforms there. That red-headed woodpecker'd be shot before he'd get a mile o' the rebels out here. All that hollyhock business jest be meat for their sharpshooters. And what's he doin' with that 'ere sword? I wouldn't give that Springfield rifle o' mine for all the swords that were ever hammered out. When I reach for a feller 600 or even 800 yards away I can fetch him every time. He's my meat unless he jumps behind a tree. But as for swords, I never could see no sense in 'em except for officers to put on lugs with. I wouldn't pack one a mile for a wagaload of 'em. He looked at the address on the envelope. Straight lines had been scratched across with a pin. On these was written, in a cramped, mincing hand, "To the brave soldier who gets these socks." Humph, mused Shorty. That's probably for me. I've got the socks, and I'm a soldier. As to whether I'm brave or not's a matter of opinion. Sometimes I think I am, agin, when there's a dozen rebel guns pined at my head, not 10 feet away, I think I'm not. But we'll play that I'm brave enough to have this intended for me, and I'll open it. On the sheet of paper inside was another valorous red and blue Zo defending the flag with drawn sword. On it was written. Although Shorty was little inclined to any form of reading, and disliked handwriting about as much as he did work on the fortifications, he read the letter over several times, until he had every word in it, and every feature of the labored, cramped penmanship thoroughly imprinted on his mind. Then he held it off at arm's length for some time, and studied it with growing admiration. It seemed to him the most wonderful epistle that ever emanated from any human hand. A faint scent of roses came from it to help the fascination. "I'll just bet my head egg in a big red apple," he soliloquized. "The woman that writ that's the prettiest girl in the state o' Wisconsin. I'll bet there's nothin' in Injiany to hold a candle to her, pretty as S.I. thinks his Annabelle is. And smart, my! Just look at that letter. That tells it. Every word spelled correctly, and the grammar away up in G. Annabelle's a mighty nice girl, and pretty too, but I've noticed she makes mistakes in spelling, and her grammar's the Wabash kind, homemade." He drew down his eyebrows, pursed his lips, and assumed a severely critical look for a reperusal of the letter and judgment upon it according to the highest literary standards. "No, sir," he said, with an air of satisfaction. "Not a blamed mistake in it, from beginning to end. Every word spelled just right, the grammar straight as the 10 Commandments, Every T crossed and I dotted according to regulations and the Constitution of the United States. She must be a school teacher, and yet a school teacher couldn't knit sich socks as them. She's a lady, every inch of her. Religious, too. Belongs to the Methodist Church. See's father's a Baptist, and so's my folks, but I always did think a heap o' the Methodists. I think they have a little nicer girls than the Baptists. I think I'd like to marry a Methodist wife. Then he blushed vividly, all to himself, to think how fast his thoughts had traveled. He returned to the letter, to cover his confusion. Bad Axe, Wisconsin, what a queer name for a place. Never heard of it before. Wonder where in time it is? I'd like awfully to know. There's the 1st and 21st Wisconsin in Rousseau's division, and the 10th Wisconsin Battery in Palmer's division. I might go over there and ask some o' them. Meb some of them are right from there. I'll bet it's a mighty nice place. He turned to the signature with increased interest. Jerusha Ellen Briggs. Why, the name itself is reg'lar poetry. Jerusha is awful pretty. Your Mollies and Sallies and Emmys can hold a candle to it. And Annabelle, Shaw. Ellen, why that's my mother's name. Briggs? I knowed some Briggses once away up, awfully nice people. Seems to me they was Presbyterians though, and I always thought that Presbyterians was stuck up, but they wasn't stuck up a mite. I wonder if Miss Jerusha Ellen Briggs, she must be a miss, hain't some beau. But she can have. If he wasn't in the army she wouldn't have him, and if he was in the army she'd be sending the socks to him, instead of to whom it may concern. This brilliant bit of logic disposed of a sudden fear which had been clutching at his heart. It tickled him so much that he jumped up, slapped his breast, and grinned delightedly and triumphantly at the whole landscape. What's pleasing you so mightily? Shorty? Asked S.I., who had just come up. Got a new system for beating Chuck-a-luck or been promoted? No, nothin'. Nothin's happened, said Shorty curtly, as he hastily shoved the letter into his blouse pocket. Will you watch them beans bilin' while I go down to the spring and get some water? He picked up the camp kettle and started. He wanted to be utterly alone, even from S.I., with his newborn thought. He did not go directly to the spring, but took another way to a clump of pawpaw bushes, which would hide him from the observation of everyone. There he sat down, pulled out the letter again, and read it over carefully, word by word. Wants me to write whether I got the socks, he mused. You just bet I will. I've a great mind to ask for a furlough to go up to Wisconsin and find out Bad Axe. I wonder how fur it is. I'll go over to the Suitors and get some paper and envelopes, and write to her this very afternoon. He carried his camp kettle back to the house, set it down, and making some excuse, set off for the sutler's shop. Let me see your best paper and envelopes, he said to the pirate who had license to fleece the volunteers. Awfully common trash, said Shorty, looking over the assortment disdainfully, for he wanted something superlatively fine for his letter. Why don't you get something fit for a gentleman to write to a lady on? Something with gold edges on the paper and envelopes, and perfumed? I never write to a lady except on gilt-edged paper, smellin' o' bergamot, and musk, and citronella, and them things. I don't think it's good taste. Well, think what you please, said the sutler. That's all the kind I have, and that's all the kind you'll get. Take it or leave it. Shorty finally selected a quire of heavy letter paper and a bunch of envelopes, both emblazoned with patriotic and warlike designs in brilliant red and blue. Better take enough, he said to himself. I've been handlin' a pick and shovel and gun so much that I'm afeard my hand isn't as light as it used to be, and I'll have to spile several sheets before I get it just right. On his way back he decided to go by the camp of one of the Wisconsin regiments, and learn what he could of Bad Axe and its people. Is there a town in your state called Bad Axe? He asked of the first man he met with. Wisconsin, on his cap. Sir, was the answer. And another one called Milwaukee, one called Madison, and another called Green Bay. Are you studying primary geography, or just getting up a post office directory? Don't be funny, Skeezix, said Shorty severely. Know anything about it? Mighty nice place, ain't it? Know anything about it? I should say so. My folks live in Bad Axe County. It's the toughest, ornerous little hole in the state. Run by lead miners. More whiskey shanties than dwellings. It's tough, I tell you. I believe you're an infernal liar, said Shorty, turning away in wrath. Not being fit for duty, he could devote all his time to the composition of the letter. He was so wrought up over it that he could not eat much dinner, which alarmed S.I. What's the matter with your appetite, Shorty? He asked. Hain't been eatin' nothin' that disagreed with you, have you? Nah, answered Shorty impatiently. Nothin' wuss'n army rations. They always disagree with me when I'm layin' around doin' nothin'. Why, in the name of goodness, don't the army move? I've got sick o' the sight o' every cedar and rocky knob in Middle Tennessee. We ought to go down and take a look at things around Tullahoma, where Mr. Bragg is. It was C's turn to clean up after dinner, and making an excuse of going over into another camp to see a man who had arrived there, Shorty, with his paper and envelopes concealed under his blouse, and C's pen and wooden inkstand furtively conveyed to his pocket, picked up the checkerboard when C's back was turned, and made his way to the pawpaw thicket, where he could be unseen and unmolested in the greatest literary undertaking of his life. He took a comfortable seat on a rock, spread the paper on the checkerboard, and then began vigorously chewing the end of the penholder to stimulate his thoughts. It had been easy to form the determination to write. The desire to do so was irresistible, but never before had he been confronted with a task which seemed so overwhelming. Compared with it, struggling with a mule train all day through the mud and rain, working with pick and shovel on the fortifications, charging an enemy's solid line of battle, appeared light and easy performances. He would have gone at either, on the instant, at the word of command, or without waiting for it, with entire confidence in his ability to master the situation. But to write a half-dozen lines to a strange girl, whom he had already enthroned as a lovely divinity, had more terrors than all of Bragg's army could induce. But when Shorty set that somewhat thick head of his upon the doing of a thing, the thing was tolerably certain to be done in some shape or another. I believe, if I knowed whore Bad Axe was, I'd get a furlough, and walk clean there, rather than write a line, he said, as he wiped from his brow the sweat forced out by the labor of his mind. I always did hate writin'. I'd rather maul rails out of a twisted elm log any day than fill up a copy book. But it's got to be done, and the sooner I do it the sooner the agony be over. Here goes. He began laboriously forming each letter with his lips, and still more laboriously with his stiff fingers, adding one to another, until he had traced out. The sweat stood out in beads upon his forehead after this effort, but it was as nothing compared to the strain of deciding how he should address his correspondent. He wanted to use some term of fervent admiration, but fear deterred him. He debated the question with himself until his head fairly ached, when he settled upon the inoffensive phrase. The effort was so exhausting that he had to go down to the spring, take a deep drink of cold water, and bathe his forehead. But his determination was unabated, and before the sun went down he had produced the following. I wish I knowed some more real strong words to praise her knitting, said Shorty, reading over the laboriously written lines. But after I have said their boss, what more is there to say? I suppose I ought to say something about her health next. That's polite. And he wrote. I expect I ought to praise her socks a little more, said he, and wrote. After this effort he was compelled to take a long rest. Then he communed with himself. When a man's writing to a lady, and especially an educated lady, he should always throw in a little poetry. It touches her. There was another period of intense thought, and then he wrote. Now, he said triumphantly, that's neat and effective. It tells her a whole lot about me, and makes her think I knows Shakespeare by heart. Wonder if I can't think o' some more? Hum. Yes, here goes. Shorty was so tickled over this happy conceit that he fairly hugged himself, and had to read it over several times to admire its beauty. But it left him too exhausted for any further mental labor than to close up with. He folded up the missive, put it into an envelope, carefully directed to Miss Jerusha Ellen Briggs, Bad Axe, Wisconsin, and after depositing it in the box at the chaplain's tent, plodded homeward, feeling more tired than after a day's digging on the fortifications. Yet his fatigue was illuminated by the shimmering light of a fascinating hope. Chapter 10. Trading with the Rebs. The boys have some friendly commerce with the rebel pickets. The 200th IND Volunteer Infantry had been pushed out to watch the crossings of Duck River and the movements of the rebels on the south bank of that narrow stream. The rebels, who had fallen into the incurable habit of objecting to everything that the Yankees did, seemed to have a special and vindictive repugnance to being watched. Probably no man, except he be an actor or a politician, likes to be watched, but few ever showed themselves as spitefully resentful of observation as the rebels. Company Q was advanced to picket the north bank of the river, but the moment it reached the top of the hill overlooking the stream it had to deploy as skirmishers, and Enfield bullets began to sing viciously about its ears. "Looks as if them fellers think we want to steal their old river and send it north," said Shorty, as he reloaded his gun after firing at a puff of smoke that had come out of the sumac bushes along the fence at the foot of the hill. "They needn't be so grouchy. We don't want their river, only to use it a while. They kin have it back agin after we're through with it. Blamed if that feller didn't make a good line shot," said S.I., glancing up just above his head to where a twig had been clipped off the persimmon tree behind which he was standing. "He put up his sights a little too fur, or he'd 'a got me." S.I. took careful aim at where he supposed the lurking marksman to be and fired. There was a waving of the tops of the bushes, as if the men concealed there had rushed out. "Guess we both landed mighty close," said Shorty triumphantly. "They seem to have lost interest in this piece O's side hill, anyway." He and S.I. made a rush down the hill, and gained the covert of the fence just in time to see the rails splintered by a bunch of shots striking them. "Lay down, Yanks!" called out Shorty cheerily, dropping into the weeds. "Grab a root." To the right of them they could see the rest of Company Q going through similar performances. S.I. and Shorty pushed the weeds aside, crawled cautiously to the fence, and looked through. There was a road on the other side of the fence, and beyond it a grove of large beech trees extending to the bank of the river. Half concealed by the trunk of one of these stood a tall, rather good-looking young man, with his gun raised and intently peering into the bushes. He had seen the top stir, and knew that his enemies had gained their cover. He seemed expecting that they would climb the fence and jump down into the road. At a little distance to his right could be seen other men on the sharp lookout. Shorty put his hand on S.I. to caution and repress him. With his eyes fixed on the rebel, Shorty drew his gun toward him. The hammer caught on a trailing vine, and forgetting himself, he gave it an impatient jerk. It went off, the bullet whistling past Shorty's head and the powder burning his face. The rebel instantly fired in return, and cut the leaves about 4 feet above Shorty. "Pretty good shot that, Johnny," called out Shorty as he reloaded his gun. "But too low. It went between my legs. You hain't no idea how tall I am. If I couldn't shoot no better 'n you kin on a sneak," answered the rebel, his rammer ringing in his gun barrel, "I wouldn't handle firearms. Your bullet went a mile over my head. Must have been shootin' at an angel. But you Yanks can't shoot nary bit, you're too skeered. I made you hump out o' the bushes a few minutes ago," replied Shorty, putting on a cap. "Who was skeered then? You struck for tall timber like a cotton-tailed rabbit." "I'll rabbit ye, ye nigger-lovin' whelp!" shouted the rebel. "Take that!" and he fired as close as he could to the sound of Shorty's voice. Shorty had tried to anticipate his motion and fired first, but the limbs bothered his aim, and his bullet went a foot to the right of the rebel's head. It was close enough, however, to make the rebel cover himself carefully with the tree. "That was a much better shot, Yank," he called out. "But ye orter do a powerful sight better'n that on a sneak. Ye never kill no deer, nor rebels nuther, with that kind o' shootin'. You Yanks are great on the sneak, but that's all the good it does, yet ye can't shoot fair a handful o' huckleberries." "Sneaks! Can't shoot!" roared Shorty. "I can outshoot you or any other man in Jeff Davis's kingdom. I dare you to come out from behind your tree and take a shot with me in the open, according to Hardy's tactics. Your gun's empty, so's mine. My chum here'll see fair play, and you can bring your chum with you. Come out, you skulkin' brindle pup, and shoot man fashion if you dare." "Ye can't dare me, ye nigger stealin' bluebelly!" shouted the rebel in return, coming out from behind his tree. Shorty climbed over the fence and stood at the edge of the road, with his gun at order arms. A sigh came out on Shorty's left, and a rebel appeared to the right of the first. For a minute all stood in expectancy. Then Shorty spoke. "I want nothin' but what's fair. Your gun's empty, so's mine. You probably know Hardy's tactics as well as I do." "I'm up in Hardy," said the rebel with a firm voice. "Well then," continued Shorty, "let my chum here call off the orders for loadin' and firin', and we'll both go through 'em and shoot at the word." "Go ahead, I'm agreed," said the rebel briefly. Shorty nodded to S.I. "Carry arms," commanded S.I. Both brought their guns up to their right sides. "Present arms." Both courteously saluted. "Load in 9 times, load," ordered S.I. Both guns came down at the same instant. Each man grasped his muzzle with his left hand and reached for his cartridge box, awaiting the next order. "Handle cartridges. Tear cartridges. Charge cartridges," repeated S.I. slowly and distinctly. The rebel's second nodded approval of his knowledge of the drill, and sang out, "Good soldiers, all of you UNS. Draw rammer," continued S.I. "Turn rammer. Ram cartridge." Shorty punctiliously executed the 3 blows on the cartridge exacted by the regulations, and paused a breath for the next word. The rebel had sent his cartridge home with 1 strong thrust, but he saw his opponent's act and waited. "Return rammer," commanded S.I. He was getting a little nervous, but Shorty deliberately withdrew his rammer, turned it, placed one end in the thimbles, deliberately covered the head with his little finger, exactly as the tactics prescribed, and sent it home with a single movement. The rebel had a little trouble in returning rammer, and Shorty and S.I. waited. "Cast about. Prime!" Both men capped at the same instant. "Ready!" Shorty cocked his piece and glanced at the rebel, whose gun was at his side. "Aim!" Both guns came up like a flash. C's heart began thumping at a terrible rate. He was far more alarmed about Shorty than he had ever been about himself. Up to this moment he had hoped that Shorty's coolness and deliberation would rattle the rebel and make him fire wildly. But the latter, as S.I. expressed it afterward, seemed to be made of mighty good stuff, and it looked as if both would be shot down. "Fire!" shouted S.I., with a perceptible tremor in his voice. Both guns flashed at the same instant. S.I. saw Shorty's hat fly off, and him stagger and fall, while the rebel dropped his gun and clapped his hand to his side. S.I. ran toward Shorty, who instantly sprang up again, rubbing his head, from which came a faint trickle of blood. "He aimed at my head, and just scraped my scalp," he said. "Where'd I hit him?" "I aimed at his heart, and had a good bead." "You seem to have struck him in the side," answered S.I., looking at the rebel. "But not badly, for he's still standin' up. Meb you broke a rib though." "Couldn't if he's still up. I must foul my trigger gun pulls too hard. I had a dead aim on his heart, but I seem to be pulled too much to the right." "Say, I'll take a turn with you," said S.I., picking up his gun and motioning with his left hand at the other rebel. "All right," answered the other promptly. "My gun ain't loaded though." "I'll wait for you," said S.I., looking at the cap on his gun. A loud cheer was heard from far to the right, and Company Q was seen coming forward on a rush, with the rebels in front running back to the river bank. Several were seen to be overtaken and forced to surrender. The 2 rebels in front of the boys gave a startled look at their comrades, then at the boys, and turned to run. S.I. raised his gun to order them to halt. "No," said Shorty. "Let 'em go. It was a fair bargain, and I'll stick to it. Skip out Johnnies for every cent you're worth." The rebels did not wait for the conclusion of the sentence, but followed their comrades with alacrity. The boys ran forward through the woods to the edge of the bank, and saw their opponents climbing up the opposite bank and getting behind the sheltering trees. S.I. waited till his particular one got good shelter behind a large sycamore, and then sent a bullet that cut closely above his head. This was the signal for a general and spiteful fusillade from both sides of the river and all along the line. The rebels banged away as if in red-hot wrath at being run across the stream, and Company Q retorted with such earnestness that another company was sent forward to its assistance, but returned when the Irish lieutenant, who had gone forward to investigate, reported, "Faith, it's loike the divil shearing a hog, all cry and no wool at all." So it was. Both sides found complete shelter behind the giant trunks of the trees, and each fired at insignificant portions of the anatomy allowed to momentarily protrude beyond the impenetrable boles. After this had gone on for about half an hour, those across the river from SI and Shorty called out, "Say, Yanks, ye can't shoot down a beech tree with a Springfield musket, know how ye can do it. If we UNS hain't killin' more o yo UNS than yo UNS is a killin' o we UNS air both wastin' a powerful lot o' powder and lead and good shootin'. What do yo UNS say to King's excuse for a while?" "We're agreed," said SI promptly, stepping from behind the tree, and leaving his gun standing against it. "Hit's a go," responded the rebels, coming out disarmed. "We UNS won't shoot no more till ordered, and then'll give yo UNS warning fust." "All right, we'll give you warning before we shoot," coincided SI. "Say, have yo UNS got any Yankee coffee that you'll trade for a good plug o' tobacco?" inquired the man whom SI had regarded as his particular antagonist. "Yes," answered SI. "We've got a little. We'll give you a cupful for a long plug with none cut off." "What kind of a cupful?" asked the bartering Johnny. "A big, honest cupful. One o' this kind," said SI, showing his. "All right. Hit's to be strike measure," said the rebel. "Here's the plug." And he held up a long plug of natural leaf. "O.K.," responded SI. "Meet me halfway." The truce had quickly extended, and the firing suspended all along the line of Company Q. The men came out from behind their trees, and sat down on the banks in open view of one another. SI filled his cup, heaping full, with coffee, climbed down the bank and waded out into the middle of the water. The rebel met him there, while his companion and Shorty stood on the banks above and watched the trade. "You're givin' me honest measure, Yank," said the rebel, looking at the cup. "Now, if ye hain't filled the bottom o' your cup with coffee that's been biled before, I'll say you're all right. Some o' yo UNS air so deodigast smart that why poke off on we UNS coffee that's been already biled, and swindle we UNS. Turn it out and see," said SI. The rebel emptied the cup into a little bag, carefully scrutinizing the stream as it ran in. It was all fine, fragrant, roasted and ground coffee. "Lord, thar's enough to last me a month with care," said the rebel, gazing unctuously at the rich brown grains. "I won't use more'n a spoonful a day, and I'll hit over twice. Yank, here's your tobacco. I've made a good trade. Here's a Chattanooga paper I'll throw in to boot. Got a northern paper about ye anywhar?" SI produced a somewhat frayed Cincinnati Gazette. "I can't read myself," said the rebel, as he tucked the paper away. "Never larned to. Pap was agin hit. Said hit made men lazy. He got erlong without readin', and raised the biggest family on Possum Crick. But thar's a feller in my mess can read everything but the big words, and I like to get a paper for him to read to the rest o' we UNS. "Was your pardner badly hurt by mine shot?" asked SI. "No, the bullet jest scraped the bone. He'll be likely to have a stitch in his side for a while, but he's a very pert man, and won't mind that. I'm as surprised he didn't lay your pardner out. He's the best shot in our company." "Well, he was buckin' agin a mighty good shot, and I'm surprised your pardner's alive. I wouldn't be givin' 3 cents for him when Shorty drawed down on him, but Shorty's been off duty for a while, and his gun's not in the best order. Howsomever, I'm awful glad that it come out as it did. His life's worth a dozen rebels. The blazes, you say. I'd have you know, Yank, that one Confederate is with a whole regiment o' Lincoln hirelings. Oh, come off, that's more o' your old 5-to-1 gas," said SI irritatingly. "I thought we'd wallop that dumb nonsense out o' your heads long ago. We showed right along that, man for man, we're a sight better'n you. We've always licked you when we've had anything like a fair show. At Stone River you had easy 2 men to our 1, and yet we got away with you. 'Tain't so. It's a lie. If hit wasn't for the Dutch and Irish you hire, you couldn't fight WUNS at all. Look here, Reb, said S.I., getting hot around the ears. I'm either a Dutchman nor an Irishman. We hain't a half dozen in our company. I'm a better man than you've got in your regiment. Either me or Shorty can lick any man you put up. Company Q can lick your company single-handed and easy. The 200th Indiana can lick any regiment in the rebel army. To prove it, I can lick you right here. S.I. thrust a plug of tobacco into his blouse pocket and began rolling up his sleeves. The rebel did not seem at all averse to the trial and squared off at him. Then Shorty saw the belligerent attitude and yelled, "Come, S.I. Don't fight there. That's no place. If you're going to fight, come up on level ground, where it can be fair and square. Come up here, or we'll go over there." "Oh, come off!" shouted the rebel on the other side. "Don't be a fool, Bill. Fist 15 don't settle nothin'. Come back here and get your gun if ye want to fout. But don't lees fout no more today. Thar's plenty of it for termorrer. Lees keep quiet and peaceful now. I want powerfully to take a swim. Air you fellers agreed?" "Yes, yes," shouted Shorty. "You fellers keep to your side o' the river, and we will to ours." The agreement was carried into instantaneous effect, and soon both sides of the stream were filled with laughing, romping, splashing men. There was something very exhilarating in the cool, clear, mountain water of the stream. The boys got to wrestling, and S.I. came off victorious in 2 or 3 bouts with his comrades. "Cock-a-doodle-doo," he shouted, imitating the crow of a rooster. "I can duck any man in the 200th Indiana." The challenge reached the ears of the rebel with whom S.I. had traded. He was not satisfied with the result of his conference. "You can crow over your fellers, Yank," he shouted. "But you dostn't come to the middle and try me 2 falls out and 3. S.I. immediately made toward him. They surveyed each other warily for a minute to get the advantages of the first clinch, when a yell came from the rebel side. "Scatter confeets! Hunt your holes, Yanks! The Cunnels a comin' dot!" Both sides ran up their respective banks, snatched up their guns, took their places behind their trees, and opened a noisy but harmless fire. Chapter 11. Shorty's Correspondent gets a letter from Bad Axe, Wisconsin, and is almost overcome with joy. Shorty had always been conspicuously lacking in the general interest which his comrades had shown in the mails. Probably at some time in his life he had had a home like the rest of them, but for some reason home now played no part in his thoughts. The enlistment and muster rolls stated that he was born in Indiana, but he was a stranger in the neighborhood when he enrolled himself in Company Q. His revelations as to his past were confined to memories of things which happened when I was cuttin' wood down the Mississippi, or when I was runnin' on an Ohio sternwheel. He wrote no letters and received none. And when the joyful cry, "Mails come," would send everybody else in the regiment on a run to the chaplain's tent, in eager anticipation, to jostle one another in impatience, until the contents of the mail pouch were distributed, Shorty would remain indifferent in his tent, without an instant's interruption in his gun cleaning, mending, or whatever task he might have in hand. A change came over him after he sent his letter to Bad Axe, Wisconsin. The cry, "Mails come," would make him start, in spite of himself, and before he could think to maintain his old indifference. He was ashamed, lest he betray his heart's most secret thoughts. The matter of the secure transmission of the mails between camp and home began to receive his earnest attention. He feared that the authorities were not taking sufficient precautions. The report that John Morgan's guerrillas had captured a train between Louisville and Nashville, rifled the mail car, and carried off the letters, filled him with burning indignation, both against Morgan and his band and the generals who had not long ago exterminated that pestiferous crowd. He had some severe strictures on the slovenly way in which the mail was distributed from the division and brigade headquarters to the regiments. It was a matter, he said, which could not be done too carefully. It was a great deal more important than the distribution of rations. A man would much rather lose several days' rations than a letter from home. He could manage in some way to get enough to live on, but nothing would replace a lost letter. Then, he would have fits of silent musing, sometimes when alone, sometimes when with S.I. in the company, over the personality of the fair stocking knitter of Wisconsin and the letter he had sent her. He would try to recall the exact wording of each sentence he had laboriously penned, and wonder how it impressed her, think how it might have been improved, and blame himself for not having been more outspoken in his desire to hear from her again. He would steal off into the brush, pull out the socks and letter, which he kept carefully wrapped up in a sheet of the heavy letter paper, and read over the letter carefully again, although he knew every word of it by heart. These fits alarmed S.I. "I may have feared," he confided to some cronies. "That rebel bullet hurt Shorty more'n he'll let on. He's not actin' like hisself at times. That bullet scraped so near his thinkery that it may have addled it. It was an awful close shave. Better talk to the surgeon," said they. "Glancing bullets sometimes hurt worse'n they seem to." "No, the bullet didn't hurt Shorty, any more than make a scratch," said the surgeon cheerfully when S.I. laid the case before him. "I examined him carefully. That fellow's head is so hard that no mere scraping is going to affect it. You'd have to bore straight through it, and I'd want at least a 6-pounder to do it with if I was going to undertake the job. An Indiana head may not be particularly fine, but it is sure to be awfully solid and tough. No, his system's likely to be out of order. You rapscallions will take no care of yourselves, in spite of all that I can say, but will eat and drink as if you were ostriches. He's probably a little off his feed, and a good dose of blue mass followed up with quinine will bring him around all right. Here, take these and give them to him." The surgeon was famous for prescribing blue mass and quinine for every ailment presented to him, from sore feet to shell fever. S.I. received the medicines with a proper show of thankfulness, saluted, and left. As he passed through the clump of bushes he was tempted to add them to the collection of little white papers which marked the trail from the surgeon's tent, but solicitude for his comrade restrained him. The surgeon was probably right, and it was C's duty to do all that he could to bring Shorty around again to his normal condition. But how in the world was he going to get his partner to take the medicine? Shorty had the resolute antipathy to drugs common to all healthy men. It was so grave a problem that S.I. sat down on a log to think about it. As was C's way, the more he thought about it, the more determined he became to do it, and when S.I. Klegg determined to do a thing, that thing was pretty nearly as good as done. "I can get him to take the quinine easy enough," he mused. "All I've got to do is to put it in a bottle o' whiskey, and he'd drink it if there was 40 doses o' quinine in it. But the blue mass is a very different thing. He's got to swallow it in a lump, and what in the world can I put it in that he'll swallow whole?" S.I. wandered over to the sutler's in hopes of seeing something there that would help him. He was about despairing when he noticed a boy open a can of large, yellow peaches. "The very thing," said S.I., slapping his thigh. "Say, young man, gi' me a can o' peaches just like them." S.I. took his can and carefully approached his tent, that he might decide upon his plan before Shorty could see him and his load. He discovered that Shorty was sitting at a little distance, with his back to him, cleaning his gun, which he had taken apart. "Bully," thought S.I. "Just the thing. His hands are dirty and greasy, and he won't want to take anything to eat." He slipped into the tent, cut open the can, took out a large peach with a spoon, laid the pellet of blue mass in it, laid another slice of peach upon it, and then came around in front of Shorty, holding out the spoon. "Open your mouth and shut your eyes, Shorty," he said. "I saw some o' the nicest canned peaches down at the sutler's, and I suddenly got hungry for some. I bought a can and brung 'em up to the tent. Just try 'em." He stuck the spoon out towards Shorty's mouth. The latter, with his gunlock in one hand and a greasy rag in the other, looked at the tempting morsel, opened his mouth, and the deed was done. "Must have left a stone in that peach," he said, as he gulped it down. "Meb so," said S.I., with a guilty flush, and pretending to examine the others. "But I don't find none in the rest. Have another?" Shorty swallowed 2 or 3 spoonfuls more, and then gasped. "They're awful nice, S.I., but I've got enough. Keep the rest for yourself. Si went back to the tent and finished the can with mingled emotions of triumph at having succeeded, and of contrition at playing a trick on his partner. He decided to make amends for the latter by giving Shorty an unusually large quantity of whiskey to take with his quinine. Si was generally very rigid in his temperance ideas. He strongly disapproved of Shorty's drinking, and always interposed all the obstacles he could in the way of it. But this was an extraordinary case. It would be using liquor for a medicinal purpose, and his conscience was quieted. Company Q had one of those men, to be found in every company, who can get whiskey under apparently any and all circumstances. In every company there is always one man who seemingly can find something to get drunk on in the midst of the desert of Sahara. To Company Q's representative of this class Si went, and was piloted to where, after solemn assurances against giving away, he procured a half-pint of fairly good applejack, into which he put his doses of quinine. In the middle of the night Shorty woke up with a yell. "Great Caesar's ghost!" he howled. "What's the matter with me? I'm sicker'n a dog. Must have been them dodgasted peaches. Si, don't you feel nothin'?" "No," said Si sheepishly. "I'm all right. Didn't you eat nothin' else but them?" "Nah," said Shorty disgustedly. "Nothin' but my usual load o' hardtack and pork. Yes, I chawed a piece o' sassafras root that one of the boys dug up." "Must have been the sassafras root," said Si. He hated to lie, and made a resolution that he would make a clean breast to Shorty, at some more convenient time. It was not opportune now. "That must have been a sockdolager of a dose the surgeon gave me," he muttered to himself. Shorty continued to writhe and howl, and Si made a hypocritical offer of going for the surgeon, but Shorty vetoed that emphatically. "No, blast old Sawbones," he said. "He won't do nothin' but give me blue mass, and quinine, and I never could nor would take blue mass. It's only fit for horses and hogs." Toward morning Shorty grew quite weak, and correspondingly depressed. "Si," said he, "I may not get over this. This may be the breaking out o' the cholera that the folks around here say comes every 7 years and kills off the strangers. Si, I'll tell you a secret. A letter may come for me. If I don't get over this, and the letter comes, I want you to burn it up without reading it, and write a letter to Miss Jerusha Ellen Briggs, Bad Axe, Wisconsin, tellin' her that I died like a man soldier, and with her socks on, defendin' his country." Si whistled softly to himself. "I'll do it, Shorty," he said, and repeated the address to make sure. The crisis soon passed, however, and the morning found Shorty bright and cheerful, though weak. Si was puzzled how to get the whiskey to Shorty. It would never do to let him know that he had gotten it especially for him. That would have been so contrary to C's past as to arouse suspicion. He finally decided to lay it where it would seem that someone passing had dropped it, and Shorty could not help finding it. The plan worked all right. Shorty picked it up in a few minutes after Si had deposited it, and made quite an ado over his treasure trove. "Splendid applejack," he said, tasting it. "Little bitter, but that probably comes from their using dogwood in the fires when they're stilm. They know that dogwood'll make the liquor bitter, but they're too all-fired lazy to go after any other kind o' wood." He drank, and as he drank his spirits rose. After the first dram he thought he would clean around the tent, and make their grounds look neater than anybody else's. After the second he turned his attention to his arms and accoutrements. After the third he felt like going out on a scout and finding some rebels to vary the monotony of the camp life. After the fourth, Groundhog, unluckily for himself, came along, and Shorty remembered that he had long owed the teamster a licking, and he felt that the debt should not be allowed to run any longer. He ordered Groundhog to halt and receive his dues. The teamster demurred, but Shorty was obdurate, and began preparations to put his intention into operation, when the orderly sergeant came down through the company street distributing mail. "Shorty," he said, entirely ignoring the bellicosity of the scene, "here's a letter for you." Shorty's first thought was to look at the postmark. Sure enough, it was Bad Axe, Wisconsin. Instantly his whole demeanor changed. Here was something 100 times more important than licking any teamster that ever lived. "Get out, you scab," he said contemptuously. "I hain't no time to fool with you now. You'll keep. This won't." Groundhog mistook the cause of his escape. "Oh, you're powerful anxious to fight, ain't you, till you find I'm ready for you, and then you quiet down. I'll let you know, sir, that you mustn't give me no more o' your sass. I won't stand it from you. You just keep your mouth shut after this, if you know when you're well off." The temptation would have been irresistible to Shorty at any other time, but now he must go off somewhere where he could be alone with his letter, and to the amazement of all the spectators he made no reply to the teamster's jibes, but holding the precious envelope firmly in his hand, strode off to the seclusion of a neighboring laurel thicket. His first thought, as he sat down and looked the envelope over again, was shame that it had come to him when he was under the influence of drink. He remembered the writer's fervent Christianity, and it seemed to him that it would be a gross breach of faith for him to open and read the letter while the fumes of whiskey were on his breath. He had a struggle with his burning desire to see the inside of the envelope, but he conquered, and put the letter back in his pocket until he was thoroughly sober. But he knew not what to do to fill up the time till he could conscientiously open the letter. He thought of going back and fulfilling his long-delayed purpose of thrashing Groundhog, but on reflection this scarcely commended itself as a fitting prelude. He heard voices approaching, one sympathetic and encouraging, the other weak, pain-breathing, almost despairing. He looked out and saw the chaplain helping back to the hospital a sick man who had overestimated his strength and tried to reach his company. The man sat down on a rock, in utter exhaustion. Shorty thrust the letter back into his blouse pocket, sprang forward, picked the man up in his strong arms, and carried him bodily to the hospital. It taxed his strength to the utmost, but it sobered him and cleared his brain. He returned to his covert, took out his letter, and again scanned its exterior carefully. He actually feared to open it, but at last drew his knife and carefully slit one side. He unfolded the enclosure as carefully as if it had been a rare flower, and with palpitating heart slowly spelled out the words, one after another. "Goodness, how religious she is," said he, stopping to ruminate. "How much nicer it makes a woman to be pious. It don't hurt a man much to be a cuss, at least while he's young, but I want a woman to be awfully religious. It sets her off more'n anything else." He continued his spelling exercise. "Brave, pious Union soldier," he repeated to himself, with a whistle. "Jehilikins, I'm glad Bad Axe, Wisconsin, is so fur away that she never heard me making remarks when a mule team stalled. But I must get a brace on myself, and clean up my language for inspection day." He resumed the spelling. "That's all right. Miss Jerusha Ellen Briggs," said he, with more satisfaction. "You just stay at home and watch and wait, and I'll try to do fightin' enough for both of us. I'll put in some extra licks in future on your account, and they won't miss you from the front." The next paragraph read, "Steal! The 200th Indiany steal!" Shorty flamed out in a rage. "Them flabbergasted, knock-kneed, wall-eyed Wisconsin whelps writin' home that the Indianians are thieves. The day o' them long-haired, splay-footed lumbermen, them chucklehead, wap-sided, white-pine butchers talking about anybody else's honesty. Why, they was born stealin'. They never knowed anything else. They'd steal the salt out o' your hardtack. They'd steal the lids off the Bible. They talk about the 200th Indiany. I'd like to find the liar that writ that letter. I'd literally pound the head off'n him." It was some time before he could calm himself down sufficiently to continue his literary exercise. Then he made out. Shorty's heart almost choked him when he finished. It was the first time in his high that he had received a letter from any woman. It was the first time since his mother's days that any woman had shown the slightest interest in his personality. And true manlike, his impulses were to exalt this particular woman into something above the mere mortal. Then came a hot flush of indignation that the Wisconsin men should malign his regiment, which, of course, included him, to the mind of such a being. He burned to go over and thrash the first Wisconsin man he should meet. "Call us thieves, say we'll steal," he muttered, as he walked toward the Wisconsin camp. "I'll learn 'em different. He did not see anybody in the camp that he could properly administer this needed lesson to. All the vigorous, able-bodied members seemed to be out on drill or some other duty, leaving only a few sick moping around the tents. Shorty's attention was called to a spade lying temptingly behind one of the tents. He and S.I. had badly wanted a spade for several days. Here was an opportunity to acquire one. Shorty sauntered carelessly around to the rear of the tent, looked about to see that no one was observing, picked up the implement, and walked off with it with that easy, innocent air that no one could assume with more success than he when on a predatory expedition. Chapter 12. The Ban on Wet Goods. S.I. has a hard time trying to keep whiskey out of camp. Detail for guard tomorrow, sang out the orderly sergeant, after he had finished the evening roll call. Bailey, Belcher, Doolittle, Elliott, Fracker, Gleason, Hendricks, Hummerson, Long, Monser, Nolan, Thompson. Corporal Klegg, you will act as sergeant of the guard. Dan Elliott will act as corporal of the guard. It is one of the peculiarities of men that the less they have to do, the less they want to do. The boys of Company Q were no different from the rest. When they were in active service, a more lively, energetic crowd could not be found in the army. They would march from daybreak till midnight, and build roads, dig ditches, and chop trees on the way. They were ready and willing for any service, and none were louder than they in their condemnation when they thought that the officers did not order done what should be. But when lying around camp, with absolutely nothing to do but ordinary routine, they developed into the laziest mortals that breathed. To do a turn of guard duty was a heart-breaking affliction, and the orderly sergeant's announcement of those who were detailed for the morrow brought forth a yell of protest from every man whose name was called. "I only come off guard day before yesterday," shouted Bailey. "I'm sick and can't walk a step," complained Belcher, who had walked 15 miles the day before, hunting pies and milk. "That blamed orderly's got a spite at me. He'd keep me on guard every day in the week," grumbled Doolittle. "I was on fatigue duty only yesterday," protested Fracker, who had to help carry the company rations from the commissary's tent. "I'm going to the surgeon and get an excuse," said Gleason, who had sprained his wrist a trifle in turning a handspring. So it went through the whole list. "I want to see every gun spick and span, every blouse brushed and buttoned, and every shoe neatly blacked, when I march you up to the adjutant," said the orderly, entirely oblivious to the howls. "If any of you don't, he'll have a spell of digging up roots on the parade. I won't have such a gang of scarecrows as I have had to march out the last few days. You fellows make a note of that, and govern yourselves accordingly. Right face, break ranks, march!" "Corporal Klegg," said the officer of the day the next morning, as S.I. was preparing to relieve the old guard, "the colonel is very much worked up over the amount of whiskey that finds its way into camp. Now that we are out here by ourselves, we certainly ought to be able to control this. Yet there was a disgusting number of drunken men in camp yesterday, and a lot of trouble that should not be. The colonel has talked very strongly on this subject, and he expects us today to put a stop to this. I want you to make an extra effort to keep whiskey out. I think you can do it if you try real hard." "I'll do my best, sir," said S.I., saluting. "Shorty," S.I. communed with his next in rank before they started on their rounds with the first relief, "we must see that there's no whiskey brung into camp this day." "You just bet your sweet life there won't be either," returned Shorty. He felt not a little elated over his brevet rank and the responsibilities of his position as corporal of the guard. "This here camp'll be as dry as the state o' Maine today." It was a hot, dull day, with little to occupy the time of those off guard. As usual, Satan was finding some mischief for idle hands to do. After he put on the first relief, S.I. went back to the guard tent and busied himself a while over the details of work to be found there. There were men under sentence of hard labor that he had to find employment for, digging roots, cleaning up the camp, chopping wood, and making trenches. He got the usual chin music from those whom he set to enforce toil, about the injustice of their sentences and the airs that some folks put on when they wear a couple of stripes. But he took this composedly, and after a while went the rounds to look over his guard line, taking Shorty with him. Everything seemed straight and soldierly, and they sat down by a cool spring in a little shady hollow. "Did you ever notice, Shorty," said S.I. speculatively, as he looked over the tin cup of cool water he was sipping. How long and straight and string-like the catbrier grows down here in this country? You see 25 or 30 feet of it at times, no thicker and wool twine. Now, there's a piece layin' right over there, on t'other side o' the branch, more'n a rod long, and no thicker'n a rye straw. I see it, and I never saw a piece o' catbrier move endwise before, said Shorty, fixing his eyes on the string-like green. As sure's you're alive, it is movin', said S.I., starting to rise. Set still, keep quiet and watch, admonished Shorty. You'll find out more. S.I. sat still and looked. The direction the briar was moving was toward the guard line, some 100 feet away to the left. About the same distance to the right was a thicket of alders, where S.I. thought he heard voices. There were indications in the weeds that the catbrier extended to there. The briar maintained its outward motion. Presently a clump of rags was seen carried along by it. They're sending out their money for whiskey, whispered Shorty. Keep quiet, and we'll confiscate the stuff when it comes in. They saw the rag move straight toward the guard line, and pass under the log on which the sentry walked when he paced his beat across the branch. It finally disappeared in a bunch of willows. Presently a bigger rag came out from the willows, in response to the backward movement of the long catbrier, and crawled slowly back under the log and into camp. As it came opposite, S.I. jumped out, put his foot on the catbrier and lifted up the rag. He found, as he had expected, that it wrapped up a pint flask of whiskey. Oh, come off, S.I., come off, Shorty! Appealed some of Company Q from the alders. Drop that. You ain't going to be mean, boys. You don't need to know nothin' about that, and why go making yourselves fresh when there's no necessity? We want that awful bad, and we've paid good money for it. No, sir, said Shorty sternly, as he twisted the bottle off and smashed it on the stones. No whiskey goes into this camp. I'm astonished at you. Whiskey's a cuss. It's the bane of the army. It's the worm that never dies. Its feet lead down to hell. Who hath vain babblings? Who hath redness of eyes? The feller that drinks liquor, and especially Tennessee rotgut. Oh, come off, stop that ding preaching, Shorty, said one impatiently. There's nobody in this camp that likes whiskey better'n you do. There's nobody that'll go further to get it, and there's nobody up to more tricks to beat the guard. What I do as a private soldier, Mr. Blakesley, said Shorty with dignity, hain't nothing to do with my conduct when I'm charged with responsible duty. It's my duty to stop the awful practice o' liquor drinkin' in this camp, and I'm goin' to do it, no matter what the cost. You just shut up that clamshell o' your'n and stop interfering with your officers. S.I. and Shorty went outside the lines to the clump of willows, but they were not quick enough to catch Groundhog, the teamster, and the civilian whom our readers will remember as having his head shaved in the camp at Murfreesboro some weeks before. They found, however, a jug of new and particularly rasping applejack. There was just an instant of wavering in Shorty's firmness when he uncorked the jug and smelled its contents. He lifted it to his lips to further confirm its character, and S.I. trembled, for he saw the longing in his partner's eyes. The latter's hand shook a little as the first few drops touched his tongue, but with the look of a hero he turned and smashed the jug on a stone. You're solid, Shorty, said S.I. Yes, but it was an awful wrench. Lees get away from the smell o' the stuff, answered Shorty. I'm afraid it'll be too much for me yet. Corporal of the Guard, Post Number 1. Sergeant of the Guard, Post Number 1. Came down the line of sentries as the two boys were sauntering back to camp. Something's happening over there at the gate, said S.I., and they quickened their steps in the direction of the main entrance to the camp. They found there a lank, long-haired, ragged Tennessean, with a tattered hat of white wool on his head. His scanty whiskers were weather-beaten, he had lost most of his front teeth, and as he talked he spattered everything around with tobacco juice. He rode on a blind, raw-boned horse, which, with a dejected, broken-down Neil, was attached by ropes, fragments of straps, withes, and pawpaw bark to a shackly wagon. In the latter were some strings of dried apples, a pile of crescents of dried pumpkins, a sack of meal, a few hands of tobacco, and a jug of buttermilk. I want to go into the camps and sell a leetle jag o' truck," the native explained, as he drenched the surrounding weeds with tobacco juice. "My old woman's powerful sick in Eileen, and I need some money awfully to get her some quinine. Yarbs don't seem to do her no sort o' good. She must have some Yankee quinine, and she's nigh dead fair some Yankee coffee. This war's mouty hard on people. Hit's just killin' 'em by inches, by talkin' away their coffee and quinine. I'm a Union man, and allers have been." "You hain't got any whiskey in that wagon, have you?" asked S.I. "Oh, Lord, no! Nary might. You don't think I'd try to take whiskey into camp, do you? I'm not such a bad man as that. Besides, where'd I get whiskey? The wars broke up all the distilleries in the country. What the Confederates didn't burn, UNS did. I've been sufferin' 4 months for a dram o' whiskey, and as for my old woman, she's nearly died. That's the reason the yarbs don't do her no good. She can't get no whiskey to soak 'em in. He's entirely too talkative about the wickedness o' bringin' whiskey into camp," whispered Shorty. "He's been there before. He's an old hand at the business." "Sure you've got no whiskey?" said S.I. "Sartin, gentlemen, sarch my wagon, if you don't take my word. I only wish I knowed where there was some whiskey. I'd walk 20 miles in the rain to get one little flask for my old woman and myself. I tell you, there hain't a drap to be found in the whole Duck River Valley. Stilleries all burnt, I tell you." And in the earnestness of his protestations he sprayed his team, himself, and the neighboring weeds with liquid tobacco. S.I. stepped back and carefully searched the wagon, opening the meal sack, uncorking the buttermilk jug, and turning over the dried apples, pumpkins, and tobacco. There certainly was no whiskey there. Shorty stood leaning on his musket and looking at the man. He was pretty sure that the fellow had had previous experience in running whiskey into camp, and was up to the tricks of the trade. Instead of a saddle, the man had under him an old calico quilt, whose original gaudy colors were sadly dimmed by the sun, rain, and dirt. Shorty stepped forward and lifted one corner. His suspicions were right. It had an under pocket, in which was a flat, half-pint flask with a cob stopper, and filled with applejack so new that it was as colorless as water. "I was just bringin' that errand fur you, Capting," said the Tennessean, with a profound wink and an unabashed countenance. "Stick hit in your pocket, quick. None o' the rest as seed you." Shorty flung the bottle down and ordered the man off his horse. The quilt was examined. It contained a half-dozen more flasks, each holding a half-pint of throat scorch and at least 2 fights, as Shorty expressed it. A clumsy leather contrivance lay on the hames of the mule. Flasks were found underneath this, and the man himself was searched. More flasks were pulled out from the tail pockets of his ragged coat, from his breast, from the crown of his ragged hat. "Well," said Shorty as he got through, "you're a reg'lar grog shop on wheels. All you need is a lot o' loafers talkin' politics, a few pictures o' racin' hosses, and some customers buried in the village graveyard to be a first-class barroom. Turn around and get back to that old woman o' your'n, or we'll make you sicker'n she is." S.I. and Shorty marched around with the second relief, and then sat down to talk over the events of the morning. "I guess we've pretty well settled the whiskey business for today, at least," said S.I. "The Colonel can't complain of us. I don't think we'll have any more trouble. Seems to me that there can't be no more whiskey in this part o' Tennessee, from the quantity we've destroyed." "Don't be too ding sure o' that," said Shorty. "Whiskey seems to brew as naturally in this country as the rosin to run out o' the pine trees. I never saw such a country for liquor. They have more stills in Tennessee than blacksmith shops, and they work steadier." S.I. looked down the road and saw returning a wagon which had been sent out in the morning for forage. It was well loaded, and the guards who were marching behind had a few chickens and other supplies that they had gathered up. "Boys seem to be pretty fresh, after their tramp," said he, with the first thought of a soldier looking at marching men. "They've all got their guns at carry arms. I noticed that as they came over the hill." "Yes," answered Shorty after a glance. "And they're holdin' 'em up very stiff and straight. That gives 'em any day. Lowe's go over there and take a look at 'em." Shorty had sniffed at a trick that he had more than once played in getting the forbidden beverage past the lynx-eyed sentry. Don't you find it hard work to march at route step with your guns at a carry? He said insinuatingly. No need o' doin' that except on parade or drill. Right shoulder shift or arms at will is the thing when you're on the road. HSH, said the leading file, with a profound wink and a sidelong glance at SI. Keep quiet, Shorty, he added in a stage whisper. We'll give you some. It's all right. We'll whack up fair. No, it ain't all right, said Shorty, with properly offended official dignity. Don't you dare offer to bribe me, Buck Harper, when I'm on duty. Hand me that gun this minute. Harper shamefacedly handed over the musket, still holding it carefully upright. Shorty at once reversed it, and a stream of whiskey ran out upon the thirsty soil. SI grasped the situation, and disarmed the others with like result. I ought to put every one o' you in the guardhouse for this. It's lucky that the officer of the guard wasn't here. He'd have done it. There he comes now. Skip out after the wagon, quick, before he gets on to you. What next? Sighed SI. Is the whole world bent on bringin' whiskey into this camp? Hain't they got none for the others? Sergeant of the guard, post number 1. Rang out upon the hot air. SI walked over again to the entrance, and saw seeking admission a tall, bony woman, wearing a dirty and limp sunbonnet and smoking a corncob pipe. She was mounted on a slab-sided horse, with ribs like a washboard, and carried a basket on her arm covered with a coarse cloth none too clean. Looks as if she'd been picked before she was ripe and got awfully warped in the dryin'. All the same, she's loaded with whiskey, commented Shorty as the woman descended from her saddle and approached the sentry with an air of resolute demand. You hain't got no right to stop me, young feller, she said. I come in higher every day and bring pies. Your general said I could, and he wanted me to. His men want my pies, and they do 'em good. Hits home cookin', and takes the taste o' the nasty camp vittles out o' their mouths, and makes 'em healthy. You just raise your gun, and let me go right in, or I'll tell your general, and he'll make it warm fer yer. I've got a pass from him. Let me see your pass, said SI, stepping forward. The woman unhooked her linsey dress, fumbled around in the recesses, and finally produced a soiled and crumpled paper, which, when straightened out, read. What v you got in that basket? Asked SI, still hesitating. Pies, she answered confidently. The best pies you ever seed. Some of 'em pumpkin, but the rest of 'em dried apple, with lots o' lasses in fur sweetenin'. Your mother never baked better pies than 'em. To my mind, muttered Shorty, as he stepped forward to investigate the basket. She's the kind o' a woman I'd like to have baked pies for a gang o' state's prison birds that I wanted to kill off without the trouble o' hangin'. Say, ma'am, are your pies pegged or sewed? What did you use for shortenin', India rubber or Aunt Jemime's plaster? He continued as he turned back the cloth and surveyed the well-known specimens of mountain baking which were as harmful to Uncle Sam's boys as the bullets of their enemies. Young feller, none o' your sass, she said severely. Them's better pies than you're used to folks that's never had nothin' ere allers the most particular, and tinnin' up thar noses at raely good things. Don't fool with me no more, but let me go on inter camp, for the soldiers air expectin' me. Sure you hain't got no whiskey down in the bottom o' that basket? Said SI, pushing the pies about a little, to get a better look. The indignation of the woman at this insinuation was stunning. She took her pipe out of her mouth to better express her contempt for men who would insult a southern lady by such a hint. One, too, that had been of so much benefit to the soldiers by toiling over the hot oven to prepare for them food more acceptable than the coarse rations their stingy government furnished them. She had never been so insulted in her life, and she would bring down on them dire punishment from the colonel. Several experiences with the tongue-lashings of southern viragos had made SI and Shorty less impressed by them than they had been earlier in their service. Still, they had the healthy young man's awe of anything that wore skirts, and the tirade produced its effect, but not strong enough to eradicate the belief that she was a whiskey-bringer. While she stormed, SI kept his eyes fixed upon the scant linsey dress which draped her tall form. Presently he said to Shorty, "What do you think? Shall we let her go in?" Shorty whispered back with great deliberation, "SI, what I know about the female form don't amount to shucks. Least of all the Tennessee female form. But I've been lookin' that 'ere woman over carefully while she's been jawin', and while she's naturally covered with knots and knobs in places where it seems to me that women generally don't have 'em, I can't help believin' that she's got some knots and knobs that naturally don't belong to her. In other words, she's got a whole lot o' flasks of whiskey under her skirts. Just what I've been suspicionin'," said S.I. "I've heard that that's the way lots o' whiskey is brung into camp. Shorty, as corporal o' the guard, it's your duty to search her." "What?" yelled Shorty, horror-struck at the immodest thought. "S.I. Klegg, are you gone plumb crazy?" "Shorty," said S.I. firmly, "it's got to be done. She's got a pass, and the right to go into camp. We're both o' the opinion that she's carryin' in whiskey. If she was a man, there'd be no doubt that she'd have to be searched. I don't understand that the law knows any difference in persons. No matter what you may think about it, it is your duty, as corporal o' the guard, to make the search." "No, sirree," insisted Shorty. "You're sergeant o' the guard, and it's your duty to make all searches." "Shorty," expostulated S.I., "I'm much younger and modester than you are, and hain't seen nearly so much o' the world. You ought to do this. Besides, you're under my orders, as acting corporal. I order you to make the search." "S.I. Klegg," said Shorty firmly, "I'll see you and all the corporals and sergeants betwixt here and Washington in the middle o' next week before I'll do it. You may buck and gag me, and tie me up by the thumbs, and then I won't. I resign my position as corporal right here, and I'll take my gun and go on post." "What in the world are we going to do?" said S.I. desperately. "If we let her in, she'll fill the camp full o' whiskey, and she'll have to go in, unless we can show some reason for keepin' her out. Hold on, I've got any day." He went up to the woman and said, "You say you want to go into camp to sell your pies?" "Yes, sir, and I want to go in right off, no more foolin' around," she answered tartly. "How many pies have you got?" She went through a laborious counting, and finally announced, "8 altogether." "How much are they worth?" 50 cents apiece." "Very good," announced S.I., taking some money from his pocket. "That comes to $4. I'll take the lot and treat the boys. Here's your money. Now you've got no more business in camp, just turn around and mosey for home. You've made a good day's business, and ought to be satisfied." The woman scowled with disappointment. But she wisely concluded that she'd better be content with the compromise, remounted her horse and disappeared down the road. "That was a sneak out of a difficulty," S.I. confessed to Shorty. "But you were as big a coward as I was." "No, I wasn't," insisted Shorty, still watchful. "You'd no right to order me do something that you was afraid to do yourself. That's no kind o' officering." Chapter 13. The Jew Spy Writes. Shorty has an adventure with a lorn widder lady. "I wonder what has become of our Jew spy, Shorty," said S.I., as he and Shorty sat on the bank of Duck River and watched the rebel pickets lounging under the beeches on the other side. "We hain't heard nothin' of him for more'n a month now." "He's probably hung," answered Shorty. "He was entirely too smart to live long. A man can't go on always pokin' his finger into a rattlesnake's jaw without gettin' it nipped sooner or later. I'm looking for a man called S.I. Klegg." They heard behind them. Looking around, they saw the tall, gaunt woman whom they had turned back from entering the camp a few days before, under the belief that she was trying to smuggle in whiskey. "What in the world can she want o' me?" thought S.I., but he answered, "That's my name. What do you have?" A flash of recognition filled at once her faded blue eyes. Without taking her pipe from between her yellow, snaggly teeth, she delivered a volley of tobacco juice at an unoffending morning glory, and snapped out, "Oh, why are him, air ye? Why are the drad measly sapsucker that bounced me 'bout talking liquor inter camp? What business was hit o' your and whether I tuck liquor in or not? Just wanted to be smart, didn't ye? Just wanted to interfere with a lorn widder lady making a honest livin' for herself and 10 children. My old man ketched the black ager layin' out in the brush to dodge the conscriptors. It went plumb to his heart and killed him. He wa'n't no great loss, nohow, for he'd eat more in a week than he'd kill, ketch, or raise in a year. When his light went out, I'd only one less mouth to feed, and got rid o' his jawin' and cussin' all the time. But that hain't nothin' to do with you. You es jest puttin' on a little authority case ye could. But all men air like that away. Elect a man constable, and he wants to put on more airs than the governor, marry him, and he makes ye his slave. I should think it'd be a bold man that'd try to make you his slave. Madam, as I ventured. Why, she'd think, she retorted, with her arms akimbo. Who axed why t'ye think, young feller? What do why do hit with? Why do why strain why yourself doin' somethin' why ain't used tea? It did Shorty so much good to see S.I. squelched, that he chuckled aloud and called out. Give it to him, old snuff dipper. He's from the Wabash, and hain't no friends. He's been itchin' a long time for just such a skin-neen as you're givin' him. Who air why callin' snuff dipper? She retorted, turning angrily on Shorty. What ve ye got to say agin snuff dippin', anyway? Why terbacker chawin', liquor guzzlin', walloid, splay-footed, knock-kneed oaf? What air why greasy hirelings a comin' down here fo, t sass and slander southern ladies, who air yo superiors? Give it to him, old corncob pipe, yelled S.I. He needs lammastin' worse'n any man in the regiment. But what did you want to see me for? I wanted to see yo becase I got a letter to yo from a friend o' mine, who said yo was gentlemen, and really not Yankees at all. He said that yo was forced into the army agin yo will. Gracious, what a liar that man must be, murmured Shorty to himself. And yo really had no heart to fight for the nigger, and that yo treat me like a sister. A sister? Shorty exploded internally. Think of a feller's havin' a sister like that. Why, I wouldn't throw her in a soap grease barrel. Who was this friend? Madam? Said S.I. And where is his letter? I don't know whether to give it to yo or not, said she. You're not the men at all that he ascribed to me. He said yo was very good-lookin', perlite gentleman, who couldn't do too much for a lady. Sorry we're not as handsome as you expected, said S.I. But Meb, that's because we're in fatigue uniforms. You ought to see my partner there when he's fixed up for parade. He's prettier in a red wagon then. Let me see the letter. I can tell then whether we're the men or not. Can yo read? She asked suspiciously. Oh, yes, answered S.I. laughingly at the thought almost universal in the South that reading and writing were, like the gift of tongues, a special dispensation to a few favored individuals only. I can read and do lots o' things that common people can't. I'm seventh son of a seventh son, born with a caul on my head at the time o' the full moon. Let me see the letter. She was not more than half convinced, but unhooked her dress and took a note from her bosom, which she stuck out toward S.I., holding tightly on to one end in the meanwhile. S.I. read, in Levi Rosenbaum's flourishing, ornate handwriting. That means me, said S.I., taking hold of the end of the envelope. There ain't but 1/200th Injini volunteers, there's no other company Q, and I'm the only Josiah Klegg. The woman still held on to the other end of the letter. It comes, continued S.I., from a man a little under medium size, with black hair and eyes, dresses well, talks fast, and speaks a Dutch brogue. That's him, said the woman, relinquishing the letter, and taking a seat under the shade of a young cucumber tree, where she proceeded to fill her pipe, while awaiting the reading of the missive. S.I. stepped off a little ways, and Shorty looked over his shoulder as he opened the letter and read. I don't know about that, muttered Shorty. The last time I had the pleasure o' meetin' the lady she had 16 dozen bottles o' head bust about her. S.I. continued reading. S.I. knit his brows in perplexity and wonderment over this strange message. He looked at Shorty, but Shorty's face was as blank of explanation as his own. He fumbled around in his blouse pocket, drew forth the combs, and handed them to the woman. Her dull face lighted up visibly. She examined the combs carefully, as if fitting them to a description, and reaching in her bosom, pulled out another letter and handed it to S.I. When this was opened, S.I. read. I wonder what game Levi is up to? S.I. said, as he stood with the letter in his hand and looked at the woman. I'll give her all the coffee I can and be very civil to her, but that's as far as I'll go. The old rebel cat. I'll not lie to her for 40 Levi Rosenbaums. Well, I will, said Shorty. You fix her up with the coffee, and leave the rest to me. I always had a fancy for queer animals, and run off from home once to travel with a menagerie. I'd like to take her up north and start a sideshow with her. The Queen o' the Raccoon Mountains, or the champion Snuff Dipper o' the Sequatchie Valley. How'd that do for a sign? Well, go ahead, said S.I. But expect no help from me. Mr. Klegg, when I want your help in courtin' a lady I'll let you know, said Shorty with dignity. S.I. went back to the tent to see about getting the coffee, and Shorty approached Mrs. Bolster with an engaging expression on his countenance. She was knocking the ashes out of her pipe. Let me fill your pipe up again, madam, with something very choice, said he, pulling out a plug of bright natural leaf. Here's some tobacco the like o' which you never see in all your born days. It was raised from seeds stole from the private stock of the Haimukamook o' Turkey, brung across the ocean in a silver tobacco box for the use o' President Buchanan, and planted in the new o' the moon on a piece o' ground that never before had raised nothin' but roses and sweet williams. My oldest brother, who is a senator from Oshkosh, got just one plug of it, which he divided with me. Oh my! Is that true? She gurgled. It's as true as that you are a remarkably fine-looking woman, he said with unblushing countenance, as he began whittling off some of the tobacco to fill her pipe. I was struck by your appearance as soon as I saw you. I always was very fond of the southern ladies. Sakes alive, why? She asked. Then what are yo uns down here floatin' wi uns fur? That's a long story, answered Shorty. It was a trick o' the abolition politicians that got us into it. I'm awful sick o' the war, that we hain't gone ahead and knocked the heads off'n this whole crowd instead o' layin' round here in camp for months, he added as a mental reservation. And wished I was out of it, after we've hung Jeff Davis on a sour apple tree. Then I might settle down here and marry some nice woman. You're a widder, I believe you said. Yes, I'm a widder, she answered, taking her pipe from her mouth and giving him what she intended for a languishing smile, but which Shorty afterwards said reminded him of a sun crack in a mud fence. Yes, I'm a widder. Been so for gwine on 6 months. Sakes alive, but ye do talk nice. You air the best looking Yankee I've ever seed. Nothin' painfully bashful about her, thought Shorty. But I must be careful not to let her get me near a justice of the peace. She'd marry me before I could catch my breath. Madam, he continued aloud, yo may call me Sophrony, she said, with another cavernous smile. Well, Sophrony, let me present you with half o' this plug o' famous tobacco. He drew his jackknife and sliced the plug in two. Take it, with my warmest respects. Here comes my partner with some coffee I've sent him for, and which I want you to have. It is not as much as I'd like to give you, but it's all that I have. Some other day you shall have much more. Law's sakes, she bubbled, as the fragrant odor of the coffee reached her nose, and she hefted the package. Yo air just the nicest man I ever did see in all my born days. I didn't s'pose there was so nice a man, or sich a good-lookin' one, in the hull Yankee army, or in the Confederate either, for that matter. But then, yo ain't no real blue-bellied Yankee. No, indeed, Sophrony. I never saw New England in all my life, nor did any o' my people. They was from Virginie, about 500 miles, as near as I can calculate, he added to himself as a mental poultice. Say, mister, why don't you leave the Yankee army? Can't, said Shorty, despairingly. If I tried to get back home the provost'll catch me. If I go the other way the rebels catch me. I'm betwixt the devil and the deep sea. She sat and smoked for several minutes in semblance of deep thought, and spat with careful aim at one after another of the prominent weeds around. Then she said, If yo want to splice with me, I can take care o' yo. I've helped run off several o' the boys who was sick o' this abolition war. Thar's 2 o' them now with Bill Phillips's gang makin' it hot for the Yankee trains and camps. They're makin' more'n they ever did soldierin', and havin' a much better time, for they take whatever they want, no matter who it belongs to. Do yo know Groundhog, a teamster? He's in cahoots with us. Oh, said Shorty to himself. Here's another lay altogether. Guess it's my duty to work it for all that it's worth. Is it a bargain? She said suddenly, stretching out her long, skinny hand. Sofronie, said Shorty, taking her hand. This is so sudden. I never thought o' Maureen, at least till this cruel war is over. I don't know what kind of a husband I'd make. I don't know whether I could fill the place o' your late husband. You're not gwine to sneak out, she said, with a fierce flash in her grey eyes. If yo do, I'll have yo pisoned. Now, who's talking about backing out? Said Shorty in a fever of placation, for he was afraid that some of the other boys would overhear the conversation. Don't talk so loud. Come, let's walk on toward your home. We can talk on the way. The proposition appeared reasonable. She took the bridle of her horse in her arm, and together they walked out through the guard line. The sentries gave Shorty a deep, knowing wink as he passed. He went the more willingly, as he was anxious to find out more about the woman, and the operations of the gang with which she was connected. She had already said enough to explain several mysterious things of recent occurrence. Night came down, and as her ungainliness was not thrust upon him as it was in the broad glare of day, he felt less difficulty in professing a deep attachment for her. He even took her hand. On her part, she grew more open and communicative at every step, and Shorty had no difficulty in understanding that there was gathered around her a gang that was practicing about everything detrimental to the army. They were by turns spies, robbers, murderers, whiskey smugglers, horse thieves, and anything else that promised a benefit to themselves. Ostensibly they were rebels, but this did not prevent their preying upon the rebels when occasion offered. Some were deserters from the rebel army, some were evading the conscript laws, 2 or 3 were deserters from our army. Shorty and the woman had reached a point nearly a half-mile outside of the guard line when he stopped and said, I can't go no farther now. I must go back. Why must yo go back? She demanded, with a sudden angry suspicion. I thought yo was gwine right along with me. Why, no, I never thought o' that. I must go back and get my things before I go with you, said Shorty, as the readiest way of putting her off. Plague take our things, she said. Let 'em go. Yo can get plenty more just as good from the next Yankee camp. You'll slip back some night with the boys and get your own things, if we are so drat stuck on 'em. Come along now. She took hold of his wrist with a grip like iron. Shorty had no idea that a woman could have such strength. I want to go back and get my partner, said Shorty. Me and him been together all the time we've been in the army. He'll go along with me, I'm sure. Me and him thinks alike on everything, and what one starts the other joins in. I want to go back and get him. I don't like that partner o' your'n. I don't want him. I'll be a better partner to yo than ever he was. Yo mustn't think more o' him than yo do o' me. Look here, Sofronie, said Shorty desperately. I cannot and will not go with you tonight. I'm expectin' important letters from home tomorrow, and I must go back and get 'em. I've 1,000 things to do before I go away. Have some sense. This thing's been sprung on me so suddenly that it catches me unawares. With the quickness of a flash she whipped out a long knife from somewhere, and raised it, and then hesitated a second. I believe you're foolin' me, and if I was sure I'd stick yo. But I'm gwine to give yo a chance. Yo can go back now, and I'll come for yo tomorrow. If you go back on me it'll be a mouty sorry day for yo. Mind that now. Shorty gallantly helped her mount, and then hurried back to camp. Chapter 14. Shorty has an adventure with S.I. He goes out to visit Mrs. Bolster. Shorty sauntered thoughtfully back to the tent, and on the way decided to tell S.I. the whole occurrence, not even omitting the deceit practiced. He had to admit to himself that he was unaccountably shaken up by the affair. S.I. was so deeply interested in the revelations that he forgot to blame Shorty's double-dealing. Never had my nerves so strained before, Shorty frankly admitted. At their best, women are curiouser than transmogrified hulalas, and when a real cute one sets out to hornswoggle a man he might as well lay down and give right up, for he hain't no earthly show. She gets away with him every time, and one to spare. That there woman's got the devil in her bigger'n a sheep, and she come nigher makin' putty o' your Uncle Ephraim than I ever dreamed of before. It makes me shivery to think about it. I don't care if she's more devils in her than the Gadarene swine, she must be stopped at once, said S.I., his patriotic zeal flaming up. She's doin' more mischief than a whole regiment o' rebels, and must be busted immediately. We've got to stop her. But just how are we going to stop her? Shorty asked. There was a weak unreadiness in Shorty's tones that made S.I. look at him in surprise. Never before, in any emergency, had there been the slightest shade of such a thing in his bold, self-reliant partner's voice. I'd rather tackle any 2 men there are in the Southern Confederacy than that woman, said Shorty. I believe she put a spell on me. Lee's go up and talk to Captain McGillicuddy about it, said S.I. Ordinarily, this was the last thing that either of them would have thought of doing. Their usual disposition was to go ahead and settle the problem before them in their own way, and report about it afterward. But Shorty was clearly demoralized. Captain McGillicuddy listened very gravely to their story. Evidently that old hen has a nest of bad, dangerous men, which has to be broken up, he said. We can get the whole raft if we go about it in the right way, but we've got to be mighty smart in dealing with them, or they'll fly the coop and leave the laugh on us. You say she's coming back tomorrow? Yes, said Shorty, with a perceptible shiver. Well, I want you to fall right in with all her plans, both of you. Pretend to be anxious to desert, or anything else that she may propose. Go back home with her. I shall watch you carefully, but without seeming to, and follow you with a squad big enough to take care of anything that may be out there. Go back to your tent now, and think it all over, and arrange some signal to let me know when you want me to jump the outfit. The boys went back to their tent, and spent an hour in anxious consideration of their plans. S.I. saw the opportunity to render a great service, and was eager to perform it, but he firmly refused to tell any lies to the woman or those around her. He would not say that he was tired of the service and wanted to desert. He would not pretend liking for the Southern Confederacy or the rebels, nor hatred to his own people. He would do nothing but go along, share all the dangers with Shorty, and be ready at the moment to cooperate in breaking up the gang. Some folks is so dern straight that they lean over backwards, said Shorty impatiently. What in thunder does it amount to what you tell these one-y gallanters? They'll lie to you as fast as a hoss can trot. There's no devilment they won't do, and there can be nothing wrong in anything you can do and say to them. Everybody settles some things for himself, said the unchangeable S.I. I believe them folks are as bad as they can be made. I believe every one o' 'em ought to be killed, and if it was orders to kill 'em I'd kill without turnin' a hair. But I just simply won't lie to nobody, I don't care who he is. I'll stand by you until the last drop. You can tell 'em what you please, but I won't tell 'em nothin', except that they're a pizen gang, and ought to been roastin' in brimstone long ago. But, expostulated Shorty, if you only go along with me you're actin' a lie. If you go out o' camp with 'em you'll pretend to bo desertin' and jayin' in with 'em. Seems to me that's just as bad as tellin' a lie straight out. Well, said the immovable S.I., I draw the line there. I'll go along with you, and they can think what they like. But if I say anything to 'em, they'll get it mighty straight. Well, I don't know, but, after all, we can better arrange it that way, said Shorty, after he had thought it over in silence for some time. I'm sure that if you talk you'd give us dead away. That clumsy basswood tongue o' your'n hain't any suppleness, and you'd be sure to blurt out something that'd jest ruin us. Any day occurs to me. You jest go along, look sour and say nothin'. I'll tell 'em you ketched cold the other night and lost your speech. It'll give me a turn o' extra duty talkin' for too, but I guess I can do it. All right, agreed S.I. Let it go that way. Now look here, S.I., said Shorty, in a low, mysterious tone. I'm going to tell you something that I hadn't intended to. I'm scared to death lest that old hag'll get the drop on me some way and marry me right out of hand. I tell you, she just frightens the life out o' me. That worries me more'n all the rest put together. I expect I ought to told you so at the very first. Nonsense, said S.I. contemptuously. The day o' your being afeard o' such a thing. It's all very well for you to snort and laugh, S.I. Klegg, persisted Shorty. You don't know her. I sneered at her, too, at first, but when I was left alone with her she seemed to mesmerize me. I found myself talking about marrying her before I knowed it, and the next thing I was on the P&O actually marrying her. I believe that if she'd got me to walk a half-mile further with her she'd a run me up eggin' a justice o' the peace and married me in spite of all that I could do. I'd much ruther have my head blowed off than married to that old catamount. Bah, you can't marry folks unless both are willin', insisted S.I. A man can't have a marriage rung in on him willy-nilly. There's just where you're shootin' off your mouth without any sense. You don't know what you're talking about. Men are lassoed every day and married to women that they'd run away from like a dog from a porcupine, if they could. You just look around among the married folks you know, and see how many there are that wouldn't have married one another if they'd been in their senses. Well, I don't think many, said S.I., whose remembrances were that the people in Posey County seemed generally well-mated. Well, there mayn't be many, but there's some, and I don't propose to be one of 'em. There's some spell or witchcraft about it. I've read in books about things that gave a woman power to marry any man she wanted to, and he couldn't help himself. That woman's got something o' that kind, and she's set her eye on me. I'm going to meet her, and I want to help break up her gang, but I'd a great deal rather tackle old Bragg and his entire army. I want you to stay right by me every minute, and keep your eye on me when she's near me. All right, said S.I. sleepily, as he crawled into bed. The next morning, as they were discussing the question of signals, they happened to pass the Sutlers, and S.I. caught a glimpse of packages of firecrackers, which the regimental purveyor had, for some inscrutable reason, thought he might sell. An idea occurred to S.I., and he bought a couple of packages, and stowed them away in his blouse pocket, and told the captain that their firing would be the signal, unless a musket shot should come first. It was yet early in the forenoon as they walked on the less frequented side of the camp. Shorty gave a start and gasped. Jehillikins, there she is already. S.I. looked, and saw Mrs. Bolster striding toward them. Shorty hung back instinctively for an instant, and then braced up and bade her good morning. She grunted in acknowledgment, and said rather imperiously, Your egg wine, yo? Certainly, answered Shorty. And yo? She inquired, looking at S.I. He's a-goin' too, answered Shorty. Mustn't expect him to talk. He's short on tongue this mornin'. Ketched a bad cold night before last. Settled on his word mill. Unjitted his clapper. Can't speak a word. Doctor says it will last several days. Not a great affliction. Couldn't be lost anything no less account. Must have been an orful cold, said she, taking her pipe from her mouth and eyeing S.I. suspiciously. Never knowed a cold to shut off anyone's gab afore. Seems to me that hit makes people talk more. But these Yankees air different. Where are your things? Did yo bring plenty o' coffee? We've got 'em hid down here in the brush, said Shorty. We'll get 'em when we're ready to start. We're ready now, she answered. Come along. But we hain't no passes, objected Shorty. We must go to the captain and get passes. Yo won't need no passes, she said impatiently. Foller me. Shorty had expected to make the pretext about the passes serve for informing Captain McGillicuddy of the presence of the woman in the camp. He looked quickly around and saw the captain sauntering carelessly at a little distance, so that any notification was unnecessary. He turned and followed Mrs. Bolster's long strides, with S.I. bringing up the rear. They went to the clump of brush where they had hidden their haversacks and guns. Mrs. Bolster eagerly examined the precious package of coffee. I'll take care o' this myself, she said, stowing it away about her lanky person. I can't afford to take no risks as to hit. S.I. and Shorty had thought themselves very familiar with the campground, but they were astonished to find themselves led outside the line without passing under the eye of a single guard. S.I. looked at Shorty in amazement, and Shorty remarked, Well, I'll be derned. The woman noticed and understood. Yo Yanks, she said scornfully, think yourselves mighty smart with all your book larnin', and yo uns put on heaps o' airs over pa folks what hain't no edication, but what you don't know about Tennessee woods would make a bigger book than ever was printed. I believe you, said Shorty fervently. His superstition in regard to her was rapidly augmenting to that point where he believed her capable of anything. He was alarmed about Captain McGillicuddy's being able to follow their mysterious movements. But they soon came to the road, and looking back from the top of a hill, Shorty's heart lightened as he saw a squad moving out which he was confident was led by Captain McGillicuddy. But little had been said so far. At a turn of the road they came upon a gray-bearded man, wearing a battered silk hat and spectacles, whom Mrs. Bolster greeted as Squire. The word seemed to send all the blood from Shorty's face, and he looked appealingly to S.I. as if the crisis had come. The newcomer looked them over sharply and inquired, "Who are these men, Mrs. Bolster?" "The UNSS all right. The UNSS had enough o' abolition doin's, and HEV come over war the UNS allers raily belong. This one is a particular friend o' mine." And she leered at Shorty in a way that made his blood run cold. "Hain't yo' time to stop a minute, Squire?" she asked appealingly, as the newcomer turned his horse's head to renew his journey. Not now," answered the Squire, digging his heels into his steed's side. "I want to talk to yo' and these 'ere men 'bout what's gwine on in the Lincoln camps, but I must hurry on now to meet Captain Solomon at the Winding Blades. I'll come over to your house this evening," he called back. "Don't fail, Squire," she answered, "for I've got a little job for yo', and I want hit particularly done this very evening. Hit can't wait. I'll be there without fail," he assured her. "Captain Solomon's the man what sent the letter to you," she explained, which somewhat raised Shorty's depressed heart, for he began to have hopes that Rosenbaum might rescue him if Captain McGillicuddy should be behind time. As they jogged onward farther from Camp Mrs. Bolster's saturnine earnestness began to be succeeded by what were intended to be demonstrations of playful affection for her future husband, whom she now began to regard as securely hers. She would draw Shorty into the path a little ahead of S.I., and walk alongside of him, pinching his arm and jabbering incoherent words which were meant for terms of endearment. When the narrowness of the road made them walk in single file, she would come up from time to time alongside with cuffs intended for playful love taps. At each of these Shorty would cast such a look of wretchedness at S.I. that the latter had difficulty in preserving his steadfast silence and rigidity of countenance. But the woman's chief affection seemed to be called forth by the package of coffee. She would stop in the midst of any demonstration to pull out the bag containing the fragrant berry, and lovingly inhale its odor. It was long past noon when she announced, "Thar's my house right ahead." She followed this up with a ringing whoopee, which made the tumble-down cabin suddenly swarm with animation. A legion of loud-mouthed dogs charged down toward the road. Children of various ages, but of no variety in their rags and unkempt wildness, followed the dogs, or perched upon the fence corners and stumps, and 3 or 4 shambling, evil-faced mountaineers lunged forward, guns in hand, with eyes fiercer than the dogs, as they looked over the 2 armed soldiers. "The UNS is all right, boys," exclaimed the woman. "The UNSS plumb sick o' doggin' hit for Abe Lincoln and quit." "Let 'em gin up their guns then," said the foremost man, who had but one eye, reaching for Shorty's musket. "I'll take this one. I've been longin' for a good Yankee gun for a plumb month to reach them Yankee pickets on Duck River." Though Shorty and S.I. had schooled themselves in the part they were to play, the repugnant thought of giving up their arms to the rebels threatened to overset everything. Instinctively they threw up their guns to knock over the impudent guerrillas. The woman strode between them and the others, and caught hold of their muskets. "Don't be fools! Let 'em have your guns," she said, and she caught C's with such quick unexpectedness that she wrenched it from his grasp and flung it to the man who wanted Shorty's. She threw one arm around Shorty's neck, with a hug so muscular that his breath failed, and she wrenched his gun away. She kept this in her hand, however. "Now I want these 'ere men treated right," she announced to the others. "And I'm a-gwine to have them treated right, or I'll bust somebody's skillet. The UNS is my takings, and I'm a-gwine to have all the say 'bout 'em. I've never interfered with any Yankees any o' you UNS have brung in. Yo' be done with them as you pleased, and I'm a-gwine to do with these jest as I please, and yo' UNS that don't like hit can jest lump hit, that's all." Phony bolster, I want yo to take your arms from around that Yank's neck, said the man who had tried to take Shorty's gun. I won't low yo to put your arm round another man's neck as long's I'm alive to stop it. You won't, Jeff Hackberry, she sneered. Jealous, air ye? You've got no business bein'. Done told ye long ago I'd never marry yo, so long as I could find a man who has 2 good eyes and a 'spectable character. I've done found him. Here he is, and Squire Corson LL splice us tonight. How much of each of the emotions of jealousy, disappointment, hurt vanity, and rebel antagonism went into the howl that Mr. Jeff Hackberry set up at this announcement will never be known. He made a rush with clenched fists at Shorty. A better description could be given of the operations of the center of a tornado than of the events of the next few minutes. Shorty and Hackberry grappled fiercely. Mrs. Bolster mixed in to stop the fight and save Shorty. S.I. and the other 3 rebels flung themselves into the whirlpool of strikes, kicks, and grapples. The delighted children came rushing in, and eagerly joined the fray, striking with charming impartiality at every opportunity to get a lickin' anywhere on anybody. And finally the legion of dogs, to whom such scenes seemed familiar and gladsome, rushed in with an ear-splitting clamor, and jumped and bit at the arms and legs that went flying around. This was too violent to last long. Everybody and everything had to stop from sheer exhaustion. But when the stop came, Mrs. Bolster was sitting on the prostrate form of Jeff Hackberry. The others were disentangling themselves from one another, the children and the dogs, and apparently trying to get themselves into relation with the points of the compass and understand what had been happening. Have yo had enough, Jeff Hackberry? Inquired Mrs. Bolster. Or will yo oblige me to gouge your other eye out afore yo come to your senses? Let me up, Phony, pleaded the man, and then we can talk this thing over. Chapter 15. Shorty nearly got married. Breaking up a bad rebel nest is no picnic. When physical exhaustion called a halt in the fracas, Mrs. Bolster was seated on Jeff Hackberry's breast with her sinewy hands clutching his long hair, and her thumb, with a cruel, long nail, pressing the ball of his one good eye. Shorty was holding down one of the gorillas who had tried to climb on his back when he was grappling with Hackberry. S.I. had knocked one gorilla senseless with his gun barrel, and now came to a breathless standstill in a struggle with another for the possession of his gun. The children and dogs had broken up into several smaller storm centers, in each of which a vicious fight was going on. In some it was dog and dog, in some child and child, and in others dogs and children mixed. Then they all halted to observe the outcome of the discussion between Mrs. Bolster and Jeff Hackberry. Holler enough, Jeff, or out goes your last light, commanded Mrs. Bolster, emphasizing her words by rising a little, and then settling down on Jeff's breast with a force that drove near every spoonful of breath out of him. Phony, let me up, he begged in gasps. Mrs. Bolster, she reminded him, with another jounce upon his chest. Mrs. Bolster, let me up. I'd 'a' got away with that air Yankee if he had tripped me with them long legs o' yourn. I'm right smart on the trip, ain't I? She grinned. I never seed a man yet that I couldn't throw in any sort of a wrastle. Let me up, Mrs. Bolster, and le's begin over agin, and yo keep out, begged Hackberry. Not much I won't. I ain't that kind of a chicken, she asserted with another jounce. When I down a man I down him fair good, and he never gets up agin till he caves entirely. If I let yo up, will yo swore to quite down peaceable as a lamb, and make the rest do the same? Never, asserted Hackberry. I'm erdwine to have it out with that Yank. No, you hain't, she replied with a still more emphatic jounce that made Hackberry use all the breath left him to groan. I'll quit, he said, with his next installment of atmosphere. Will yo agree to let me marry this Yank, and to give me away as my oldest friend, nearest o' kin, and best man? She inquired, rising sufficiently to let him take in a full breath and give a free, unforced answer. Nary a time, he shrieked. I'll die fust, afore I'll low yo to marry airy other man but me. Then you'll lose your blinker, yo pig-headed, liquor-guzzling, ornery, no-account sandhill crane, she said, viciously coming down on his chest with her full weight, and sticking the point of hay nail against his eye. I wouldn't marry yo if ye was the last nubbin in the Lord A'mighty's crib, and there'd never be another crap o' men. You'll never get no chance to make me your slave, and beat me and starve me to death as yo did Nance Brill. I ain't gwine to fool with your pervarsity nary a minute longer. Say this instant whether you'll do as I say with a free will and good heart, or out goes your peeper. I promise, groaned Jeff. Yo SWR hit? She demanded. Yes, I SWR hit, answered Jeff. Mrs. Bolster rose and confirmed the contract by giving him a kick in the side with her heavy brogan. That's just a love tap, she remarked. T let yo know T le me alone hereafter. Now le's straighten things around here fair a pleasant time. She initiated her proposed era of good feeling by a sounding kick in the ribs of the most obstreperous of the dogs, and a slap on the face of a 12-year-old girl, who was the noisiest and most pugnacious of the lot. Each of these set up a howl, but there was a general acquiescence in her assertion of authority. Jeff Hackberry sat up, scratched and rubbed himself, seemed to be trying to once more get a full supply of air in his lungs, and turned a one-eyed glare on his surroundings. The gorilla whom S.I. had knocked down began to show signs of returning consciousness, but no one paid any attention to him. One of the other two pulled out a piece of tobacco, split it in two, put the bigger half in his mouth and handed the remainder to his partner. Both began chewing meditatively and looking with vacant eyes for the next act in the drama. Shorty regained his gun, and he and S.I. looked inquiringly at one another and the mistress of the ranch. Come on up to the house, she said, starting in that direction. The rest followed, with S.I. and Shorty in the lead. The boys gazed around them with strong curiosity. The interior was like that of the other log cabins they had seen, a rough puncheon floor for the single room, a fireplace as big as a barn door, built of rough stones, with a hearth of undressed flat stones, upon which sat a few clumsy cooking utensils of heavy cast iron, three-legged stools for chairs, a table of rough whipsawed boards held together by wooden pins. In two of the corners were beds made of a layer of poles resting upon a stick supported at one end upon a log in the wall, and at the other end a forked stick driven between the puncheons into the ground below. Upon this was a pile of beech leaves doing duty as a mattress. The bedclothes were a mass of ragged fabrics, sheepskins, etc., used in the daytime for saddle blankets and at night upon the bed. There had been added to them, however, looking particularly good and rich in contrast with their squalor, several blankets with U.S. marked upon them. Around the room were canteens, shoes, and other soldier belongings. Have they killed and robbed the men to whom these belonged, or merely traded whiskey for them? Was the thought that instantly flashed through C's and Shorty's minds. The answer seemed to be favorable to murder and robbery. Set down and make yourselves at home. I'll get yo out suthin' to wet your whistles, said Mrs. Bolster, breathing as much graciousness as she could into her weathered-wood countenance. She apparently kicked at the same instant a stool toward them with her left foot, and a dog out of the way with her right, a performance that excited Shorty's admiration. When I see a woman kick in different directions with both feet at the same time, I understood how dangerous her trip would be in a wrestle, he said afterward. S.I. and Shorty shoved two of the stools so that they could sit with their backs to the wall, still holding their guns. The gorillas came filing in, with an expectant look on their faces. Even Jeff Hackberry looked more thirstily longing than wrathful. The man who had fallen under C's gun barrel had gotten able to walk, was rubbing his head and moaning with the design of attracting attention and sympathy. Mrs. Bolster produced a key from her pocket. The others understood what this meant. They lifted aside some sacks of meal and shelled corn, and revealed a puncheon which had been cut in two, and the short piece was garnished by rude iron hinges and hasp, all probably taken from some burned barn. The hasp was locked into the staple by one of the heavy padlocks customary on the plantations, and this Mr. Bolster proceeded to open with her key. When the puncheon was turned up, it revealed a pit beneath, from which she lifted a large jug of whiskey. She poured some out in a tin cup and handed it to Shorty. Take a big swig, she said. Hit's mouty good stuff, old Jeff Thompson's brewin' from yaller corn raised on rich bottom land. S.I. trembled as he saw his partner take the cup. Shorty smelled it appreciatively. That is good stuff, he said. Roses ain't nowhere alongside. He put the cup to his lips and took a sip. Tastes as good as it smells, he said heartily, while the mouths of the gorillas were watering. He put the cup again to his lips, as if to take a deep draught. Then came a short cough and a tremendous sputter, followed by more painful coughing and strangling. Just my infernal luck, gasped Shorty. I would talk and I got some down the wrong way. Lord, it's burnin' my lights out. Gi me a drink o' water, somebody. One of the children handed him a gourdful of water, while he continued to cough and sputter and blame himself for talking when he was drinking. The woman handed the cup to Si, who feared that the liquor might be poisoned or drugged. He made a pretense of drinking, and then handed the cup back, making motions that his throat was so sore that he could not drink much. Mrs. Bolster looked at him suspiciously, but the clamor of the gorillas distracted her attention, and she turned to supply them. No, Jeff Hackberry, she said firmly. Yo can have more'n 2 fingers. I know yo of old, and just how much yo orter tote. 2 fingers'll make yo comfortable and sociable, 3'll raise the devil in yo, and 4'll make yo dancin' drunk, when yo'll have TB held down. You'll have just 2 fingers, and not a drap more. Just another finger, Phroney. Remember, you've been orful rough on me, and I need more. I'll promise to be good, pleaded Hackberry. No, not a drap more'n 2 fingers now. If you'll behave yourself, I'll give you another 2 fingers by and by. Hackberry swallowed his portion at a thirsty gulp and sat down on the doorsill to let it do its invigorating work. The other 2 gorillas were given each 2 fingers, and the man whom Si knocked down had his moanings rewarded by 3 fingers and a liberal application in addition to the wound on his head, which he declared was much relieved by it. Set your guns up agin the wall and act natural, commanded Mrs. Bolster. Nobody's gwine to hurt yo. The squire'll be here soon, we'll get spliced and have a good time all around. The noisy barking of the dogs announced the approach of someone. Lord, I hope that's Squire Corson, said Mrs. Bolster, running eagerly to the door. If hit's him, we can go right ahead with the weddin' dot. If that's the squire, said Shorty, in a low whisper, without turning his head, we'll grab our guns and fight to the death. We may clean out this gang. C's attention had been in the meanwhile attracted to some boxes concealed under the beds, and his curiosity was aroused as to what such unusual things in a cabin might contain. No, hit's Captain, Soul Simmons, said she in a tone of disappointment mixed with active displeasure. Now, he'll be cavortin' and tearin' around, and wantin' to kill somebody. I wish he was war hit's a good deal hotter. She came over to where the boys were sitting, and said in a low tone, This man's allers makin' trouble, and he's bad from his boots up. Keep a stiff upper lip, both on yo, and we'll try to manage him. Don't weaken. Hit'll do no good. He'll be wuss'n ever then. Si and Shorty instinctively felt for the revolvers in their pockets. The newcomer tied his horse to a sapling and strode into the house. The gorillas seemed rather more fearful than otherwise to see him, but met him with manners that were ranged from respectful by Jeff Hackberry to absolute servility by the others. He was a burly, black-bearded man, wearing a fairly good uniform of a rebel captain. His face showed that he was a bully, and a cruel one. He acknowledged in an overbearing way the greetings of the others, and called out imperiously, Phroney, gi me a stiff dram o' your best at onct. My throat's drier'n a lime kiln. Been ridin' all mornin' dot. Folks wantin' liquor don't say must he me, but will yo and please, she answered sulkily. Must please yo hag, he said savagely. Talk that away to me. I'll please yo. I've killed 2 Yankees this mornin', and I'm not in the humor to fool around with an old pennyroyal hussy like yo. Gi me some whiskey at onct, or I'll base yo dot. If ever Mrs. Bolster had been favorably disposed to him, she could not endure to have him treat her this way before Shorty. She would assert herself before him if ever. She put her arms akimbo and retorted vigorously. Nary drap o' liquor you'll get from me, Soul Simmons. Go and get your liquor where you're welcome. You're not welcome here. I don't care if you'll have killed 2 Yankees or 20 Yankees. You're allers talkin' about killin' Yankees, but nobody never sees none that YV killed. I'm a better Confederate than yo ever dared be. I'm doin' more for the Southern Confederacy. You're allers a-blowin' while I'm allers a-doin'. Everybody knows that. Talk about the 2 Yankees YV killed, and which nobody seed. Here I brung 2 Yankees right out in their camps, and have 'em to show. More'n that, they're gwine to jine wi' UNS. She indicated the 2 boys with a wave of her hand. Simmons seemed to see them for the first time. Yankees here, and yo hain't killed 'em, he yelled. He put his hand to his revolver and stepped forward. The 2 boys jumped up and snatched their guns, but before another move could be made, Mrs. Bolster's unfailing trip brought Simmons heavily to the floor, with his revolver half out the holster. In an instant she sat down heavily upon him, and laid her brawny hand upon his pistol. The dogs and children gathered around in joyous expectation of a renewal of general hostilities. But the dogs broke away at the scent or sight of someone approaching. "Meb, that's Squire Corson," said Mrs. Bolster with a renewed flush of pleasant anticipation. Instead, a rather good-looking young rebel officer wearing a major's silver stars dismounted from his horse and, followed by 2 men, entered the cabin. "Hello, Simmons," said the major in a tone of strong rebuke as soon as he entered. "What in the world are you doing here? Is this the way you carry out the general's orders? You're at your old tricks again. You were sent out here early this morning, to capture or drive away that Yankee picket at Raccoon Ford, so as to let Captain Gillen come through with his pack mules. I expected to meet him here and go on with him. Your men have been waiting at the crossroads for you since daylight, while you've been loitering around the rear. I ought to have you shot, and you would be if I reported this to the general. You skulking whelp, you ought to be shot. But I'll give you one more chance. It may not be too late yet. Break for your place as fast as you can, and take these whelps with you. I'll wait here till sundown for you. If you don't report back to me by that time, you'd better make your will. Jump now." Mrs. Bolster had let go of Simmons as this exordium proceeded, as she felt that he was in good hands. As they disappeared, the major turned to Mrs. Bolster and inquired, "Did Captain Gillen get through with that quinine and gun caps?" "There thar," she said, pointing to the boxes under the beds. "Very good. I've brought some men to take them away. We need them very badly. Who are these men?" Mrs. Bolster told her story about how they were tired of the Abolition War, and had yielded to her persuasions to join the Southern Army. The major looked them over sharply, and began a close cross-questioning as to where they were born, what regiment they belonged to, how long they had been in the service, what battles they had been engaged in, and on what part of the field, where their regiment now was, its brigade, division and corps, commanders, etc., etc. As Shorty did not see any present occasion for lying, he had no trouble in telling a convincing, straightforward story. Asai successfully worked the loss of voice racket, and left the burden of conversation to his partner. The major seemed satisfied, and said at the conclusion, "Very good. I'll take you back with me when I return, and place you in a good regiment." This was a new and startling prospect, which was almost too much for Shorty's self-control. For a minute he had wild thoughts of assassinating the major then and there, and making a run for life. But he decided to wait a little longer, and see what would develop. If Mrs. Bolster's hue had permitted, she would have turned pale at this threatened loss of a husband and upsetting of all her plans. She merely gulped down a lump in her throat, and seemed to be thinking. She became very attentive to the major, and brought for his edification a private bottle of fine old whiskey. She set about preparing something for them to eat. Again the dogs barked, and in walked a man dressed in the fatigue uniform of a Union soldier with the chevrons of a sergeant. The boys gave a start of surprise, and a great one when they saw on his cap. Asai would have sprung up to greet him, but Shorty laid a restraining hand, and whispered, "He don't belong to our regiment." A second glance satisfied Asai of this. While it is hardly possible for a man to know every other man in his regiment, yet in a little while there comes something which enables him to know whether any man he meets does or does not belong to his regiment. The major and Mrs. Bolster instantly recognized the newcomer. Awful glad to see you, Tuggers, said the Major, rising and shaking his hand. Did you get through without any trouble? Not a bit o' trouble, thanks to you and Mrs. Bolster here. She got me this uniform and this cap, said Tuggers, taking off the latter article and scanning the lettering. Rather more brass than I'm in the habit of carrying on top of my head, no matter how much I have in my face. I got your not giving me the positions of the Yankee regiments, for which I suppose we must also thank Mrs. Bolster. I found them all correct. As the 200th IND was the farthest out, I had no difficulty getting through the rest of them by saying that I was on my way to my regiment. Of course, I didn't come through the camp of the 200th IND, but modestly sought a byroad which Mrs. Bolster had put me onto. I've got a lot of important letters from the mail in Nashville, among which are some letters for the General, which I am told are highly important. I'm mighty glad to be able to place them in your hands, and relieve myself of the responsibility. Here they are. Thanks, I don't care if I do, since you press me so hard, said he, without change of voice, as he handed over the letters and picked up the bottle and tin cup. Excuse me, Tuggers, for not asking you before, said the Major. I was so interested in you and your letters I forgot for the moment that you might be thirsty. Help yourself. I didn't forget it, said Tuggers, pouring out a liberal dram. Here's to our deserving selves and our glorious cause. A shy girl of about 8 had responded to C's persistent encouragement, and sidled up to him, examining his buttons and accoutrements. Si gave her some buttons he had in his pocket, and showed her his knife and other trinkets in his pockets. The other children began to gather around, much interested in the elaborate dumb show he was making of his inability to speak. Again the dogs barked. Mrs. Bolster ran to the door. Hit Squire Corson, she exclaimed joyously, and hustled around to make extra preparations for his entertainment. The squire entered, mopping his face with his bandana, and moving with the deliberation and dignity consistent with his official position. He looked at the boys with a severe, judicial eye, and gave the ominous little cough with which he was wont to precede sentences. But he recognized the Major and Tuggers, and immediately his attention was centered in them. They were connected with Army headquarters. They were repositories of news which he could spread among his constituents. He greeted them effusively, and was only too glad to accept their invitation to sit down and drink. But he suggested, with official prudence, that they go out in front and sit under a tree where they could converse war at liberty. Afore you go out, Squire, said Mrs. Bolster with an attempt at coyness, I want yo to do a little job for me. Shorty's hair tried to stand on end. Just wait a little, my good woman, said the squire patronizingly. I want to talk to these gentlemen first. I can tend to your matter any time. They lighted their pipes, and talked, while Mrs. Bolster fidgeted around in growing anxiety. Finally, as the sun was going down, she could stand it no longer, and approached the group. Squire, she said, I'm awfully anxious to have a little job o' mine done. 'Tun take yo 5 minutes. Please tend to it right away. What is it she wants? Inquired the Major. I think she wants me to marry her to a Yankee deserter in there. She whispered suthin' o' that kind to me a while ago. That reminds me, said the Major. I want you to swear those 2 men into the service of the Southern Confederacy. You might as well do it now, if you please, for I want to take them back with me and put them into a regiment. That won't give much of a honeymoon to Mrs. Bolster, grinned the squire. Well, we've all got to make sacrifices for the cause, said the Major. Her honeymoon'll be the sweeter for being postponed. I've had to postpone mine. Well, bring the men out, said the squire, pouring himself out another drink. Si and Shorty had moved to the front door when Mrs. Bolster went out, and could hear the whole conversation. They looked at one another. Their faces were whiter than they had ever been on the field of battle. Take the oath of allegiance to the Southern Confederacy? Die right here 100 times, surged through both their hearts. Si pulled the bunches of firecrackers from his pocket, undid them before the children's wondering eyes. He went through a pantomime to tell them to take a coal from the fire, run out back with them, and touch it to the fuses. Take a coal, run back, and take it to them strings, said Shorty, forgetting himself in his excitement. "It'll be the greatest fun ye ever saw." "What's that you're sayin'?" said Mrs. Bolster. "Jest talkin' to the children," said Shorty, seeing with relief the children bolt out of the back door. He slipped his hand on his revolver, determined to kill the squire, the major, and the other 3 men before he would take a syllable of the oath. "Come out here, men," said the major authoritatively. S.I. slipped his hand into his pocket, grasped his revolver, and walked forward very slowly. "Ahem," said the squire, with an official cough. "Raise your right hands, and repeat these words after me, givin' your own names." The other rebels took off their hats. The dogs raised a clamor, which directed all eyes to the road. Sol Simmons and the rest could be seen coming on a dead run. "What does that mean?" said the major anxiously. At the same instant there was a series of crashes behind the house. The firecrackers were going off like a volley of rifle shots. The major whirled around to see what that meant, and looked into the muzzle of Shorty's revolver. "Surrender or I'll kill you!" shouted Shorty desperately. "Don't stop a minute! Throw up your hands, I tell you!" S.I. was making a similar demand on Tuggers, while the squire was standing, open-mouthed, with the first word of the oath apparently still on his tongue. The major sprang at Shorty, whose bullet cut his hair. The next bullet caught the officer in the shoulder, and he reeled and went down. S.I. was not so fortunate with Tuggers, who succeeded in grappling him. Simmons dashed by and struck S.I. in passing, with his fist, which sent him to the ground, with Tuggers on top. The next minute the squire, who was the only one who had any opportunity to look, saw Yankees pop out of the brush and jump the fences in a long, irregular line which immediately surrounded the house. Captain McGillicuddy cut down Simmons with his sword, and the rest incontinently surrendered. "We had got tired of waiting, and were on the point of dashing in, anyhow, when we heard the firecrackers," said Captain McGillicuddy, after the prisoners had been secured and things quieted down. "That feller that I cut down was out there with the squad and caught sight of us, and started back this way, and I concluded to follow him up and jump the house." "Neither of you hurt, are you?" "Not hurt a mite," answered Shorty cheerfully, "but it's the closest squeak I ever had. Wouldn't go through it agin for a pile o' greenbacks big as a cornshock. Say, Cap, you've made a 10 strike today that ought to make you a major. That house is plumb full o' contraband, and there's a lot o' important letters there. But say, Cap, I want you to either kill that squire or get him as fur away as possible. I ain't safe a minute as long as him and that woman's anigh me." Chapter 16. An Unexpected Marriage. The boys capture rebels and administer the oath. The rebel major accepted the unexpected turn of events with soldierly philosophy. Tuggers, captured in a blue uniform, saw the ignominious fate of a spy loom up before his eyes. His face grew very white and set. He sat down on a log, looked far away, and seemed oblivious to everything around him. Jeff Hackberry and Sol Simmons were frightened into nerveless terror, and occasionally sighed and groaned audibly. Their men huddled together like frightened sheep, and looked anxiously at every move of their captors. Squire Corson had ventured 2 or 3 remarks in a judicial and advisory way, but had been ordered by Captain McGillicuddy to sit down and keep quiet. He took a seat on a stump, pulled a large bandana out of his beaver-crowned hat, wiped his bald head, and anxiously surveyed the scene as if looking for an opportunity when the power and dignity of the state of Tennessee might be invoked to advantage. Only Mrs. Bolster retained her aggressiveness and her tongue. If anything, she seemed to be more savage and virulent than ever. She was wild that she had been outwitted, and particularly by S.I., whose fluent speech had returned the moment the firecrackers went off. She poured out volleys of scorching epithets on all the Yankees from President Lincoln down to Corporal S.I. Klegg, and fervently invoked for them speedy death and eternal torment where the worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched. Captain McGillicuddy rounded up his prisoners, took arms from those who still retained them, had S.I. and Shorty do what they could toward dressing the major's wound, and then began an examination of the house. He found abundant evidence of all that he, S.I. and Shorty had believed of it. It was a rendezvous for spies, both great and small, both those, like Mrs. Bolster, who infested our camps, and got news of whatever was going on there, and those who operated on a larger scale, passing directly from the headquarters of the rebels to the headquarters of ours, and to the rear, and the sources of information at Nashville and Louisville. It was an important station on the route for smuggling gun caps, quinine, medicines, and other contraband from the north. Quantities of these were there waiting to be forwarded. As the source of the fighting whiskey introduced into the camp of the 200th IND, too much was known of it to require any further information. And it was more than probable that it was the scene of darker crimes, Union soldiers lured thither under some pretext, murdered and robbed. "How in the world am I going to break this infernal nest up?" said Captain McGillicuddy, with a puzzled air, after he had ordered the whiskey destroyed and the other things gotten in shape to send back to camp. "By rights, I ought to burn that house down, but that would leave all these children without shelter. By the same token, I ought to shoot or at least send off to prison that old she-catamount, but that would mean starving the children to death. I declare, I don't know what to do." He had drawn apart a little with S.I. and Shorty, to whom he spoke confidentially, while casting his eyes about him as if seeking some solution of the problem. "If you'll allow me, Captain," said Shorty, "I've an idea. Now that we've got the trap, let's set it agin, and see if we can't catch some more." "Splendid idea, Shorty," said the captain, catching on at once. "And my idea," said Shorty, emboldened by the reception of his first suggestion, "is that you take all the company but me and S.I. and 4 or 5 of the boys back to camp, leaving us here until tomorrow at least. There'll probably some very interesting men happen along here tonight, not knowing what's happened, and we'll just quietly yank 'em in." "That's good," assented the captain. "In the meantime," continued Shorty, "you can be considering what you'll do with the house. It may be best to let it stand, and watch it. That's a good way to do with a bee tree or a woodchuck hole." "I believe you are right. I'll do as you say. S.I., you and Shorty pick out as many men as you want to stay with you. I'll leave one of these horses with you. If you should happen to need any more, mount one of the boys and send him back for help. I'll come out with the whole company." Shorty and S.I. consulted together for a few minutes, picked out their men, gave their names to the captain, and received his assent to the selection. Then Shorty said, "Captain, you don't want to take that old woman, the squire, and that skunk they call Jeff Hackberry back to camp with you, do you? Leave them here with us. I've got a little scheme." "The old woman and the squire you can take and welcome," answered the captain. "I'll be glad to have them off my hands. But Hackberry is a rebel soldier. I don't know about giving him up. Leave him with us, then. We'll turn him back to you all right, and the old woman and the squire too, if you want them." "No," said the captain, with an impatient wave of his hand. "Keep them, do what you please with them. If you should accidentally kill the old woman, I should not be unduly distressed. But don't let Hackberry get away from you. I'll take the rest back to camp, and I must start at once, for it's getting late, and we didn't bring any rations with us. Do you suppose you can find enough around the house to keep you till morning?" "Oh, yes," said S.I. "There's a sack of meal in there and some side meat. We gave the old woman a lot of coffee. We'll make out all right." The prisoners had been watching the captain and his men with greatest anxiety. They now saw S.I. with his squad take the squire, Mrs. Bolster, and Hackberry off to one side, while the captain placed the remainder of the prisoners in the center of his company and started back to camp with them. There was something in this separation that terrified even Mrs. Bolster, who stopped railing and began to look frightened. "What are you UNS going to do with we UNS?" she inquired hoarsely of S.I. "You'll find out soon enough," said S.I. significantly. "Sit down there on that log and think about what you deserve. You might put in any spare time you have in doing some big repentant dot." Hackberry began to whine and beg for mercy, but Shorty ordered him to keep silent. "I want you to understand," said the squire, "that I'm a regularly elected and qualified magistrate of the state o' Tennessee, that I'm not subject to military laws, and if any harm comes to me you'll have to answer for it to the state o' Tennessee." "Blast the state o' Tennessee," said Shorty contemptuously. "When we get through there won't be no state o' Tennessee. It'll be roasting in the same law heap with South Carolina and Virginia, with Jeff Davis Brealin in the middle. Boys, ordered S.I., a couple of you look around the house and see if you can't find a mattock and shovel. Terrible fears assailed the three unhappy prisoners at this. What could a mattock and shovel be wanted for but to dig their graves? Shorty stepped over a little distance to a large clump of red sticks. These grow in long wands of brilliant red, as straight as a cornstalk, and slenderer. They are much used about the farms of the South for rods for rough measurement. He cut one off about 6 feet long and stripped off its leaves. The anxious eyes of the prisoners followed every movement. 2 of the boys appeared with an old mattock and shovel. Guess you'd better dig right over there, said S.I., indicating a little bare knoll. Nothing else has ever been planted there. At least nothing's ever come up. The chances are agin they're comin' up if we plant 'em there. Stand up, said Shorty, approaching Hackberry with the bright crimson rod in his hand. I'm going to measure you for a grass-green suit that'll last you till Gabriel blows his horn. Hackberry gave a howl of terror. The Squire and Mrs. Bolster began a clamor of protests. Don't fuss, said Shorty calmly to them, as he took Hackberry's dimensions. I ain't going to show no partiality. I'll serve you both the same way. Your turns LL come after his N. The children, aware that something unusual was going on, yet unable to comprehend what it was, stood silently around, their fingers in their mouths and their vacant eyes fixed in the stolid stare of the mountaineer youth. Even the dogs were quiet, and seemed watching the scene with more understanding than the children. Mrs. Bolster's mood suddenly changed from bitter vituperation. She actually burst into tears, and began pleading for her life, and making earnest promises as to better conduct in the future. The Squire and Hackberry followed suit, and blubbered like schoolboys. Mrs. Bolster reminded S.I. and Shorty how she had saved them from being killed by the fierce Hackberry and the still fiercer Simmons. This seemed to move them. She tried a ghastly travesty of feminine blandishments by telling Shorty how handsome she had thought him, and had fallen in love with him at first sight. Shorty gave a grimace at this. He and S.I. stepped back a little for consultation. When they came back, Shorty said oracularly, Our orders is strict, and we should have carried 'em out at once. But talkin' with my partner here, we're reminded o' somethin'. We believe it's the law that when a man or woman is sentenced to death, the execution can be put off if they can find anybody to marry 'em. Is that good law, Squire? H.M., answered the magistrate, resuming his judicial manner at once. That is a general belief, and I've heard o' some instances of it. But before saying positively, I should like to examine the authorities and hear argument. Well, there hain't going to be no continuance in this case for you to look up authorities and hear arguments, said Shorty decisively. We're the higher court in this case, and we decided that the law's good enough for it. We've settled that if Mrs. Bolster LL marry Hackberry, and Hackberry LL marry Mrs. Bolster, and you'll marry 'em both, we'll grant a stay o' proceedings in the matter o' the execution o' the sentence o' death until we can be advised by the higher authorities. I'll do anything, Mr. blubbered Hackberry. I'll marry her this minute. Say the words, Squire. I've said I'd rather die 10 times over than marry yo, Jeff Hackberry, murmured Mrs. Bolster. I've been the wife o' one ornery snipe of a whiskey-sucking sand-digger, and when the Lord freed me from him I said I'd never get yoked with another. But I s'pose I've got to live for my children, though the Lord knows the yaller-headed brats hain't with it. They're every one of 'em their dad over agin, all Bolsters, and not with the powder to blow 'em to kingdom come. I'd a heap ruther marry Jeff Hackberry to make sure o' havin' him shot than to save him from shootin' Dot. You hain't no choice, madam, said Shorty severely. Law and orders is strict on that pint. Well then, said she, since it's a chis betwixt death and Jeff Hackberry, I'll take Jeff Hackberry, though I wouldn't take him on no other terms, and I'm afeard I'm makin' a mistake as hit is. What do you say, Squire? asked Shorty. I've been studyin' on just where I come in, answered the magistrate. These two save their necks by marrying, but do you understand that the law says that the magistrate who marries gets his neck saved? The court is not clear on that as a Piento law, said Shorty. But in the present case it'll hold that the squire who does the splicin' gets as much of a rake off as the rest. This is not to be considered a precedent, however. All right, assented the squire. Let the couple join hands. With an air of glad relief, Hackberry sprang up and put out his hand. Mrs. Bolster came up more slowly and reluctantly grasped his hairy fist in her large, skinny hand. The squire stood up before them in his most impressive attitude. Hold on! Suddenly called out Tom Welch, who was the guardhouse lawyer of Company Q, and constantly drawing the regulations, the tactics, and the Constitution and laws of the United States, in which he was sharply proficient, upon the members of the regiment. I raise the point that the squire can't officiate until he has taken the oath of allegiance to the United States. S.I. and Shorty looked at one another. That's a good point, said S.I. He's got to take the oath of allegiance. Never, shouted the squire, who had begun to recover his self-confidence. Never, as long as I live. I've sworn allegiance to the Southern Confederacy, and won't take no other oath. Grave for one, called out Shorty to the boys with the pick and shovel, as if he were giving an order in a restaurant. Full size, and hurry up with it. He picked up his measuring rod and started to take the squire's dimensions. The squire wilted at once. I suppose I've got to yield to force, he muttered. I'll take the oath. Who knows the oath? Inquired S.I. Do you, Tom? Not exactly, replied Tom, nonplussed for once. But I know the oath we took when mustered in. That ought to do. What's good enough for us is good enough for him. Go ahead, ordered S.I. We ought to have a Bible by rights, said Tom. Where can we find your Bible, Mrs. Bolster? Asked S.I. We UNS done clean out old Bibles, she said, rather shamefacedly. There hain't nary one in the house. I allers said we orter have a Bible. Hit look 'spectable to have one in the house. But Andy allers wanted every cent to guzzle on. Here's a testament. That'll do, said Tom, handing S.I. one which some of the boys had about him. Le's make 'em all take the oath while we're at it. You'll all raise your right hands, said S.I., opening the book. Place your left on this book, and repeat the words after that man there, giving your own names. S.I. was as solemn about it as he believed everyone should be at such a ceremony. Hackberry and Mrs. Bolster were not sure which were their right hands, but S.I. finally got them started, and Tom Welch repeated slowly and impressively. You do solemnly swear to support the Constitution and laws of the United States, and all laws made in pursuance thereof, against all enemies and opposers whatsoever, whether foreign or domestic, and to obey the orders of all officers duly appointed over you. So help you God, and kiss this book. And to quit liquor selling, smuggling, spying, and giving aid and comfort to the enemy, added Shorty, and this was joined to the rest of the oath. I ought to have added that they wash their faces once a day, and put more shortenin' and fillin' in Mrs. Bolster's pies, said Shorty in an undertone to S.I. But I suppose we oughtn't to ask impossible things. Now go ahead with the wedding ceremony, ordered S.I. Again the squire commanded them to join hands, and after mumbling over the fateful words, pronounced Thomas Jefferson Hackberry and Mrs. Sophronia Bolster man and wife. No, said Shorty, who felt at last fully insured against a great danger. I believe it's the law and custom for all the witnesses to a weddin' to see the bride and bridegroom in bed together. You'll go inside the house and take one of them beds, and after we've seen you there we'll consider your cases further. You're all right, anyway, until we hear from camp tomorrow. Amid the grins of the rest the boys conducted the newlyweds into the house. He and S.I. brought out the sack of meal, a few cooking utensils, a side of bacon, and the package of coffee, which they gave to the other boys to get supper with. They closed the door behind them, excluding the children and dogs, and left the pair to their own reflections. Gentlemen, what are you gwine to do with me? Asked the squire. I'd powerful like to get on home, if you've no further use for me. We hain't decided what to do with you, you old fomenter o' rebellion, said S.I. We ought to shoot you for what you've done in stirring up these men to fight us. We'll settle your case tomorrow. You'll stay with us till then. We'll give you your supper, and after a while you can go in and sleep in that other bed, with the children." The squire gave a dismal groan at the prospect, which was lost on the boys, who were very hungry and hurrying around helping to get supper. They built a fine fire and cooked a bountiful meal, of which all, including the squire and children, partook heartily. A liberal portion, with big cups of strong coffee, were sent into the bridal couple. As bedtime drew near, they sent the squire and the children into the house, and divided themselves up into reliefs to watch during the night. Chapter 17. Gathering information. Si and Shorty work a trap and land some prisoners. The boys were sitting around having another smoke before crawling into their blankets, spread under the shade of the scraggly locusts and mangy cedars, when the dogs raised an alarm. "Get back under the shadow of the trees, boys, and keep quiet," said Si. "Hello, the house," came out of the darkness at the foot of the hill. "Hello thar yourself," answered Shorty, imitating Mrs. Bolster's voice. "Hit's me, Brad Tingle. Don't yo know my voice? Call off your dogs. They'll eat me up." "Hello, Brad, is that yo? Where'd yo come from? Get out thar, watch. Lay down, Tige. Begone, Bones. Come on up, Brad." Shorty's imitations of Mrs. Bolster's voice and manner were so good as to deceive even the dogs, who changed their attitude of shrill defiance to one of fawning welcome. "Where'd yo come from, Brad?" repeated Shorty as the newcomer made his way up the narrow, stony path. "Just from the Yankee camps," answered the newcomer. "Me and Jim Wyatt's been over thar by that Hoosier camp tryin' to git the drop on their colonel as he was gwine to brigade headquarters. We a'most had him when a company o' Yankees that had been out in the country for something a'most run over us. The UNS was a nigh on top o' we UNS afore we seed the UNS, and then we UNS had to scatter. Jim run one way and me another. I come back here to see if yo had any o' the boys here. I hearn tell that a passel o' Yankee ossifers is at a dance over at the Widder Brewster's, and I thought we UNS might done gether the UNS and ef we UNS went about it right." So you kin," said Shorty, reaching out from behind the bushes and catching him by the collar. "And to show you how, I'll just gether you in." A harsh, prolonged, sibilant, far-reaching hiss came from the door of the cabin, but came too late to warn Brad Tingle of the trap into which he was walking. Shorty understood it at once. He jerked Tingle forward into C's strong clutch, and then walked toward the cabin, singing out angrily, "Jeff Hackberry, I want you to make that wife o' your'n mind her own business, and let other people's alone. You and Hervey got quite enough to do to tend to your honeymoon, without mixing into things that don't concern you. Take her back to bed and keep her there." He went back to where Si was disarming and searching Tingle. The prisoner had a United States musket, cartridge box, canteen, and a new haversack, all of which excited Shorty's ire. "You hound, you," he said, taking him by the throat with a fierce grasp. "You've been bushwhacking, and got these things off some soldier you sneaked onto and killed. We ought to kill you right now, like we would a dog." "No, mister, I hain't killed nobody. I swore to God I hain't," gurgled the prisoner, trying to release his throat from Shorty's grip. "Where'd you get these things?" demanded Shorty. "Mrs. Bolster gi me the gun and cartridge box. I done found the canteen in the road, and the poke with the letters in hit the Yank had done laid down beside him when he stopped to get a drink, and me and Jim crep up on him and ordered him to surrender. He jumped and run, and we was afeard to shoot least we bring the rest o' the Yanks down onto us." At the mention of letters, Si began eagerly examining the contents of the haversack. He held some of them down to the light of the fire, and then exclaimed excitedly, "Why, boys, this is our mail. It was Wagolbright they were after." A sudden change came over Shorty. He took the prisoner by the back of the neck and ran him up to the door of the house and flung him inside. Then he hastened back to the fire and said, "Lees see them letters." A pine knot had been thrown on the fire to make a bright blaze, by the light of which Si was laboriously fumbling over the letters. Even by the flaring, uncertain glare it could be seen that a ruddy hue came into his face as he came across one with a gorgeous flag on one end of the envelope, and directed in a pinched, labored hand on straight lines scratched by a pin. He tried to slip the letter unseen by the rest into his blouse pocket, but fumbled it so badly that he dropped the rest in a heap at the edge of the fire. "Look out, S.I.," said Shorty crossly, and hastily snatching the letters away from the fire. "You'll burn up somebody's letters, and then there'll be no end o' trouble. You're clumsier 'n a foundered horse. Your fingers are all thumbs. Handle them yourself, if you think you can do any better," said S.I., who, having got all that he wanted, lost interest in the rest. If C's fingers were all thumbs, Shorty's seemed all fists. Besides, his reading of handwriting was about as laborious as climbing a ladder. He tackled the lot bravely, though, and laboriously spelled out and guessed one address after another, until suddenly his eye was glued on a postmark that differed from the others. Wisconsin first caught his glance, and he turned the envelope around until he had spelled out "Bad Axe" as the rest of the imprint. This was enough. Nobody else in the regiment got letters from Bad Axe, Wisconsin. He fumbled the letter into his blouse pocket, and in turn dropped the rest at the edge of the fire, arousing protests from the other boys. "Well, if any o' you think you can do better 'n I kin, take 'em up. There they are," said he. "You go over 'em, Tom Welch. I must look around a little." Shorty secretly caressed the precious envelope in his pocket with his great, strong fingers, and pondered as to how he was going to get an opportunity to read the letter before daylight. It was too sacred and too sweet to be opened and read before the eyes of his unsympathetic, teasing comrades, and yet it seemed an eternity to wait till morning. He stole a glance out of the corner of his eye at S.I., who was going through the same process, as he stood with abstracted air on the other side of the fire. The sudden clamor of the dogs recalled them to present duties. "Hullo, the house!" came out of the darkness. "Hullo, yourself!" replied Shorty in Mrs. Bolster's tones. "It's me, Groundhog. Call off your dogs." S.I. and Shorty looked startled, and exchanged significant glances. "Needn't be told it was him," said Shorty. "I could smell his breath even this far. Hullo, Groundhog," he continued in loud tones. "Come on up. Get out, Watch. Lay down, Tige. Begone, Bones. Come on up, Groundhog. What's the news?" A louder, longer, more penetrating hiss than ever sounded from the house. Shorty looked around angrily. S.I. made a break for the door. "No, I can't come up now," said Groundhog. "I just come by to see if things was all right. A company went out o' camp this mornin' for some place that I couldn't find out. I couldn't get word to you, and I've been anxious 'bout whether it come this way." "Never touched us," answered Shorty, in perfect reproduction of Mrs. Bolster's accents. "We UNS is all right." The hissing from the cabin became so loud that it seemed impossible for Groundhog not to hear it. "Blast it, S.I., can't you gag that old guinea hen?" said Shorty, in a savage undertone. S.I. was in the meanwhile muttering all sorts of savage threats at Mrs. Bolster, the least of which was to go in and choke the life out of her if she did not stop her signaling. "Glad to hear it," said Groundhog. "I was a leetle skeery all day about it, and come out as soon's I could. Have yo' seed Brad Tinkle?" "Yes, seen him today." "Do yo' know whar he is? Can yo' get word to him quick?" "Yes, indeed, right off." "Well, send word to him as soon as you kin, that I've got the mules ready for stampedin' and runnin' off at any time, and waitin' for him. The sooner he kin jump the corral the better. Tonight, if he kin, but suddenly not later 'n tomorrow night. Be sure and get word to him by early tomorrow mornin' at the furthest." "I'll be sure to get word to him this very night," answered the fictitious Mrs. Bolster. "Well, good night. I must hurry along, and get back afore the second relief goes off. All my friends air on it. See yo' tomorrow if I kin." "You just bet you'll see me tomorrow," said Shorty grimly, as he heard Groundhog's mule clatter away. "If you don't see me, the disappointment 'll come nigh breaking my heart. Now I'll go in and learn Mr. and Mrs. Hackberry how to spend the first night o' their wedded lives. I don't care ef yo' do shoot me. I'd a heap ruther be shot than not," she was saying to S.I. as Shorty came up. I've changed my mind since I've been put in here. I'd a heap ruther die than live with Jeff Hackberry. Never knowed married folks to get tired o' one another so soon," commented Shorty. "But I should have thought that Jeff D got tired first. But this ain't no time to fool around with family jars. Look here, Jeff Hackberry, you must make that wife o' yourn keep quiet. If she tries to give another signal, we'll tie you up by the thumbs now, besides shoot you in the morning dot." "What can I do with her?" whined Jeff. "Do with her? You can make her mind. That's your duty. You're the head o' the family." "Head o' the family?" groaned Jeff, in mournful sarcasm. "Mister, you don't seem to be acquainted with Phroney." "Head o' the family," sneered his wife. "He ain't the head o' nothin'. Not the head o' a pin. He hain't no more head than a fish worm." "Look here, woman," said Shorty. "Didn't you promise to love, honor, and obey him?" "No, I didn't nother. I said I'd shove, hammer, and belay him. Hit's none o' your business, nohow, yo sneaking Yankee, what I do to him. You hain't no call to mix betwixt him and me. And my mouth's my own. I'll use hit just as I please, in spite o' yo and him, and 40 others like yo. Hear that? Well, you get back into that bed, and stay there, and don't you dare give another signal, or I'll buckhand gag you on your wedding night. Don't you dar tech me," she said menacingly. "I ain't goin' to tech you. I'm too careful what I touch. But I'll tie you to that bed and gag you, if you don't do as I say. Get back into bed at once. I ain't gwine to, and yo can't make me," she said defiantly. "Take hold of her, Jeff," said Shorty, pulling out his bayonet and giving that worthy a little prod. Jeff hesitated until Shorty gave him a more earnest prod, when he advanced toward his wife, but, as he attempted to lay his hands on her shoulders, she caught him, gave him a quick twist and a trip, and down he went. But he had clutched her to save himself from falling, and brought her down with him. Shorty caught her elbows and called to Si to bring him a piece of cord, with which he tied her arms. Another piece bound her ankles. She lay on the floor and railed with all the vehemence of her vicious tongue. "Pick her up and lay her on the bed there," Shorty ordered Jeff. Jeff found some difficulty in lifting the tall, bony frame, but Shorty gave him a little help with the ponderous but agile feet, and the woman was finally gotten on the bed. "Now we'll gag you next if you make any more trouble," threatened Shorty. "We don't allow no woman to interfere with military operations." They had scarcely finished this when the dogs began barking again, and Si and Shorty hurried out. The operations in the house had rather heated them. The evening was warm, and Shorty had taken off his blouse and drawn it up inside of his belt, in the rear. The noise of the dogs betokened the approach of something more than usual visitors. Through the clamor the boys' quick ears could detect the clatter of an ominous number of hoofs. The other boys heard it, too, and were standing around, gun in hand, waiting developments. "Hello, dear, the house!" came in a voice Si and Shorty dimly recognized having heard somewhere before. "Hello yourself," answered Shorty. "Who air yo?" "I'm Captain Littles," came back above the noise of barking. "Call off your togs." "I'm all right." "Is it all right up there?" "Yes." "Lay down." "Watch." "Get out, Tige." Shorty started to answer, when he was interrupted by the apparition of Mrs. Bolster Hackberry flying out of the door, and yelling at the top of her voice. "No, it ain't all right at all. Captain. The Yankees got us. Thar's a right smart passel o' 'em here, with we UNS prisoners. Jump 'em if you kin. If yo can't, skeet out and get enough tea down 'em and get us out." Si and Shorty recognized that the time for words was past. They snatched up their guns and fired in the direction of the hail. The other boys did the same. There was a patter of replying shots, aimed at the fire around which they had been standing, but had moved away from. Apparently Captain Littles thought the Yankees were in too great force for him to attack, for his horses could be heard moving away. The boys followed them with shots aimed at the sound. Si and Shorty ran down forward a little ways, hoping to get a better sight. The rebels halted, apparently dismounted, got behind a fence and began firing back at intervals. Si and Shorty fired from the point they had gained, and drew upon themselves quite a storm of shots. "Things look bad," said SI to Shorty. "They've halted there to hold us while they send for reinforcements. We'd better go back to the boys and get things in shape. Meb, we'd better send back to camp for help." "We'll wait till we find out more about 'em," said Shorty, as they moved back. They had to cross the road, upon the white surface of which they stood out in bold contrast, and drew some shots which came uncomfortably close. The other boys, after a severe struggle, had caught Mrs. Bolster Hackberry and put her back in the cabin. After a brief consultation, it was decided to hold their ground until daylight. They could get into the cabin, and by using it as a fortification, stand off a big crowd of enemies. The rest of the boys were sent inside to punch out loopholes between the logs, and make the place as defensible as possible. SI and Shorty were to stay outside and observe. "I've got an idea how to fix that old woman," said Shorty suddenly. "Buck and gag her?" inquired SI. "No, we'll go in there and chuck her down that hole where she kept her whiskey, and fasten the hasp in the staple. Goody day, if the hole will hold her. It's got to hold her. We can't have her rampaging round during the fight. I'd rather have a whole company o' rebels on my back." They did not waste any words with the old woman, but despite her yells and protests, SI took hold of one shoulder, Shorty the other, and forced her down in the pit and closed the puncheon above her. They went out again to reconnoiter. The enemy was quiet, apparently waiting. Only one shot, fired in the direction of the fire, showed that they were still there. Shorty suddenly bethought him of his blouse, in the pocket of which was the precious letter. He felt for it. It was gone. He was stunned. "I remember now," he said to himself. "It was working out as I ran, and it slipped down as I climbed the fence." He said aloud, "SI, I've lost my blouse. I dropped it down there just before we crossed the road. I'm going to get it." "Blast the blouse," said SI. "Let it be till mornin'. You need something worse 'n a blouse tonight. You'll catch a bullet sure's you're alive if you try to go across that road agin. They rake it." "I don't care if they do," said Shorty desperately. "I'd go down there if a battery raked it. There's a letter in the pocket that I must have." SI instinctively felt for the letter in his own pocket. "Very well," he said. "If you feel as if you must go, I'll go along." "No, you shan't. You stay here in command, it's your duty. You can't help if you do go." "I'll go alone. I'll tell you what you might do, though. You might go over there to the left and fire on 'em, as if we was feelin' around that way. That'll draw some o' their attention." SI did as suggested. Shorty crept back to the point they had before occupied. The rebels saw him coming over a hill knoll, and fired at him. He ran for the fence. He looked over at the road, and thought he saw the blouse lying in the ditch on the opposite side. He sprang over the fence and ran across the road. The rebels had anticipated this and sent a volley into the road. One bullet struck a small stone, which flew up and smote Shorty's cheek so sharply that he reeled. But he went on across, picked up the blouse, found the dear letter, and deliberately stopped in the road until he transferred it to the breast of his shirt. Then he sprang back over the fence, and stopped there a moment to rest. He could hear the rebel captain talking to his men, and every moment the accents of the voice became more familiar. "Don't vast your shots," he was saying. "Don vire until you see somethings to shoot at, und den vire to hid. See how many shots you have already vired mitout doing no gut. You must think dat ammunitions as plenty as fada in de Southern Confederacy. If you had as much trouble as I have to get cartridges, you would be more garkful of dem." Captain Littles was Rosenbaum, the Jew spy, masquerading in a new role. Shorty's heart leaped. Instantly he thought of a way to let Rosenbaum know whom he had run up against. "Corporal S.I. Klegg," he called out in his loudest tones. "What is it, Shorty?" answered the wondering S.I. "Don't let any more o' the boys shoot over there to the left." "That's the way, Captain. McGillicuddy's a comin' in with Company Q. I think I can see him now jest raisin' the hill." "Yes, I'm sure it's him." The next instant he heard the rebel captain saying to his men, "Boys, they're going up in our rear. Dairy de men vi saw a little while ago. De only way is to mount and make a rush past the house. All mount and follow me as vast as day gone. There was a gallop of horsemen up the road, and they passed by like the wind, while S.I. and Shorty fired as fast as they could load, Shorty over their heads. S.I. at the noise. Just opposite the house the captain's horse stumbled, and his rider went over his head into a bank of weeds. The rest swept on, not heeding the mishap. "Surrender, Levi," said Shorty, running up. "Certainly, my dear boy," said Rosenbaum. "Anything dat you vant. How are you, anyway? Say, dad vassen need drick, vassen it? Half your horse stumble and trow you just at de right dime on place? It took me a long dime to teach my horse dot. I'm mighty glad to see you." Chapter 18. The Jew Spy Again. Mr. Rosenbaum recites a thrilling experience. "Hist, boys, don't talk friendly to me out loud," said the prudent Rosenbaum. "What's happened? I know you have got the house. I have been expecting for a long time that there would be a raid made upon it. What the devil is that saying you have? It's a long worm that don't have a turn. No, that isn't it. It's an ill lane that blows nobody no good. No, that's not it either. Well, anyway, Mrs. Sophronia and her crowd got entirely too bold. They played too open, and I knew they'd soon get catched. Who did you get in the house?" As I started to call over the names, and to recite the circumstances, but as he reached that of Brad Tingle, Rosenbaum clutched him by the arm and said earnestly, "Hold on. Tell me the rest after a while. I'm afraid of that man. He's come pretty near getting on to me several times already. He's listening now, and he'll be sure to suspect something if he don't hear you treating me as you did the others. Begin swearing at me as you did at the rest." S.I. instantly took the hint. "I'll stand no more foolishness," he called out angrily. "If you don't surrender at once, I'll blow your rebel head off." "I have to give up," Rosenbaum replied in an accent of pain, "for I believe I broke my leg when I fell. I find I can't stand up." "Give up your arms, then, and we'll help you up to the fire, and see how badly you're hurt," said S.I. Rosenbaum gave groans of anguish as S.I. and Shorty picked him up and carried him over to the fire. "Now we're out of earshot o' the house," said S.I., as they deposited him on the opposite side, and somewhat behind a thicket of raspberries. "And we can talk. Where did you come from this time, Levi?" "Straight from General Bragg's headquarters at Tullahoma, and I have got information that will make General Rosecrans's heart jump for joy. I have got the news he has been waiting for all these weeks to move his army. I have got the number of Bragg's men, just where they are stationed, and how many is at each place. I'm crazy to get to General Rosecrans with the news. I have been cavorting around the country all day trying some way to get in, and at my wits' end, for some of the men with me had their suspicions of me, and wouldn't have hesitated to shoot me if they didn't like the way I was acting. To tell the truth, it's been getting pretty hot for me over there in the rebel lines. Too many men have seen me in Yankee camps. This man, Brad Tingle, has seen me twice at General Rosecrans's headquarters, and has told a lot of stories that made much trouble. I think that this is the last visit I'll pay General Bragg. I'm fond of visiting, but it rather discourages me to be so that I can't look at a limb running out from a tree without thinking that it may be where they will hang me. Excuse me from any such visitin'," said S.I. sympathetically. "I'd much rather stay at home. I've had 12 or 15 hours inside the enemy's lines, playin' off deserter, and I've had enough to last me my 3 years. I'll take any day o' the battle o' Stone River in preference. I ain't built for the spy business in any shape or form. I'm plain, out-and-out Wabash Prairie style, everything above ground and in sight." "Well, I'm different from you," said Shorty. "I own up that I'm awfully fond o' a game o' hocus-pocus with the rebels, and tryin' to see which can thimblerig the other. It's mighty excitin' gamblin' when your own head's the stake, and beats poker and faro all holler. But I want the women ruled out o' the game. Never saw a game yet that a woman wouldn't spile if she got her finger in. Mrs. Bolster came mighty near marrying him, and he's pale yet from the scare," S.I. explained. "Yes," said Shorty frankly. "You'll see I'm still while all around the gills. Never was so rattled in my life. That woman's a witch. You could only kill her by shooting her with a silver bullet. She put a spell on me, sure's you're a foot high. Lord, wouldn't I like to be able to manage her? I'd set her up with a faro bank or a sweatboard, and she'd win all the money in the army in a month. Yes, she's a terror, accorded Rosenbaum. She made up her mind to marry me when I first come down here. I was awfully scared, for I was sure she saw through me sharper than the men did, and would marry me or expose me. But I got some points on her about poisoning a neighboring woman that she hated and was jealous of, and then I played an immediate order from General Bragg to me to report to his headquarters. But it took all the brains I had to keep her off me. She's safe now from marrying anybody for a while, said Shorty, and he related the story of her nuptials, which amused Rosenbaum greatly. But you have signed Jeff Hackberry's death warrant, he said. If he tries to live with her, she'll feed him wild parsnip, and he'll get a house of red clay that you put the roof on with a shovel. It'll be no great loss. Jeff ain't worth in a year the bread he'll eat in a day. She may be smothered in that hole. Shorty bethought himself. I guess we'd better let her out for a while. Yes, said Rosenbaum. She can't do no harm now. Nobody else will come this way tonight. The men that were with me will scatter the news that the house is in Yankee hands. They think there's a big force here, and so we won't be disturbed till morning. Then I'll go in and let her out, said Shorty. The other inmates of the cabin were asleep when he entered, but they waked up and begged him not to let the woman out until morning. Keep her in there till daylight, said Squire Corson, and then restore me to my home and functions, and I'll call out a posse comitatus, and have her publicly ducked, according to the laws of the land, as a common scold. I've never heard such vile language as she applied to me when I gave her the advice it was my duty to give to live in peace and quietness with her husband. That there woman's a neagary of cuss words and abuse. If yo let her out, take me outside with yo, begged Jeff Hackberry. She'll kill me, sho, if I've to stay in here till mornin' with her. She begun by flingin' a bag o' red pepper in my face, and set us all to sneezin' until I thought the squire'd sneeze his dern head off. Then she jobbed me with a bayonet, and acted as no woman orter act toward her lawful husband, no matter how long they'd been married, let alone their weddin' night. Sorry, but it's agin all my principles to separate man and wife, said Shorty, as he moved to the puncheon trapdoor and undid the hasp. You took her for better or worse, and it's too early in the game to complain that you found her a blamed sight worse than you took her for. You're one now, you know, and must stay that way until death do you part. Shorty lifted up the trapdoor, and S.I. helped the woman out with some difficulty. They expected a torrent of abuse, but she seemed limp and silent, and sank down on the floor. The boys picked her up and laid her on the bed beside Jeff Hackberry. She's fainted, she's dead. She's been suffocated in that hole, said Jeff. No, yo punkin-headed fool, she gasped. I hain't dead, nor I hain't fainted, nor I hain't suffocated. You'll find out when I get my wind back a little. I'm so full o' mad and spite that I'm done tuckered clean out. I'm clean beat, so clean beat that I hain't no words to fit the cast iron. I've got to lay still and think and gather up some. She's comin' to, Shorty, said S.I. It'll be pleasanter outside. You say you have been having unusually exciting times, said S.I. to Rosenbaum, as the boys again seated themselves by the fire. Vale, I should say so, replied Rosenbaum with emphasis. Do you know that General Bragg is the very worst man that ever lived? All rebels are bad, said Shorty oracularly. But I suppose that some are much worse than others. I know that the private soldiers are awful, and I suppose the higher you go the worse they are. The corporals are cussider than the privates, the sergeants can give the corporals points in devilishness, and so it goes on up until the general commanding an army must be one of the devil's favorite imps, while Jeff Davis is old Horny's junior partner. No, it isn't that, said Rosenbaum. I've known a good many rebel generals, and some of them ain't really bad fellers, outside of their rebelness. But old Bragg is a born devil. He has no more heart than a rattlesnake. He actually loves cruelty. He'd rather kill men than not. I've seen plenty of officers who were entirely too willing to shoot men for little or nothing. General Bragg is the only man I ever saw who would shoot men for nothing at all, just for example, as he says, to make the others afraid and ready to obey him. He coolly calculates to shoot so many every month. If they've done anything to deserve it, all right. If they hain't, he shoots them all the same, just to preserve discipline. S.I. and Shorty uttered exclamations of surprise at this cold-blooded cruelty. I know it's hard to believe, said Rosenbaum, but it's true all the same, as anybody around his headquarters will tell you. Jeff Davis knows it and approves it. He is the same kind of a man as General Bragg, no more heart than a tiger. I have seen a good deal of the inside of the rebel army, and General Bragg is the coldest-blooded, cruelest man in it or in the whole world. It's true that the men he orders shot are generally of no account, like our man Jeff Hackberry, but it's the principle of the thing that shocks me. He just takes a dislike to the way a man looks or acts, or the way he parts his hair, looks at him with his steely gray eyes, and says coldly, "Put him in the bullpen." In the bullpen the poor devil goes, and the next time General Bragg gets an idea that the discipline of the army is running down, and he must stiffen it up with a few executions, he orders all the men that happen to be in the bullpen taken out and shot. Without any trial, any court-martial, any evidence against them? Gasped S.I. Absolutely without anything but General Bragg's orders. It is like you read of in the books about those eastern countries where the Sultan or other High Mukamook says, "Cut that man's head off," and the man's head is cut off, and no questions asked. And no funeral ceremonies except washing up the blood. Lucky for you, Levi, said Shorty, that he didn't have any of the common prejudices against Jews, and slap you in the bullpen. Oh, but he did, said Rosenbaum. He hated a Jew worse than any man I ever met. And it brought me so near death that I actually watched them digging my grave. While I had my ups and downs, and some very narrow escapes, continued Rosenbaum, when I first went inside Bragg's lines I got along very well generally. I played the peddler and smuggler for the Southern Confederacy in great shape, and run them through a lot of gun caps, quinine, medicines, and so on, and brought in a great deal of information which they found to be true. Some of this General Rosecrans gave me himself, for he is smart enough to know that if he wants his Secret Service men to succeed he must give them straight goods to carry to the enemy. I brought in exact statements of what divisions, brigades and regiments were at this place and that place, how many men was in them, who their commanders were, and so on. General Rosecrans would have these given me. It helped him in his plans to know just what information was reaching the enemy, for he knew just how old Bragg would act when he had certain knowledge. If he knew that Sheridan with 6,000 men was at this place, with Tom Wood 10 miles away with 6,000 more, he would do a certain thing, and Rosecrans would provide for it. The news that I brought in the rebels could test by the reports they got from others, and they always found mine correct. My work pleased the rebel generals so well that they made me a captain in their army, transferred me from brigade headquarters to division, and then to corps headquarters. I was given command of squads of scouts. I can draw very well, and I made good maps of the country and the roads, with the positions of Yankee and rebel forces. This was something that the other rebel spies could not do, and it helped me lots. I was careful to make copies of all these maps, and they got to General Rosecrans's headquarters. The other rebel spies got very jealous of me because I was promoted over them, and they laid all sorts of plans to trip me up. They came awful near catching me several times, but I was too smart for them, and could outread them whenever I got a pointer as to what they were up to. Once they watched me go to a hollow sycamore tree, which I used as a post office for Jim Jones to get the things I wanted to send to General Rosecrans. They found their maps I had made at Shelbyville, with the positions of the rebel and Yankee forces and the fortifications all shown. That was an awful close call, and I could feel the rope tightening around my neck. But I kept my nerve, and told a straight story. I said that tree was my regular office where I kept lots of things that I was afraid to carry around with me when I was in danger of falling into the Yankee hands, as I was every day when I was scouting. Luckily for me I had some other private things and a lot of Confederate money hid there, too, which I showed them. They didn't more than half believe my story, but they let me off, probably because they needed me so bad. I saw that the thing was only skimmed over, and was ready to break out again any minute worse than ever, and I kept my eyes peeled all the time. That's one reason why you have not seen me for so long. I didn't dare send General Rosecrans anything or go near outside the rebel lines. I had to play very good, but I kept gathering up information for the day when I should make a final break and leave the rebels for good. A week ago I was ordered to go up to General Bragg's headquarters to help them with their maps and reports. They had nobody there that could do the work, and Jeff Davis, who always wants to know everything about the armies, was bunching them up savagely for full information. He wanted accurate statements about the Yankees' strength and positions, and about the rebels' strength and positions, to see if he couldn't do something to pull the Yankees off of Pemberton at Vicksburg. Bragg's adjutant general sent word through all the army for to find good rapid penmen and map makers, and I was sent up. The adjutant general set me to work under a fly near headquarters, and he was tickled almost to death with the way I did my work. Old Bragg himself used to walk up and down near, growling and cussing and swearing at everything and everybody. Once or twice the adjutant general called his attention to my work. Old Bragg just looked it over, grunted, and bored me through and through with those sharp, cold, gray eyes of his. But I thought I was safe so long as I was at headquarters, and I gave a great stiff to other Secret Service men who had been trying to down me. One morning old Bragg was in an awful temper, the worst I had ever seen. Every word and order was a cruelty to somebody. Finally, up comes this Brad Tingle that you have inside. He is a sort of a half-spy, not brains enough to be a real one, but with a good deal of courage and activity to do small work. He had been sent by General Cheatham to carry some papers and make a report. Whatever it was, it put old Bragg in a worse temper than ever. Brad Tingle happened to catch sight of me, and he said in a surprised way, "Why, there's that Jew I saw sitting in General Rosecrans's tent talking to him, when I was playing off refugee Tennessean in the Yankee camps." "What's that?" "What's that, my man?" said old Bragg, who happened to overhear him. Brad Tingle told all he knew about me. Old Bragg turned toward me and give me such a look. I could feel those cold, cruel eyes boring straight through me. "Certainly he is a Jew, and one of old Rosecrans's best spies," he said. "Old Rosecrans is a Jew, a Dutch Jew himself. I knowed him well in the old army. He's got a regular Jew face. He plays off Catholic, but that is to hide his Jewishness. He can't do it. That hook-nose give him away if nothing else did, and he has got enough else. He likes to have Jews about him, because he understands them better than he does white people, and particularly he is fond of Jew spies. He can trust them where nobody else can. They'll be true to him because he is a Jew. Put that man in the bullpen, and shoot him with the rest tomorrow morning." "Heavens," gasped the adjutant general, "he is by far the best man I ever had. I can't get along without him." "You must get along without him," said old Bragg. "I'm astonished at you having such a man around. Where in the world did you pick him up? But it's just like you. How in God's name Jeff Davis expects me to command an army with such makeshifts of staff officers as he sends me, I don't know. He keeps the best for old Lee and sends me what nobody else'll have, and then expects me to win battles against a better army than the Army of the Potomac. I never got a staff officer that had brains once." A sergeant of the Provost Guard, who was a natural beast, and was kept by old Bragg because he was glad to carry out orders to murder men, caught hold of me by my shoulder and run me down to the bullpen, leaving the adjutant general with 40 expressions on his angry face. My goodness, my heart sunk worse than ever before when I heard the door shut behind me. There were 30 or 40 others in the bullpen. They were all lying around, dull, stupid, sullen, silent, and hopeless. They hardly paid any attention to me. I sat down on a log, and my heart seemed to sink clear out of me. For the first time in my life I couldn't see the slightest ray of hope. Through the cracks in the bullpen I could see the fresh graves of the men who had already been shot, and while I looked I saw a squad of niggers come out and begin digging the graves of those who were to be shot tomorrow. I could see rebel soldiers and officers passing by, stop and look a moment at the graves, shrug their shoulders, and go on. It froze my blood to think that tomorrow they would be looking at my grave that way. After a while a man came in and gave each one of us a piece of cornbread and meat. The others ate theirs greedily, but I could not touch it. Night came on, and still I sat there. Suddenly the door opened, and the adjutant general came in with a man about my size and dressed something like me. As he passed he caught hold of my arm in a sort of way that made me understand to get up and follow behind him. I did so at once without saying a word. I walked behind him around the bullpen until we came back to the door, when the guard presented arms, and he walked out, with me still behind him, leaving the other man inside. After we had gone a little way he stopped and whispered to me. The general had to go off in a hurry toward War Trace this afternoon. He took the provost sergeant and part of his staff with him, but I had to be left behind to finish up this work. I can't get anybody else to do it but you. I'm going to take you over to a cabin, where you'll be out of sight. I want you to rush that work through as fast as the Lord'll let you. After you get it done you can go where you damned please, so long as you don't let the general set eyes on you. I've saved your life, and I'm going to trust to your honor to play fair with me. Help me out, do your work right, and then never let me see you again. Of course I played fair. I asked no questions, you bet, about the poor devil he had put in my place. I worked all that night and all the next day getting his papers in the best possible shape, and in making copies of them for General Rosecrans, which I stuck behind the chimney in the cabin. Along in the morning I heard the drums beating as the men were marched out to witness the execution. It made my heart thump a little, but I kept on scratching away with my pen for high and death. Then the drums stopped beating for a while, and then they begun again. Then I heard a volley that made me shiver all over. Then the drums beat as the men were marched back to their camps. If I had had time to think I should have fainted. Towards evening I had got everything in first-class shape. The adjutant general came in. He looked over the papers in a very satisfied way, folded them up, checked off from a list a memorandum of the papers he had given me to copy and compile, and saw that I had given them all back to him. Then he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Now, Jew, there's no use of my saying anything to you. You heard that volley this morning, and understood it. Never let me or the general lay eyes on you again. You have done your part all right, and I mine. Goodbye." He took his papers and walked out of the cabin. As soon as he was gone I snatched the copies that I had hidden behind the chimney, stuck them here and there in my clothes, and started for the outer lines. I made my way to a house where I knew I'd find some men who had scouted with me before. I knew they might be suspicious of me, but I could get them to go along by pretending to have orders from headquarters for a scout. I got to the house by morning, found some of them there, gathered up some more and have been riding around all day, looking at the Yankee lines, and trying to find some way to get inside. I'm nearly dead for sleep, but I must have these papers in General Rosecrans's hands before I close my eyes. Your horse is all right, isn't he? Asked Shorty. Yes, I think so, answered Rosenbaum. Well, we have a good horse here. I'll mount him and go with you to camp, leaving S.I. and the rest of the boys here. I can get back to them by daylight. So it was agreed upon. Day was just breaking when Shorty came galloping back. Turn out, boys, he shouted. Pack up, and start back for camp as quick as you can. The whole army's on the move. What's happened, Shorty? Inquired S.I., as they all roused themselves and gathered around. Well, answered Shorty, rather swelling with the importance of that which he had to communicate. All I know is that we got into camp a little after midnight, and went direct to Gen. Rosecrans's headquarters. Of course, the old man was up. I don't believe that old hook-nosed duffer ever sleeps. He was awful glad to see Rosenbaum, and gave us both great big horns o' whiskey, which Rosenbaum certainly needed, if I didn't, for he was dead tired, and almost flopped down after he handed his papers to the general. But the general wanted him to stay awake, and kept plying him with whiskey whenever he would begin to sink, and my goodness, the questions he did put at that poor Jew. I thought we knowed something o' the country out here around us, but Jerusalem, all that we know wouldn't make a primer to Rosecrans's fifth reader. How were the bridges on this road? Where did that road lead to? How deep was the water in this creek? How many rebels were out there? Where was Bragg's cavalry? Where's his reserve artillery? And so on, until I thought he'd run a seine through every waterhole in that Jew's mind and dragged out the last minute in it. I never heard the sharpest lawyer put a man through such a cross-examination. Rosenbaum was equal to everything asked him, but it seemed to me that Jen Rosecrans knowed a great deal more about what was inside the rebel lines than Rosenbaum did. All this time they was going over the papers that Rosenbaum brung, and old Rosie seemed tickled to death to get 'em. He told Rosenbaum he'd done the greatest day's work o' his life and made his fortune. In the meantime the whole staff had waked up and gathered in the tents, and while the general was pumping Rosenbaum he was sending orders to this general and that general, and stirring things up from Dan to Beersheba. Lord, you ought to be seen that army wake up. I wouldn't be missed it for a farm. Everything is on the move, right on the jump. We're going for old Bragg for every cent we're worth, and we want to get back to the regiment as quick as our leg'll carry us. Hustle around, now. But what are we going to do with our prisoners? Asked S.I. Blast the prisoners, answered Shorty with profane emphasis. Let 'em go to blue blazes, for all that we care. We're after bigger game than a handful o' measly pennyroyal sangdiggers. We hain't no time to fool with polecats when we're huntin' bears. Go off and leave 'em here. That's all right, said S.I., to whom an idea occurred. Hustle around, boys, but don't make no noise. We'll march off so quietly that they won't know that we're gone, and it'll be lots o' fun thinking what they'll do when they wake up and begin clapper-clawin' one another, and wonderin' what their fate'll be. End Book 3.